Okay, let's get back into it then. It's our perfect market, and it's going perfectly well for us. Although perfection itself is still a while away. We're doing pretty well on the profit. We're making 17 billion every year into our pocket. That's not revenue, that is pure profit. Where's that profit coming from? Actually, we have a balance sheet for these kinds of things, don't we? No, get off of JC Denton. There we go. We got our straight up cash, our inventory, our business assets, natural resources. But what does our income statement have to say? It says our operating revenue is 3.2 billion. Away from that comes the sales, wow, actually I play a lot more in salaries than I thought. I guess those mega factories don't stock huge amounts of people just for show. Operational overhead, go figure. I don't spend that much on advertising because I pay that towards myself. Either that or this comes out, but then it goes straight back into operational revenue. That sounds more likely, actually. So although we show this cost, it actually still goes straight into the revenue. I'm always doing training, and we're always doing R&D. These are going to be hard costs to ever shake. I wasn't aware that there was a data server cost, but that's absolutely minimal. I also wasn't aware I was doing donations. Since when am I doing donations? I put that into my political party to maintain control over the 5 cities as mayor. That makes sense. I don't think I played Dusk. Doesn't sound familiar, Acronis. Write-offs as well when I destroy my supermarkets. We're probably going to do a lot more of that as well. Otherwise, we're looking good. We're looking damn good. But with all this good, we need to find out how we can do even better. I'm done playing around with the other companies. A big part of this run is eradicating all competition. And look, they're nested in like ticks here. We've got people's drugstores and factories and multi-supermarkets and all these kinds of things that shouldn't be allowed to exist. The only stuff that's allowed to exist are my firms. And I don't even have that many of them around here. So, it's time to really put the thumb screws on. Let's take a quick look at our financial situation. We have no loans, but we have about 8.5 billion worth of bonds out there, which are going to mature in about a year and a half, so I need to make sure I'm ready for that. Although I can always make myself ready for that by borrowing $30 billion from my own personal bank. Speaking of which, I'm actually going to go back to my bank and actually reduce the amount of loans to asset ratio by another percentage, just to make sure that they don't keep begging me for extra money. How are they looking at the fund transfer? It's not a problem that they keep needing money, because they continue to be outrageously profitable, even in the face of a double recession. Toulouse and Chengdu are both in recession, and yet the profit remains quite good. 66%. Oh, we're losing market share. I'm not happy with that. NCP is actually growing more than I'd like. Probably because, well, customer waiting time isn't that bad. Anyway, we trust Dale Gribble to take care of our banks, and as long as they keep making the good money for us and are a source of dosh for us, that is all well and good. Right, like I said, no more playing around. I want to eliminate the competition, and we are going to do it through incredibly nefarious means. I am going to make everywhere in every city a no-build zone. I am going to prevent anybody from building on places. Except, of course, my own land. My own land can naturally be a do-whatever-you-want land. It wouldn't be fair otherwise, would it? You need to keep a fair and free market. Yeah, I'm going to do that on all the cities. This is going to stop my competitors from expanding anymore. What they have now, well, they're going to have to make good use of it, because they can't do anything else with it. And again, my own lands are exempt from this. It's okay, our politicians have thought long and hard about who gets to do what in these cities, and they've come to these very fair agreements. Did I actually zone that correctly? I don't think I did. It still looks a bit dark. So my goal this session is to starve out my competition. I might not be able to kill all of them off. In fact, I find it highly unlikely that I'll be able to kill all of them off. But I want to stop them from growing, and I want to remove all sources of income, or at least as many sources of income as I can for each of them. That's going to naturally lead their stock prices to plummet and give me a good opportunity to move in for the kill. It's also going to consolidate all profitable ventures to the areas that I designate for myself. Oh, hold on there. Missed a spot. Grab it right in the corner and drag it up. Very oh, it's absolutely devilish. But I wouldn't have it any other way. There we go. So now this land that I already own, I can still build up whatever I want on it, and then I'm still going to let Lanka grow whatever they want in their land, but I will still continue to designate it as agricultural only so that it maintains a very low value. Sorry Lanka, when I discovered just how corrupt I could be, you were always going to be my first victim, because real estate might seem like a pretty safe way to make money, but now that you have me in charge, I can certainly undermine you at every turn. Now, I don't think there's any way around the fact that places are zoned as no building. Funny thing is, even if you own land, like I own this land, if I wanted to build my own, I don't know, R&D factory on it, I can't. This is absurdly strong, but if you set land as not build on, even if you own the land, you're not allowed to build on it. That seems awfully nasty to me. But nasty is what we're doing here, so let's not sweat it. And again, I want to designate my own land as do whatever you want with it land. Gonna do that with this area here. And I suppose this area here. Later on I want to buy out more of this land. Should I be ready for more industry here? I can always fix this later. I'll fix it later. Of course I want to be able to build whatever I want on this land that I own too. I've made some mistakes with the layout of this, but I think these iterative ways of building up horrible living blocks will work out for us in the end. And then there's Grimsby, of course. Let's do much and such the same for Grimbo. If I can... Oh, I've already done Grimsby. Have I done everywhere now? Oh, very good. Very, very good. Let's come up with that and then suss out what we're going to be doing then. So now that people can't build anymore, I'm going to go to the government, since I am the government, and I'm going to say that the policy, it's not policies, what am I looking for? Mayors? Yes, delegation of mayors here. Stop building apartments, stop managing media firms, and rent should be maxed out, that is fine. Sadly, the government cannot charge more than 100% market rent. I would quite like to own all of the media in every city. The traditional media, television, newspapers and radio, but they are very expensive, so I think I'll pass on that for now. Maybe this economic downturn, you try to buy out the mansions that are interfering with perfection. Unfortunately, you cannot choose to buy the mansions. The other people must choose to put the mansions up for sale. They're like absolute nail houses, but I think they do always eventually go up for sale. We'll see how that works out. They might just be thorns in my side forever. There are 100 mansions in the game, I counted. And I didn't have to count, because I just went here, went mansion, all cities, 100 of them. Which means it might not be an idea to go and periodically check this and buy all the ones that are for sale. I think there's an easier way to check this, isn't there? Isn't there a filter for on sale? Is mansion counted as a firm? No. Headquarters, factories, farms, warehouses, mines. Yeah, it makes sense that a mansion is not a firm. That's a shame. It's going to make it a little harder to go through for each of them. Oh well. I'm sure we'll get it sussed out in the end. Okay, now I want to go to... I guess for now... one thing. I raised the rent, and I'm going to lower the rent again. It actually doesn't matter to me too much about my losses that I make in my apartments. I really want people moving into them. And now, I'm going to do something really devilish. We're going to find all the apartments in our current cities, specifically ones owned by the government. There are really 99 apartments held by the government here? How many do I have? I got 75. What's the occupation of my ones? 65, 50... wow. That is one devilish situation. Alright, I don't think I'll do it in Vancouver yet. Vancouver's got a lot of population that could be lost that way. Let's do Grimsby. Yeah, because I made a lot more apartments in Grimsby. So it's very nice that I've set up this place for people to live, but unfortunately some people still cling on to government-owned property here. Can't be doing with that, I really can't. Looking at the population density here, we can see really dense over in my hellscape, but still we've got some enclaves out here. And that's causing these stores to have access to markets to sell. Not anymore. We are going to become the government. Well, we are the government, doesn't matter. And we are just going to destroy all the government-owned apartments. Now, this doesn't cost me anything. It's just going to straight up make the government not have anything that they can... Hang on, is there a hotkey for this? Damn, I thought there was. This is just going to destroy all these places that people can live, and now that we've designated it as a no-build zone and made our mayors never build new apartments, there will not be anywhere for anyone to live except for my own hellscape and any apartments that my competitors were lucky enough to set up before I did this. So what we're going for here is not necessarily profitability, but control over people's lives, and I would apologise for the loud noise that the game is doing here as I destroy everything. If there's one thing this game is not particularly effective at, it's these sound effects. But, you know, product of its time and all that. I'm doing this in Grimsby because this is where I have a lot of apartments for all the now destitute people to move into. At a good rate, of course. Is there still a BR mansion in the middle of your farms? Yes, TBW is still held out in his incredibly smelly apartment in the middle of all of my fields. And no, I'm not particularly happy with it. I hope he puts it up for sale at some point, and then I'm going to designate it as agricultural land and steal it from him at well below market rate. Are we not worried this might tank the economy? It'll certainly tank the economy for my competitors. When it comes to government income, yes, the government's going to lose money on these, but we can make up for that. What we can do is we can make a generous donation to the government. We can also hike up the taxes. I'm not too worried if the taxes go up, as long as I can charge people more money for living under my roof. Besides, the money that I have will cover that for now. Yeah, you're right though, it might tank the economy, but again, if the economy tanks, that means my competitors will tank with it. When the sea level lowers, the boats lower with it, as some might say. And then I should be able to snaffle them up a lot cheaper, because one of the hardest things for me to do right now is take out the competition. Some of them have market caps worth dozens of billions, my biggest competitor being Cerberus. I didn't check population before I did that, did I? Grimsby has 1 million people here. I don't know if that's going to go up or down when the game recalculates all those people that I've just tossed out onto the streets. The mean streets of Grimsby, but at least they have those places to go. That didn't cost the government anything, and it didn't cost me anything. But now there are barely any people here. If we come off of the government and we just search for apartments, yep, there's nowhere for people to live except these tiny little homes that have very little capacity for people because my enemies didn't set up real estate except for Lanka, and I made Lanka's life a bit miserable there. So what I will do is look for my firms around here, and I'm tempted to relocate them. I can relocate bank branches, right? Yes, I can. Excellent. The consumer traffic index here isn't amazing, but I think we're very soon going to discover that there's not a lot of traffic index here with all the people gone. So this isn't quite how I want it to be yet, but it will eventually. Fortunately, it doesn't cost me too much to move some things over here. For now, though, I'm not going to bother moving all this stuff over because that's going to be a much bigger job. I just want to make sure that my people over here do have access to insurance and banking. Alright, that's Grimsby done. I reckon I'll do Chengdu as well, because Chengdu has a lot of apartments here, with lots of space for people. Just so I don't murder the population of Chengdu here, let's do a little number on it. There are 154 apartments in Chengdu. Is Lanka here? Lanka is here, but they don't have apartments set up. I think they tore them down when I reduced One thing was that my apartments were a lot cheaper to move into, and his apartments lost a lot of value, so he just tore them down, and all he has are these ghost shops with no people coming to them. What a sad sight. In any case, of all the apartments here in Chengdu, I own the majority of them, so it's no big deal to just select the government and go through them and destroy them as well. I only need to do this 5 times, and this is the second, but I'm only going to do it twice until I have more places for people to live in Vancouver, and I set up places for people to live in Sydney and in the other place, Toulouse. I think Toulouse is in a recession, so it might actually be a good idea to get in there and build up places for people to live in Toulouse already. Honestly, I should do all the places because the sooner I get it done, the sooner people move in, and the sooner I can destroy the government-owned apartments, the sooner I can exert control over many more people's lives. Once I have everybody living over in my hellscape and they have no other option of where to live, I will be jacking up the rent again, and it'll take several years before the people who are on existing contracts pay that new rate, but everybody else coming in is going to pay the high rate. It will spur emigration, so between high rates of rent and high, or rather no access to greenery or sports facilities, it's probably going to be really, really awful for people and they'll want to emigrate, but hopefully good social care, good access to community facilities and all the other things that people care about for a place to live will offset that and leave me a net positive on immigration. We can look at here. Social security. Well, that seems like bad news. Unemployment payments in Grimsby are too low. I thought we just upped those. Looking at Grimsby, looking at policies. Well, I guess the Grimsby people really want some good unemployment benefits. Is there a lot of unemployment in Grimsby? Relatively speaking, but, I think a 4% unemployment rate is amazing. Doesn't the UK have about 8% right now? My Caesar 3 cities tend to have over 50%, but that's okay. The Romans invented the dole. Okay, so that's Chengdu lost all of the places for people to live under government housing. I don't know if the population went down. Doesn't look like it did. Nah, it looks fine, although maybe that needs to update after a while. Hopefully they move into my homes. If not, well, their sacrifice will be remembered, possibly. I also want to move some of these like banks and things over here. I guess one will do for now. I'll move you here. And I will move you here because, yeah, the customer traffic index has collapsed now that I've forcibly removed all the population. So the design in Chengdu is my favorite design for this. It's pretty much infinitely scalable. I shouldn't have put the houses at the shops at the end here. What I'm going to do is I will keep the 3 in the middle here for 3x3 shops and for community stuff. And then this little 2x2 space that I thought I'd fill up with apartments, I was wrong all along. I'm going to need a lot of shops for my goods, so an entire strip of 2x2 shops over here, which repeats after a while, will be great. And it's just going to stretch down and down and down until it's the edge of the map. And then it will repeat at the next point. And then if there's things in the way like the river here, well, just imagine it continues going. It just stops dead when it hits a river. Otherwise keeps going. And if there's just apartments here and I don't get to build community stuff because it's here, they'll still at least slightly benefit from the stuff I have here. Speaking of this stuff, why are they not actually being paid? I thought the mayor would up these themselves. How expensive could it possibly be to run this stuff? There we go. Who is my mayor of Chengdu as well? Wasn't that Maximilian? No, Maximilian's in charge of Grimsby. It's Gunnar. Gunnar from Nancy Drew and the... Crivens. What was the name of that one? It was the 31st or 32nd Nancy Drew game. No, it's not coming to me, but it was the one set in Iceland. If you missed the Nancy Drew marathon, you missed a very important part of channel culture around here. But the VODs are all up and I'd highly encourage you to go and watch it. You'll come out a different person than you went in. Okay, that was all fun and games, but the government doesn't just own apartments, they own commercial buildings. So let's just go back to government for this city. Actually, the government owns a lot of stuff, but that's probably a lot of social buildings. So let's also find their commercial ones. How many do they have? 14. Well, 13, 12, 11, 10... What the hell is this? Do I get to build those? 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, done. What the heck was that other commercial building? Was it that? Well, it's a 2x2, so I'm not interested. Don't see those often. Grimsby as well, I was tearing them down, wasn't I? So away you go from Grimsby. This way they're all forced to move into me. Now, unfortunately, business stuff isn't very profitable for me, but we'll get there. It's also probably definitely going to move over the city business centre for to my benefit. I'm not going to destroy the government apartment. Why is this showing up as government owned? Oh, geez, I made an interesting mistake. These apartments that I built government apartments by accident. Huh, that's interesting and funny. Okay. That, in a way, is good. Because I didn't want this full of apartments. I wanted it free for my shops. Yes, oh well. Still need to designate it as a no-build zone, or better yet, just own it myself. This goddamn mansion. Tyrant Leon's getting in my way. Damn you, Tyrant Leon. Oh well, that was a happy accident. Means I don't need to spend all this money building this stuff up. Maybe activate his ability to adjust civic buildings, make mistakes into miracles. Was that an ability? Oh! Oh no, automatically build civic buildings. Adjust though? Adjust the operation levels. Ah! That's strange, I'm surprised that wasn't on by default. But yes, there we go. Well spotted. How about managing them? Ultimately manage all the city's existing media firms for you. Well, they're not going to have any, so I suppose that's fine. Not sure what there is to manage on that. Just don't build apartments, don't build buildings. And keep that rent set. And as we saw before, we have poured so much money into the elections that we will of course win them. Troubling thing is you cannot move apartments. So all these ones that I've already built, kind of stuck with them. I don't think I'll adjust this anymore, but what I will do is change the zoning to be agricultural as I do for all of this. And dare I get rid of you? I think I'll just make do with you not being all those lovely shops for a little while. You're still fatter than I want you to be, though. He's thinking, he's still thinking. Yeah, I'll make do. Now I want to buy all this land, if you don't mind. And then I want the government to dictate that these strips of greenery are no-build zones. Nobody's allowed to squeeze anything in on my very, very limited amount of greenery. There's barely going to be any of it in my city, but there is that. That includes that bit, because we've had people building over these before, haven't we? Actually, didn't we not want that? We kind of wanted a... We wanted another civic building here, I'm sure. What kind of civic building we're looking at? We already have a police station, a university, a city hall. Let's get some fire station going. Bang. And I'll leave that to my mayor to figure out. Okay. I'll definitely want to expand a lot of living operations in Vancouver. Well, I want to expand all the living operations here. I'm really tempted to just start tearing down the government's apartments. But for that, I'd really need to have more spaces for people to live here. Don't like the position of my supermarkets either. Yeah, this is the goal that I'm going for, so I might as well be working on it. Okay, get away from that. Stop showing all the high-rises. These little pizzeria, these little shops of mine, which don't appear to be doing anything. Oh, because they only have space for a tiny amount of pizza, don't they? Let's relocate those over to... What do you mean not available? Oh, it's still set on agricultural zone, isn't it? It's alright, you... Well, I will do what I want with it. Yeah, these little 2x2s, this is not where they should be. That said, I'm going to want a better design for this in due time. For now, though, let's just move these out of the way so I can shove my supermarkets up the center bit. And I'm going to extend this so that I have more apartment space. And yeah, I will build the apartment space for myself and then tear down the government's apartments. That ended up being a really nice, happy accident that the buildings I made here were accidentally government-owned. It's not the same on the other side, though, but I should be able to make do with my 2x2s here, despite Tyrant Leon's mansion being in the way. Mansions, I think, are going to be the ultimate pain in the butt for me on this run. It's okay, though. Pains in the butt are just adversaries to be dealt with. Oh man, there's a lot not to like about my layout here. You know, these tennis courts, we decided they were not profitable enough. So we decided we'd be getting rid of them. And the police station can... No! Oh, jeez, that accidentally deleted you. Civic building. Police station. There. Police station, fire station, University City Hall, hospital. Seems like a good combination. And... what do we have here? That's an apartment. It's also an apartment. Easily dealt with because I can just go and give myself some more apartment. And then... oh, those were government-owned ones again, weren't they? How do I keep doing this? I'm not paying you 57 Brazilian dollars for it. Ah, why not? This one, though, I'm just going to delete and build my own one. There we go, $21 million that way, much more palatable. And one of the tight commercial buildings. I talked about it before, but the reason I'm using this is because these buildings is because this is the largest capacity of any apartment, and this is one of the smallest capacities for any commercial building, but proportionally to its size, it is the most dense. What is it? I think this is like 50 people per square, and the biggest one is only 25 people per square. So yeah, we're working with efficiency here. Anyway, I need those out of the way or else I can't really see what I'm building here. I will have one massive rejig of my stores later on, but that's probably only going to be once I produce everything. Because I need to work out a tileable... oh yeah, I didn't like these bits of grass here, did I? So let's go and designate it once again as a build whatever you want zone. After all, it is my zone. I'll do whatever I damn well want with it. Did I catch everything there? There we go. That's more like it. These supermarkets being next to each other shouldn't be a problem. Shouldn't. I mean, they might be, but I hope they're not. I don't think they're going to absorb each other's demands. Okay, I need to be able to extend my roads down here some more. Hopefully no build zone doesn't affect the government's ability to build roads. There we go. And now you are going to be going over here. And let's keep those roads going. Because yeah, I just want these to extend, extend, extend. Again, I can't move these. And now you're like a nail house getting in the way, because apartments are the one thing I cannot move. You are, however, making the mistake of having it for sale. Unfortunately, you're selling it for 28 Brazilian dollars, so I'm not going to pay that. I will instead mark your area as nasty agricultural area. Is that what they were offering before? That's actually not a bad rate for it, but I'm still going to undercut you. 14 million? No? Okay, how about 19 million? Okay, how about 20 million? There we go. That's actually a beneficial rate for me because people already live there. And it's mine now. And if things don't quite fit in, I can just slot in a little bit more. It'll be fine. There's a lot more commercial buildings than I wanted. I should just stick to commercial buildings up the center. That's okay. There are a lot of things I need to move out of my way here. Oh, I've made myself a bit of a problem. I can't move buildings anymore since I've designated all this land as do not build. Huh. Well, I guess whilst I am temporarily moving things, I can say that this area is okay for whatever. Early today, aren't we? Just by a few minutes. Some stuff I want to get up to in the kitchen later on. I wanted the time set aside for it. Over you go, and over you go. I don't need to extend this thing out far. I'm not looking to have mass control over Vancouver just yet. I just want to have enough houses, well, enough apartments, that I can quite happily do away with all of the government-owned apartments. That's the plan, at least. Sorry, middle school, no longer needed. Grade school, no longer needed. Crunch, crunch, crunch. My own oil wells and mines, however, are needed. Let's get these farms away from here, too. That's almost enough space to come down here quite convincingly. Let's get this factory out of the way as well. Gotta remember to change out the zoning here, or else I'm just going to find this place thick with nothing but AI factories and shops and things. Wow, this business shop does really well. Not anymore. Over it goes to here. Try selling your businesses to other businesses now. That's my mine. This stuff's going to go down. Nikki's getting in the way now. Nikki and Boomer, the unlikely duo. I guess I might do with that farm, so this will just come down, 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 down. That's my own stuff, that's going away as well. And let's start building some roads. Well, actually, we'll start by demolishing some roads. Because I want this to be a pretty infinitely scalable design. Actually, that road was fine, there was no need to destroy it. But roads are very cheap to build, so it's no big deal if it goes away. Or rather, goes awry. I just have to live with the fact that there's this mine in the way. It's alright. Get rid of you, get rid of you, and you. And even you. And certainly you. Actually, Vancouver's going to have the best living place around because it's going to get this strip of gardens, which no other thing is going to have. I could go and fix that straight away, but I don't want to. What is this? Somebody has an apartment. Is it the government? If it's the government, I can buy it off them, or even just leave it there. Yeah, I'll be... Knowing me, I'm probably going to destroy it without thinking, and then that'll be that. Alright, this seems somewhat agreeable. I'm going to move you out of the way a bit. Donk. And a bit more donk. Oh well, two banks next to each other, how bad could it be? And I need this little nail house out of my way. So just give me that land. And let's designate this as A-OK land. Actually, not just A-OK land, let's designate it as agricultural land, because I want to buy it so my competitors cannot use it. Alright, that's okay. And now we come in and take it all. We found out last stream that if you designate something as agricultural land, its market value collapses. And yes, you can exploit that. You can buy up land that you deem to be agricultural. You can immediately say that anything can be built there, and then immediately sell it, and you make absolute boondollar. I have decided not to use that exploit. Although I'm still using the ability to change the zoning for my own benefit. I'm just not using it as horribly as to just straight up buy and sell the land for the big money. It's mostly about kicking people out of land to acquire it for myself. Well, fun fact, Jake, that was not my first time saying you said that. I don't know. Don't know what you mean by that. Are you good in the kitchen, though? I can hold my own in the kitchen. Good in the kitchen is a very subjective thing. But I enjoy being in the kitchen. I enjoy cooking. And that is what matters the most. Let's come away from this. I got in the way of some of my road building here. Don't want to act like the very nail houses I want to be rid of here. Finish off the road building. Now, to build a... Oh, I can't build a road into that. To build a firm, other than research and development or an RGO, it needs to be adjacent to a road, but I don't think it needs to remain adjacent to a road. I think this apartment will work just fine with no road connection, but it gets in the way of my design here, so I'll probably be getting rid of it regardless. Okay, now I can redesignate all this land as do whatever you want with it land, since I've just gone and bought it. And now to expand my apartments. This is the big expensive part, sadly, but a necessary expense. So apartmento, apartment, apartment, apartment. The center part is mixed apartments and commercial buildings. Those are looking a bit, they're getting in the way of what I can see here. Right, so we mix apartments and that with commercial buildings fill in the gaps. That leaves me, it's nice to do it in the center, because that leaves me flexible when there are awkward buildings like the civic buildings getting in my way, because then I can use the 2x1 buildings to shorten myself a bit and make more and better space. Flanking that, I want to copy my Chengdu design. So what was that? On the other side of that is also mixed apartment and commercial, but beyond that is just apartments. So good that I have that to remember. Right, back to it. Build apartmento, and okay, good. It does match up with what we had before. I'd hate to look at this and not have it look uniform. This is planned expansion, don't you know? Oh god. Yeah, that is fine. And now we reach a bit of an impasse with you, government building. Go away. And again, fill in those gaps. There's plenty of places for people to go and work. Now, I don't know the ratio that I'm going to need for apartments to commercial building. I'm just going to build them, and if I start seeing that one fills up and the other does not, then I will build fewer of the other ones going forward. Simple as. That's all well and good, but on the outside here, I don't really want all of these. It's kind of a shame that I built them, and I may end up destroying them later on. Be a bit of a pain to go through and destroy them, actually. Nah, they don't fit with my design. I'm getting rid of them. Bye-bye. This is going to hurt, but it's the age of the write-off. Some of them are even quite full, so that makes it even more painful, but it'll just be more painful the longer I leave it. So I'm getting rid of these and making space for apartments. Surely you can find it in your heart to give these people some green space. I cannot. Green space has been deemed unprofitable. Interestingly enough, if you click on this and go, oh, that was an accident, and you right-click off of the window, it treats that as confirmation. One of the many parts of this game where you think, this is some strange UX. It's not all the way all these people go. I think I might even break even once these places are 100% occupado, but I don't think I'll ever get to that level. For now, I just charge insanely low rent because I want people moving in. For what it's worth, I don't need this road up here. And that is worth a fair bit, so away it goes. Demolish. And let's have the road go all the way up. No good reason for it not to. There we go. Just one long strip up, that's what we have. And I don't want any opportunity for my AIs to be taking over this land. You're very lucky, you know, getting this green space. It'll be the only green space on the map, I think. Oh, I cannot destroy this green space. Let's do this. And then let's fill it full of gardens. I'm too generous to these people sometimes. Parks, little 1x1 parks. Those parks look a little stupid, but we'll do it anyway. 800 quid to set up a park. All things considered, that's a pretty good rate. There we go. Oh, ooh, cribbins. Should have thought twice when I was just buying up all this land willy-nilly. When you buy land, you destroy what's on it. If it's parks or if it's little houses, they just go bye-bye. Intimidated in the face of your incredible capitalistic ways. But this is, like I said, this isn't even about being profitable. This is about control. If I can exert control, then I can force my competitors to not have a market to sell to. Doesn't even matter whether I sell to it or not, because right now it's about bringing down my competitors and making them a lot easier for me to digest. Okay, it's a 50-50 whether or not this apartment is in the right place for me. So let's go and make some more of our apartments. These are all mine, good. I'd hate for them to be government owned. These are expensive to set up, by the way. Very expensive indeed. There's a little gap up there. That's going to bother me, but I can fill it in with a commercial building later on. Hey, that looks good. This mine is in the way. That mine will always be in the way. Same with that mine. There's no getting around that. Well, there is. There is one way of getting around it. I could demolish these mines later on. I don't think I will, but once the resource has been completely extracted, I think I can demolish the mine and then it'll just be an empty space under it. But I still want the resources, so why would I demolish them? There is an idea, if you were really anal about it, you might want only the best raw materials, in which case you mine out all the crap ones and only keep mines on the best ones. But there comes a point where, why would you even do that? So you'll increase the quality of your products that don't have competitors. There's not much of a point to that. You'd need to be pretty arbitrary to want to do that. Is this what I even want to be building here? Yeah, yes it is. It is. Works well with the tileable design. Until I later find out that I'm way off on my need for commercial building, but again, I can change that later on. Oh, alright, location not next to road. Road needs to extend further. So the whole reason I'm doing this isn't because I think Vancouver needs more places to live, because I want to destroy all government buildings and I need to make sure that I'm the one that snaffle up all the destitute people that come from that decision. And there will be destitute people, and they will come from that decision. It's okay though, it's as I planned. I didn't found my own city. I don't intend to. I don't actually see a lot of joy in setting up my own city in this game. Alright, keep those apartmentos coming. There we go, one at the end. Loads of people. Kind of a shame about this part here. But such is the case for my mines. And then I've got this space over here left for more shops as and when I need them. And this area is meant to be full of shops. Do I fancy destroying these places just to put down my shops right now? I don't think so. I can destroy them later on. That's right, just mortgage my problems. It's alright, there's plenty of mortgaging that goes on in this game. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, actually it works out rather nicely. This, however, does not. What is in my way here? Oh, well, it's a crappy government department, and now it's gone. Makes my life easier, always does. And then there's some building materials store, which is not allowed to exist, so away it goes into this corner. And I'm fairly burning through my money, which again is already debt money. Bye-bye government apartment. Hello road. Now there must be a question in your mind, is Jake going to fill the entire map with these blocks and these sorts of industry? And the answer is probably not. It's probably not necessary as part of the goals to completely fill up the maps like that. My goal is market dominance in everything and to enslave all competitors. That means I won't need to fill up the map. But we'll see where it goes, but I can't see myself... Well, actually, once all the competition is gone, it'll be a lot easier to just go click, 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 click. Probably just take a few hours to fill up all the maps. Setting up the stores would be a different idea. Well, since we've invested so many hours into the campaign, if we can make it happen, then why not? That's the question I would put forward. A consideration at the very least. Still, slam down another apartment, which is, oddly enough, looking a bit off-center here. Why can't I build here? Land is not available. Did I still keep this as zoned for not everything? It says land not available. Oh, because I was in government form. Please tell me I didn't build more government apartments. Doesn't look like I did. Apartmento here. There you go. Okay, could certainly be more apartments on the other side if I wanted to, but I think that is plenty for now. So if that's plenty of places for people to live, then I'm going to go to government here. And government owns a lot of buildings, don't they? Well, I need their apartments. There are 87 government apartments in Vancouver. Now this might lead to a small genocide of Canadians. It is possible. I don't know how the game updates the whole moving of people here, but we're about to find out, aren't we? Goodbye, all government apartments in Vancouver. Wait, there's one here. Alright, that's a government one. Away it goes. That leaves that as an unbought section of land. Can't be doing with that. Should be mine. If I see little gaps like that, I make it mine because I don't want to risk the enemy buying them up. Okay, come away from that. Okay. It might be more than just a mini massacre of the Canadians. There's quite a lot of people living in these apartments. I don't know if they're going to quickly move to my own place. But hopefully the annual immigration rate will be enough to make up for the people that I get rid of. Wow, they got a lot of apartments over here. And again, the main thing about this is control. It's not a very profitable thing to do, but if I get rid of all of these places where people live, then all the businesses will not have people to sell to, and their everything is going to suffer for it. And that works well for me and my taking over of their everything. You know, I could be extra cruel and actually designate the land as agricultural to reduce the assets of all the companies. because then all of their buildings are going to be worth a lot less as well. And the only people that could build more things are people that build farms. And what good are those farms if you can't sell the goods to anybody? Don't get your hopes up, Jake. I live in hope. Gets me out of bed each morning. Of course, Helden had yet another midnight run of Mass Effect keeping me up too late, but that's okay. It was great fun. It's about the only other thing I can think of other than Capitalism Lab is Mass Effect. Still probably not going to play that game myself. The gameplay doesn't look very interesting to me. But the characters and the story around them, too good. Shame about the ending. I hope the tenants don't get any notice. No, they're not. They're living here. They're probably in the building right now, and we're just already setting the charges. Pop. Bye-bye. Oh goodness, that one's full of people. The biggest problem I can see, other than population going down a lot, is that the government might start losing money. And I am that government. If we go bankrupt, then my neck is on the line. But I'll just jack up taxes. I don't want to lose control, so I'll happily pay more taxes to maintain control of the city. Plus, taxes that I pay, other companies have to pay as well. That's going to hurt their bottom line. So, alright, there we go. Vancouver might still have some commercial buildings owned by the government, though. No, they don't. I must have gotten rid of those already. Well, isn't that splendid? I think we're going to find that the population density changes in quite a lot. And now I've got all these places. And how's the shopping convenience? It's amazing. How's the green and sport? It's amazingly bad. Well, let's hope that's enough to bring people over here. So, that was a lot of work. I'm going to save. Oh, before I do that, a very important thing that I almost forgot. I need to rezone this as you're not allowed to build zone. It's quite nice how intimidatingly dark that is on the map. Yes, save and save often. A game only needs to crash once on me to make me a nervous wreck when it comes to lots of saves. And let's see if there is indeed a genocide of Canadians. I imagine this is the kind of stuff that updates at the turn of the month. Oh yeah, the game's also going to tell me that I've lost, but that's okay. We'll continue on regardless. Dale Gribble wants more money. He always wants more money. Wow, Grimsby did face a little bit of a population decline, but that's okay. I mean, honestly, that's probably good for the world. They were up at over 1 million before, right? So how's the population density in my places? It's still not full, so I got plenty of space for more people. And Vancouver lost a few 100,000 as well. Well, fine by me. Population density has collapsed around here, which I find immensely amusing. I'm really tempted just to set this up as agricultural only. That's going to reduce the net worth of all these companies, because all the land that they own is going to be worth a lot less. That goes for me as well, but I'm the one that wants to buy them up, and I already have the sweet profits coming in. Toulouse is losing quite a lot of money. I need to remember to check that in about a year or two to make sure that all the governments are still fiscally viable. Right, and that's the big call. Do I make this agricultural okay land? Because people could end up putting down farms. But really, I doubt they would. Why would they? This is just a move to harm my competition. Yeah, no sense playing around. We have tools at our disposal. We use those tools at our disposal. I just come along here and say all of your land is pretty much worthless. Well, this is Sydney as well. Sydney is full of farms. So it makes sense the government would step in and say, nah, see, Sydney is all about the agriculture. What do you mean you already own all this land? Not sure if I'll do it with these places. Bit of a scutter there, I just want to do it in the population centre. Which is no longer the population centre after I had my filthy way with them. There we go. This should lead to a horrible, horrible market crash for most of my competition. If it doesn't, I'm going to be quite surprised at their resilience. I swear I saw Alibaba there. Grimmer than Grimsby as well. It's all agricultural land all the way through. It's the only place you're allowed to build on is agricultural land. At least it's cheap. Again, I'm not going to bother with these scattered areas. Little point in doing so. Also, I want to just easily easily change the designation later on if I deem it worthy or necessary. Man, corruption feels good. I can see why so many people are corrupt. Or why wouldn't you be? Oh yeah, I was meant to set Lanka's land as worthless as well. This pretty much happened in real life in Sydney near the new airport. Some people's properties became worthless because the state rezoned them as environmental land. See? Life imitates art, and vice versa. Toulouse as well. A lot of scattered stuff in Toulouse, but this is the area that I care about. It's all gotta go. Ain't worth it. Ain't worth it anymore. Right. I want to build up my population centre in Toulouse and Sydney. But where and how? Where is the big question, actually. Down in this corner looks the best for Sydney, actually. There aren't many things in the way. There's unfortunately a mine, my mine. And there's a... No, that's a grade school. I thought it was a mansion. Okay, I'm going to do that with Sydney. I'm not huge on money right now, sadly. But that's nothing that my own personal bank can't handle. Hey, personal bank. I need somewhere in the region of $6 billion, please. Thank you kindly. I can't help but feel there's something I wanted to check on the bonds and stuff, right? Bonds? No. Stock exchange? Yes! I discovered a button! A button I wish I'd realised about long before. I thought this was just some kind of stock symbol, but it's not. It's a button. And if you press it, all your stock history gets reset. So there we go. It's going to get rid of all those previous transaction-y stuff and just set everything to 0, which is what I'm looking for. Why is Perfect Market stock? Oh, Perfect Market only has global stock. So I can reset this, can reset all of this, and then suddenly it's only showing the stuff that I currently own, and it's going to show their gains and losses. So I am happy with that. Because when you integrate another company, you see their old stock and it messes up your numbers here. Now it's reset, which does throw off the existing profit that I've made, but I don't particularly care about that. My Perfect Market stock that I have on global stock is still the same stuff that I want to hold, because it's all doing really badly, and I'm convinced that if I hold long enough, they'll do really well. That's how it works, you know? Dance Macabre is going to the moon here. Anyway, I'm hoping, excuse me, I'm hoping that pretty much all of the stock prices crash, because I want to destroy my competition. BMW is probably not a problem on that one. Plus their stock is worthless anyway. The question is, do I want to sell any of them whilst they're going good? I mean, I got 4 billion worth of Skelly Syndicate. Do I think they're going to collapse? When it comes to stock, unless you realise the stock, it's not a loss. Yeah, of course. If I think I have a lot of stock in something that's about to collapse, then I should get rid of it. What does Skelly Syndicate do? Look for those skeletons. Skeleton Syndicate is into everything. They have some profitable factories, some minorly profitable retail stores. Looks like most of their money is coming in from... Oh, they got a fair amount coming in from TV station. They're in media. But I think they're going to collapse a bit. Is it worth me selling whilst I think the going is good? I mean, I'd make about 4 billion on it. It's going to be painful if I had to buy this back, and it's much more expensive, but let's try a look at it. If I believe these stock prices are going to crash, maybe I should just be strong about it. I don't know the effect, though. If this doesn't work out, I'm going to lose billions, but let's cash out on Skelly. There might be a lot of people selling and it goes to the public shareholders, and that would be hilarious to me. Good way to raise some dosh here, that's for sure. What else do I own that I think is going to crash? I own a lot in Danse Macabre. I own a ton in Medibay Heating, but I don't think Medibay Heating is going to crash. They own that because of their massive amount of stock, but it's also stock in other companies. And if I think other companies are going to crash, then Medibay Heating would crash as well. It's just I've gone to such lengths to get my grasp on Medibay Heating. The Danse Macabre... I always forget their symbol. Where are they? Here they are. They're into everything as well. They have profitable factories, profitable farms, and profitable media. The media will probably stay profitable. The farms will probably stay profitable. Only if they have stuff to sell to, though. And again, I am hoping to destroy a lot of people's markets. Because they're going to be selling to nobody anymore. The population will all be gone. So do I think that the Danse Macabre is going to fail? I don't know, but I hope they do. Their stock price is way too high. I think I'll sell it off now. If my enemy's stocks do not collapse, then this is a big loss for me, but sometimes you just gotta take those risks, don't you? So let's just sell, 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 and sell some more. The other stock prices aren't worth enough for me to consider whether I want them. Actually, Jeff Wayne's Store of the Worlds. He's into everything as well. He's mainly... oh my god, his retail stores are going to go ultra unprofitable. His factories, it's hard to say. Because I bet his factories sell software. Let's take the chance on it, right? My plan here is to collapse all their stock prices anyway, so let's believe that my plan is going to work. And if nothing else, I'm the one making a decent chunk of change here. My bakeries as well. What are you into, bakeries? Bakeries also do everything. They're run by Jimmy Hopkins. And their firms include... see, I'm mostly looking at this and thinking which are going to persevere despite my tamperings. Their retail stores are what drives their factory profits, I believe, despite their own losses. What's his profit margins right now? Yeah, he makes like $1 billion annual profit. That's pretty crazy money. His farms, his factories... where else is he getting those billions from? Maybe he has a lot of stock and stuff. You know what, let's cash out on him as well. Bye-bye my bakeries. I'm just going to make your stock price go down that bit faster. There we go, and I can refresh my stock since I don't care about the stuff that I've just lost. And the other stuff, there's a few billion in there, mostly in Medibay Heating, and everything in my body says I should sell, because if every other stock crashes, so does Medibay. I can look into that. I can look into Medibay Heating's... where are they at? Medibay Heating's own securities include a lot of... oh man, a lot of it is local stocks. Yeah, a lot of their value comes from their local stocks, doesn't it? What about your firms? Insurance. That's a difficult one. I think we're going to hold on to Medibay Heating. If they collapse, then I'm going to lose many billions. But I don't know. I just don't know. Hold. I will hold to them. At least then I won't lose, right? Can't lose if you don't sell. Okay, what now? I want to set up my population in Sydney. You know, all that money I made in stock means I didn't actually need that money that I got out of the bank, so I will just instantly give it back. The interest rate isn't desirable. I'm going to forcibly move these people and start building up my little empire here. Tennis court, you'll be the first to go. Nobody needs a tennis court around here. Small problem, I haven't set up a place where people can have their stuff moved to, so I'm going to set up this little island area as all-purpose, and that means I can just shove the businesses over here out of my way, and I got to remember to switch that out later on. So, it's a shame I can't just straight up delete these people. How I wish I could. You know that Blurple Busters flag? When it's all small like that, I'm looking at it and actually thinking that it's England's flag. Must be the color combination. Ooh. There you go. Well, flag is probably the wrong word. Coat of arms. If they do collapse, you can take their share of the insurance. Well, I intend on buying out the companies as they collapse. I'm just hoping they collapse enough. Damn it, Jock Dongle set up a little mansion here. God knows when he'll ever sell it to me. Again, I do not know what causes the AIs to sell their mansions. They just never seem to sell it when I want them to, which is all the time. This grade school's going down. The kids are already in school and they just see the big old tractors coming. Tractors? No. What do you call those vehicles with the... Well, the vehicle that you see on the icon here. This. Bulldozer. Bulldozer's the word I'm looking for. Thank you, Lithendrill. See, there we go. God knows why I even stream, I just get chat to finish the sentences for me. Right, too much of a population centre in Sydney, I'm looking forward to wiping it out. Nolan Oil, away you go as well. You're for sale, but I'm not interested in buying people's factories. The only reason I'd be interested in buying the factories is if I could get it way below market rate and then sell the land for more than that's worth. Which can be done with people selling mansions. People seem really keen to get rid of their mansions as soon as possible. Right, I'm doing this out to the side too much. I don't need that much of a side. What I could do to help with the planning is demolish these roads and then build the roads that I need. And those roads come out with a 2 on the side here. And then I need to compare to my setup in Chengdu. It's my favorite one. And then 4, 5, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get out of here, tennis court. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Does teleporting the factory not cost any dollars? It does. It costs quite a lot of dollars, actually. Let's say I want to move this factory, which I do. You can see at the top left, the cost is 1 million to move the building, and then that's weird. The number either cuts off or is a little weird. I can't actually tell if that's a compensation of 6 million or 600,000. We can check though. This comes out of the government's money though, not my money. I am the government, but let's not get caught up in that. So the government currently has 14 billion and 22 million. Now it has 14 billion and 13 million. So yeah, I paid quite a bit in compensation to move that. One thought I have had is that if you want to be incredibly underhanded, you could use the compensation mechanic there to bolster another company's assets really high to bulk up their stock price. It would probably be temporary, and then you could sell, or you could buy into some company really cheaply and then do that to bolster their money and then sell later on. However, if it's your company or your subsidiary, you don't get that compensation. You have to pay to move it yourself, so I couldn't just compensate myself by having the, in quotation marks, government move my buildings for me. Because yes, I did immediately think about doing that, and didn't work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, that mine is going to be in the way for just my residents. 1, 2, 3, 4. Down you come. Oh, well, that's quite nice. So, residential, and civic buildings here. Shops here, shops here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just prep ourselves with that. And I want it to come down further, because this thing is meant to be, as I call it, infinitely scalable. Fortunately, there aren't a lot of businesses in the way, and when I get rid of the roads, they're easy to spot. So grab them and move them. You know, this is somehow a lot more enjoyable to me than building up those Patrician 4 cities. Probably because in Patrician 4 it was just build, 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 build. But here, I get a little bit of a kick knowing that I'm telling other companies that they have to sod off, and on top of that, absorbing all the other people's population. Patrician 4 building was mind-numbing. But you know what? I did it out of love. Love for perfection and love for Patrician 4. A very flawed game, but a game that's very dear to me. I actually don't know when or why I picked up Patrician 4 for the first time. I hadn't played the earlier entries in the series, and I still haven't, because Patrician 3 does not play well. And then I actually watched somebody else play Patrician 3, it was probably Kaladin, and I thought, well, this doesn't look very good. Maybe just because I'm used to enjoying Patrician 4, and it'll be the other way around. If you're used to Patrician 3, Patrician 4 is probably so full of issues that you don't want to touch it. Okay, this should be plenty of space for the people of Sydney to be living in. Yeah, evicting people feels good as well. Heard horror stories from people that have had laws getting in the way of evicting people that they really want gone. Family friend of mine had that issue. Can't be that good of a family friend, I can't remember his name. Or even if it was a he. Or even if the exchange ever happened, but that doesn't change the fact that I think it did. Finish off that road coming out, and let's start with the big build. Well, actually, before I do the big build, perhaps I should buy the land. Yeah, I think I will. Won't be able to do anything if I don't own the land after all. Set it as agricultural, from corner to corner. There we go. And then I just come on in and buy it all up. There will be no green space here. Green space is something I have deemed unprofitable. Now, it might come to pass that I end up struggling on maintaining net immigration because my changes have turned the world into such a hellscape that nobody actually wants to live there. In which case I might be on my knees begging for greenscape. But it will be too late. The greenscape will look down at me and simply laugh. However, I want to believe that I'll be okay until that point. I can make up the nasty quality of living by offering people lots of shopping, lots of unemployment benefits, and what's the other stuff I'm offering them? I don't know, but it's probably good. Oh, look, I think I've seen the trick here. The game isn't updating fast enough whether or not the land is buyable, so you can just quickly flick your buy thing onto it and buy the land around this, which you're not meant to be able to do. Sweet. We're in 2019. It's December 23rd, 2019, and Sydney is about to get a massive load of building. Well, it's going to keep the builders happy. Imagine if you needed building... Oh, that would be so good. You can't actually build things until you get building material supplies, which are good in the game. Oh, that'd be a great addition. Recht. We need to start, as we often do, by selling some land. Well, actually, start by redesignating the land so anything can be done with it. This land is good for whatever ails you, with the sole exception of this mansion. This mansion is designated as agricultural land so that it becomes worth a lot less. Screw you, Jock Dongle. I hate your mansion, and I hate you. Well, I don't hate Jock Dongle. I'm just angry at him because he took up that land. So, what's going here? Well, as usual, I put down a university, and I leave myself space for whatever else ails me. Probably going to be, I don't know, something, a town hall, a something else, and a few other something else's, just to give a huge amount of civic building access here. So civic building, one of these days I'm actually going to use these universities for something, but for now I just put it down because it's a big building and I assume it gives a lot of civic access. You can have a fire station, you can have a town hall or a city hall, and I'll give you a grade school but no high school because that's the only level of education you're allowed. I want a police station. Again, I do not know the difference between any of these for what they affect. I think there's like a safety thing about how people feel about moving into your city. So maybe I'll be going, ooh, crap, I need more police stations down the line. On that note, let's put a police station in. Actually, we can look at that, can't we? Cities have their quality of lives. Education is one of them, actually. Overall satisfaction rating of schools and universities in the city. There's a public faculties page? Where's the public ooh, here's the public faculties. Facilities. Maybe I can just spam civic buildings in a corner somewhere to achieve this. I don't know, but actually, isn't there a rating here now for... Well, there's housing and community facilities. Education, I can build plenty of schools. I'm building plenty of universities, that should help. What is health? Overall satisfaction of hospitals. Oh, I'm going to need hospitals then. Alright, it might come to pass that I'm building up, as I build up my hellscape, there's stuff missing here. But maybe you can just spam these in a corner, or maybe not. But yeah, sports is actually a concern for people. Ah, but you see a weight here. People care more about housing. People care about the environment. Oh, damn. Well, it's gonna have a nasty effect on me, isn't it? Well, too bad. We can sort that as and when the time comes. Environment 0. Funny that, isn't it? Okay, time to start building up. Not as the government, but as ourselves, unless there are other government buildings that I want, and I don't think I do. I've forgotten my design here, so let's go and look at Chengdu. Good, I thought I made a mistake there, but of course I didn't. Alright, let's get to it then. I keep the 3 wide here, and then I build up this line with commercial and living apartments. And yes, I do mind if any of this is off by 1, because it's going to be a painful thing to look at later on. When it comes to city builders, they have to look good. I don't tend to care about the graphics in a game, and I guess I don't even care about the graphics in city builders, but graphics isn't the same as looking good. Style can weigh a heavy amount on that one. But when it comes to my building work here, I don't want there to be really nasty looking areas where I go, ooh, everything's off center here. Could be grim. So the plan here is that this center bit's going to be full of 3x3 shops, and I'm going to need a lot of them because there are, what, like 600 goods to sell? Maybe slightly under that because some of those are like mid products that don't sell at all. And at best I can sell 12 different goods in one store. That's gonna be a lot of demand for... What is this? I already built that apartment. I will need a lot of different shops for all my goods, and then after a while I'm going to want to tile them and then start copying like the ones from the back over to the front. The 3x3 shops off the top of my head are going to be supermarkets, automobile shops, electronic shops and computer shops. Everything else can go into 2x2s that are going to come down the strip here and here. Alright, that's good for the apartments. How was it over in Chengdu? It was also apartments and commercial buildings on that side as well. So this is just going to mirror. Again, I do not know the good ratio of apartments to commercial buildings. I'm not above changing this design if I figure out what that ratio will be. But the nice thing is that it's very easy to change. Since one of them is 2x1 and the other is 2x2, they do fit snugly into each other. That's no big deal. Feel a little sorry for all my existing stores out there. They're going to be suffering. Ooh, wow. Oh, I like the way that fits in. Fits in just right. You do not fit in just right. And you absolutely don't, Jock Dongle. This mine produces low quality salt. Plenty in reserve. I'll leave it be for now. Now we're going to fill these in with the commercial buildings. Part of my goal of doing this is to set up a new CBD, Central Business District. If I pull all the people over here, then the game will recalculate this to be the new Central Business District. As it should. Sucks to be people living next to the mine. That's probably going to pull down their happiness, but people's happiness isn't a big factor. As long as people are still immigrating and paying me rents, it's okay. Maybe just turn Competitor Business Island into a giant park. Sell the goods to the squirrels. I suspect that it looks at the people's... Well, actually, you might be right there. I might just be able to get away with making a massive park in one corner of the map. I'll experiment with that once I've built up all of these, and after we've let things simmer down for a bit. But my priority right now is to destroy my competition. As long as there's competition on the map, I won't ever really be safe, because they can keep expanding. Cerberus is a tricky one. Cerberus keep growing their profits, and if I don't keep growing or destroy them, they're going to become too big for me to deal with. Especially if they start squeezing me out of my own markets. And I've not exploited my markets very well, because I don't like placing down lots of retail stores. I just don't enjoy it, so I don't do it so much. But the AI, on the other hand, loves to put down shops. Oh, it's what they live for. So that's making my life a little harder. That's a lot of places, but there's no sense leaving this glass half full. We're going to fill up the rest of this with apartments. This strip here is for shops, for what it's worth. Lots of 2x2 shops up here and up here. Again, it's a shame that Jock Dongle got in my way. But with all these apartments and commercial buildings and everything here, I should have a very impressive consumer index, customer traffic index rather. And that's going to make, well, these are getting in my way. That's going to make it easy for me to sell my goods, and my competitors are going to have practically nobody to sell to. And since I've created a you may not build land around everything I own, my competitors can't even come and rub up against me here with their shops. And even if they try to, like this cheeky bugger here, I can just evict them from life. Alright, then it all goes. This I think will be a double layer of apartments. But this is going to be time-proof. There should be enough space for multi-millions of people. I forget the capacity of one apartment. I calculated it at one point and then managed to forget. So I suppose it can't be that important, otherwise I'm sure I would have remembered. Fairly burning through my money here. This is why it's very important to have a good strong economy before getting into this. Do I want another layer of apartments here? Did I do it over in Grimbo? I didn't, because it didn't stretch out that far. Yeah, Grimsby would have ended at this, so I'll just keep what I have here. That should be fine. So, it'll take a wee while for people to move into here, and they're not going to be happy due to lack of shops, so I do need to somewhat regrettably start giving them shops. I should also certainly be finding my... well, grabbing some of my banks and that. Well, you still have consumer index. And move some of them over here. I'll just shove a bank over here and a bank over here. I don't know if houses care about access to banks and insurance firms, but I want to. That was a bank, right? Yes, it was. Insurance firm. They're harder to spot because there they are. Don't worry, if you live here, you can buy banking services and insurance. You lucky dog. There we go. Consumer index is 0 because nobody lives here, but they will live here. Oh, they're not going to want to live there unless I bring them over some shops. I really want to sort out my shops better than this, though. Actually, no. These are sorted out as I want them. These are supermarkets with all the goods that I was actually hoping for, wasn't it? I don't think I finished it, though. Let's start with the A's, like the apricot jam. And let's duplicate that firm over to Sydney. And just start working our way down with them. So, A... B... Why is instant drink mix and mint syrup there? Well, let's not worry too much about it. This doesn't have to be precise, I just want to be selling all my stuff here. I should have alternated it like that, shouldn't I? Should have. Otherwise I'm going to have one long strip of supermarkets and then not a long strip of other things. Right. Just bring it all over. Oh, I don't like you alphabetically. C for canned lentils. Yep. Supermarkets. Because there are so many goods added into the real world mod, if you want to sell everything, you need a whole lot of different stores, as you've seen from what we've been doing so far. I suppose I can live with that. There we go. Just trying to bring up the shopping experience for these people. What have I not done? Did I not do you? Should be 7 in total that I'm doing. How many have I done so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's bring over our computer store as well. And our automobile outlet. Heavens knows I make lots of automobiles these days. And I'm not a big fan of department stores. Anything you sell in a department store, I think you can sell in another 2x2 store. I tend to prefer the 2x2s. That's not good enough though. Let's go and have these things over as well. Duplicate the firm and put them over on this side because it's going to affect more people. Get ourselves a bar here. Get ourselves a whatever this is. Jewelry and watch shop. Get ourselves a fruit store. And then Jock Dongle gets in the way as he does. I want a pizzeria too. Damn you, Jock Dongle. Was it the toy store I just moved over? In that case, what's gas, gas, gas? It was not the toy store. Give me that toy store. I'm selling my mechs in my toy stores over in Sydney. Not sure how the Aussies would feel about that. And then finally, my business store is moving on over. They get sloppy Luigi delivery. I guess everybody gets home delivery. Bit of a shame about these poor buggers. They've got very poor shopping access. So I'm thinking I will move... Am I selling all of my supermarket goods here or not? I'm unsure. I suppose I could move my... Yeah. So you got all these shops down here. I'm gonna want more over here at some point, but... I don't want these people to be suffering for their lack of shopping convenience. I need some big stores down here. Why not do something like a New York City and set off space in the center as a massive park? Because that would be very aesthetically pleasing, and we're not here to care about how these people feel about that. Unless you mean in the center of the entire city, like over here, which I could get behind. That would, if it works for environment, that would work out quite well. Yeah, I could consider that. Hell, that might even be a good idea. Thank you, Tiberius. If it affects people's happiness about the environment. If it doesn't, then I don't care. Determined by the pollution level of the city. Oh. Oh. Oh, they're not gonna like that. There's pollution everywhere. But maybe I can, maybe with like the shops and factories going away here, it'll be okay if the pollution is just kind of swept to the side. I don't know if they look at the total or what. That could be a problem. Your shopping convenience is quite low. Your shopping convenience is quite high. I should have put these guys in the center rather than down here. Well, heavens knows I need some shops over here, or else I'll be suffering for it. What could I do? Well, actually, the rent is very attractive, so I could just not care. The shopping experience might be crap, but at least they have some decent rent. Yeah, that'll be good enough for that. Okay, hopefully that'll attract people over here. Later on, we'll destroy that. And I need to do the same for one last city before I can move on. Grimsby's one is a little small and also not correctly built, but I can fix that later on. I need to focus on Toulouse now, I think. Toulouse is the last place I need to build up with that, but where will I start? Oh, I almost forgot. No, it wasn't Vancouver, it was Sydney. I need to redesignate this as do not build land. This land is all A-okay, right? Yeah, it's build anything land, good. Right, Toulouse. I need to set up a place for you like that. And this corner looks quite good. Hell, it looks very good. A few things in the way, but that's a given. Let's just start making them not be in my way. And we will relocate them over to... It'd be easier to move if I just shove them over here. Heavens, those are going to die eventually, and I'm going to be carrying my strip on down here before anything else happens. So let's say that this area here is anything goes. I'll just shove them over. Nice of it to light up with the areas that I can build. Bye-bye school. So this game has some nice quality of life in unexpected areas. I'd be really interested in what their development cycles and their approach to game dev is. I'd say I'd like to just try and visit them if I could, but they're over in Hong Kong, I think. Not really on my list of places I'm planning on going anytime soon. People of Sydney, maybe 10% cancer, just 10%? This is Sydney. A place I've never been to, but I'll have no problem making horrible remarks against. Gotta be equal opportunity. Move it on over, move it on over. Nice being able to do this without having to pan the map so much. Be a different experience altogether if there was zoning, but it would be a less personal experience. You ever do zoning in, say, city skylines and you see industry popping up and you just don't care? Oh, here's my furniture factory, and you're just like, yeah, alright. It doesn't really amount to anything. Maybe it does under the hood, but I don't find that appreciable. Whereas here, although it can make it a bit tedious for managing all these buildings, at least they all do something, and then you can really, really track down each and every little thing that they do. They did something about that in the DLC, of course. Yeah, ooh, Skeleton Warriors. Yeah, Crimmins, you're making some of your revenue through media. It's a naked Scotsman in charge of these skeletal people in there. I don't like it when my enemies make money. They shouldn't be allowed to. Okay, let's get rid of these roads and start up our last building project for quite some time, because my next project is all about destroying my enemies. Okay, so what do we want? We want 1, 2, and then up you come. And then we want 1, 2, 3, 4, and then up you come. Seeing high tech rise up in SimCities 4 was satisfying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1. Again, no love for me for the SimCity series. I even had a SimCity game as a kid. Which one was it? I think it was SimCity 2000. 3, 4, 5, and then you come up. And I just thought, this seems awfully bland. Oh yeah, I also played SimCity for the Super Nintendo. Not a good title, that. But what got me into streaming altogether was watching a speedrun of SimCity and Maniac Mansion done in parallel. That was GDQ 2000 and... I don't know the exact date. But it was done by Mayor K. That was a phenomenally good stream. I've never seen him stream again. Does he still stream? Anyway, it was brilliant. If it weren't for that specific stream, I don't think I'd be into streaming. It was inspirational. Alright, this land now belongs to me. if you haven't seen that stream. Well, actually, streaming is... Or the GDQ marathons and the ESA marathons have been going on for so long that it's hard to really be wowed by any of it now. But that really wowed me back then. Long story short, he played SimCity, and he set everything up. His goal was to become like a megatropolis or megalopolis or something like that. And he set everything up very optimally, so that he could just leave the game running so that population fills up, and as it filled up, he then speedran Maniac Mansion. And whilst I don't care much for SimCity, as I was just saying, I do care greatly about Maniac Mansion. Great game. It was really funny seeing Finboy stumble his way through it during the retro game onslaught. Okay, what are we doing here? Setting up Civic in the center as I do. Get rid of you, and get rid of 3x3, 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 3x3. And build ourselves up another university. I just really hope universities contribute a lot towards those education ratings. And then down comes our police station, our city hall. See, I don't know if this is optimal. Maybe it's more optimal to spread civic buildings out because people only care about having one in range or something. Or maybe the more they're together, the better their effect. I just don't know. This information is not particularly available, much to my chagrin. Let's put a middle school here, put the grade school over in the other one, and put down a police station, keep the yobs in line, and a library. There you go, get some culture in you. Is this a different map? We're in Toulouse right now. Jake, what's your opinion on oatmeal raisin cookies? I love them. People ask. They love them or hate them. Well, I love them. I don't eat them very often, but they're very, very tasty. And given the choice between that and a non-oatmeal cookie, I would probably go for oatmeal. But if it was oatmeal raisin versus something like salted caramel, I'd probably go with salted caramel. I love sweet things. Okay, with that set up, this is the one last time we're going to do our apartment and commercial building spam for quite some time, so if you are really sick of me doing this, lucky you. I, however, don't tend to get sick of these things. I'm very good at doing tedious actions over and over again. Yeah, especially if it's to the sound of Stronghold. I'm doing this on the wrong side. Whoops. Crunch. 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 Glad I stopped at 3 there. Every mistake of putting down an apartment in the wrong area is a $20 million mistake. I don't think this is quite as long as the last one I made, but that's not a problem. Interesting. Okay, well I still want these things to be in line, so I'll just have a double commercial building where I left that 2 size gap. Okay, and these are mirrored on the other side. Or are they? Yeah, I'll just keep it like that. Gotta be flexible, even if you want everything to be shoved into the grid. You know, if the Romans won't take down a single little stone or native hut in Caesar 3, why should I go out of my way to convert that slightly? Caesar 3, I should grab another map. Hell, I've got a wild card tomorrow. Maybe I'll do something a bit more relaxing though. There have been a lot of very, very hard maps. And people keep wanting me to do the next really hardest map that will surely end in flames. That map, Greekonomics, was the second hardest Caesar 3 map I've ever done. The only map harder than that I've ever done is Nibelungen Lead. And that map was ridiculous. And it wasn't fair. Nibelungen Lead is not a fair map. You cannot do it blind. Nobody can do that blind. It took me 3 attempts to get it done. And by the 3rd attempt, I knew just about everything that map would do to me, and I still barely eked out a win. Greekonomics wasn't fair either, but it was a lot less unfair than Nibelungen Lead. Of course, you might say there were maps that I have tried and failed. Surely those are harder. I don't think so. Once you know what's coming, they're not quite so hard. Marek does a lot of maps that are... They're not just hard. They're sadistic. Like even more sadistic than John's maps. And sometimes after playing a game, you just kind of want to relax with it. So I just want to build a nice city here. Good times. No earthquakes tearing down my hippodromes. No gladiator revolts out of nowhere. No 240 size Greek invasions. You know, when I finished Greekonomics, I came back to it to make some aesthetic changes and make it look even better. And when I did, the invasion that was scheduled for after my victory was an invasion of 240 smelly, gyros-covered greasy Greeks. They just wouldn't stop. Now, the previous biggest fight that I'd had and just barely managed to fight back and take them out was 100 to 120, and this was double that. I saw them coming and I just wept. Fortunately, though, I was able to set up a defense made out of gladiators and lion tamers, and they chewed them to bits, as they often do. But they still almost broke through, and they still routed my army. I don't like using that gladiator trick in my streamed play, so I wouldn't have done it there, and I would have lost. So good thing I didn't. So much oil, John. John is monstrous. I think that's why he fits in so well around here. Okay, last thing that I need to do is set up the shops so these people don't feel too alienated by their, well, lack of shops. And now we have, oh, Crivens, which is one? I think it's Sydney we set up quite well with the shops. Shouldn't have done it all in the corner here, though, but it's just easier to scale that way, because then I can just start bringing them down. Oh well, we'll do it anyway. No, because I'm going to change these. I should... right, I've got a better idea. I am actually just going to center them, because these shops aren't even set up the way I want them to be. So let's just accept that. That's the artichokes and stuff. Setting up my shops, and that is something that I'm going to have to come back and do better later on. And if you thought placing all these was tedious, then this will be different. But I don't think I'm going to come back and optimize my shops for my... Don't know if RTX blocks my hiccup there, but there it was. Optimizing my shops... Hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I missed one. I don't even know which one I missed, so let's just move over the computer store. Optimizing my shops is going to be a different beast entirely. But I will do it eventually. I'm going to have to come up with a setup where I have all shops that sell all goods, and then I need to arrange it so that it's tileable. Let's see, I will also relocate some banking and stuff. Let's do a search for my own firm. Oh god, I got 3 banks adjacent to each other. The AI loves to do that. Just keep building things adjacent to each other. Throw one bank over here, locate another bank, and throw you over here. So I still need to actually have my people do banking. Move my insurance over here. And move my other insurance over here. Waiting time for my insurance is outrageous. And that's not enough. I want them on both sides here. This music's making me want to play Stronghold, but I already played through Stronghold. What was it? Stronghold Crusader Extreme? Great experience that, even though I'm not big on my RTS. Jake had money once. You're right. Where'd all my money go? Why do I have $19 million instead of $19 billion? When I said I didn't need that loan, what I meant was, please bank, give me back that loan. Not take $5 billion, please. Impressive how down to the wire we came with our money on this, though. Still, I need to duplicate some firms. The 2x2s here, that is. Get myself a bar over here. Not to Vancouver, but to Toulouse. Hang on, my insurance company didn't move. I see one there, I'm just wondering if there's a better one I could be bringing over. I'm sure the community can make some more custom stronghold. Nah, I don't think. I mean, a stronghold is nice memory, but I played a lot of stronghold. I don't think I want to be coming crawling back, because it does get samey after a while. It's really rather samey, actually. Right, you're coming over to here. Jewelry and watch. Fruit shop. I think I clicked relocate. Duplicate. It's gonna be so funny if this somehow just all fails for me. The pizza place is a weird one. You're setting up a store that can only sell 3 items. I don't know why the mod decided to add a store that only sold 3 items that doesn't have particularly large demand. I'm starting to have second thoughts about the pizzeria, but it is a 2x2, which makes it a lot easier to slot in here. I'm going to check that actually. Can I sell my pizzas anywhere else? Pizza, 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 pizza. Only sold in pizzeria. So if you ever want to get that pizza market, you have to do a pizzeria which only sells that. Even if I wanted to sell something else in my pizzeria, it's all cities, all suppliers, it's just margarita, seafood and veggie. Damn it all. Oh well, that's what we're left with. Let's get that gas over here as well. This might create a surge of demand for my goods, which is a good thing. Get those business shop stuff out there as well, please. Alright, there we go. There we go. Now, every city has one of my utter hellscapes to live in. All the other places should be bad for living in. I'm going to wait until I have a good amount of migration into my apartments, and then I'm going to destroy the remaining commercial and apartment buildings owned by the government, and that should decimate my competition. And since my rent is so low, it should be quite easy to attract people over. Jesus Christ, this looks like hell! You're in Tokyo Alpha, you should be familiar with this. You look out your window, you just look straight into your neighbor's changing area. Oh god, even worse, people at work look over into yours. Well, this would have a certain appeal for a certain kind of person, I'm sure. Alright, after all that work, let's absolutely save. Now I'm hoping for 3 things, I suppose. One is that loads of people move into my commercial and my apartment buildings. Number 2 is that my enemies lose a lot of their market share. And number 3 is that my stores actually end up selling stuff. No Frozen Kaiser, you can't have my gas contract technology. We could turn on this to see the percentage of people living here. Some of it's gone up rather nicely. I'm also curious to see if the CBD has moved. The Central Business District is still considered to be here in Sydney. In Vancouver, it's in my hellscape. In Grimsby, it's in my hellscape. In Chengdu, it's still over there. Oh, it just moved in Chengdu to my hellscape. We are sorry to say you have lost the game. You have failed to achieve the goals that were set for you. We wish you success in your future endeavors. Oh, okay. The reason that's on is because I only set my goal for 30 years instead of 300 years. That was my mistake at the start and I couldn't rectify it. Unfortunately, that means I don't get to track my goals anymore, so if I want to see how I'm doing on dominance, I have to go to corporate details and dominance for myself here. There we go. I'm first in a lot of things, but I need to be first on everything. He lost. In this game, you set your own goals, and if you can only set those up at the very start. I thought you could change them mid-campaign, but you can't. And I accidentally didn't change the time limit on it, so the 30 years ran out and then it said I failed. But that's okay. I'm not going by what the game tells me. I'm going by what I tell me. Okay, the Central Business District has changed in all cities now. Oh god, I didn't change back. Where was it? Toulouse. I did not change their designation here. You may not build anything here. There we go. All the governments have lots of money, probably because I bought all that land off of them. I'm doing fine. In fact, I'm doing very profitable this month, as well I should. And now let's hope that those stock prices go kablamo. Especially the ones I sold. Of course, the only ones that show here are the ones that I currently own. Probably take a little bit of time for it to update with their assets and stuff. No, you may not have my gas contract technology. Go away, Kaiser. If Jake ever tries to get into big business or politics, we have a moral duty to stop him. I don't think I ever could. Don't have the head on my shoulders for that. Right. There we go. They've lost all consumer traffic index, and yet I think they're still selling. But that is a good sign. My bank is out of cash. Didn't I just... Oh, whatever. It's probably out of cash because I borrowed all that cash from it. Seems weird to borrow cash to put it into my own bank. But at least my bank is profitable. Yeah, as freaking should be. Alright. All well and good. Continue to make me the big money. And I want to see my hellscapes do really well. I'm going to have to keep these high rises hidden because they block too much of my view here. Well, good to see that you're barely pushing a profit here, but I want a bit more than barely profit. The best ones I have set up, I suppose, are in Sydney. Well, actually, Sydney isn't good because I put all the market stuff down here, which I really shouldn't have. I should have put them in the center, because that's making these people think that their shopping convenience is god-awful. But at least the consumer traffic index will be going up. And the rate of people living in my apartments is going way up. How do they feel about living in the government apartments? If we can find any. I didn't destroy them all in Sydney, did I? No, they're being blocked right now. Here we go. Occupancy rate. Wow. Government can't be happy about that, except, oh, I am the government. How about Vancouver? I know there's a lot of information to digest here, but this is what I'm looking for, the occupancy rate. Going down, but I'm looking for a bigger down. And I'm looking for mine to be going up. Revenue goes up, but it costs me so much that I'm not making that much money out of it. My god, my bank's just... I took out this money from you, bank. This isn't how it's meant to work. Yeah, well. Let's get this off. It's cluttering the screen too much. So I have, let's see, corporation, government, not my firms, but apartment buildings. There are, wow, there's 129 government-owned apartments in Sydney. No, that's across all cities. Whoops. 57 in Sydney, 72 in Toulouse. It's just those ones that I need to destroy. There are a lot of them in Toulouse. Thankfully, the Vancouver population is held. Grimsby dropped a bit, but that'll be okay. And how's my occupancy rate doing? It's growing, but what's most important is that Toulouse's shrinks. I want to watch this fall, and once it stops falling, that's when I'm going to start destroying them all. You're making 30 billion a year, you probably just need to wait a couple of years. Yeah, I'm very happy to see my profits go up there. I didn't expect them to go up that much, though. Like, why am I suddenly more profitable? Maybe it's because I'm selling my high-value goods to all these people. Got my automotive industry up here. People don't seem to... I got a decent amount of market share on this. I think this is always going to look low because I have huge amounts of it and it's very quick and easy to sell this. I'm going to do a different setup for my supermarkets so that they can sell 12 good instead of 9. That'll make it denser on building supermarkets and hopefully not waste time with high throughput items like that. What about bottled water? That's the highest in-demand good in the entire game. I'm really curious how it's performing. Could my bank please stop asking for my money? They probably just can't cover that massive loan that I took. Wait, my insurance company's out of cash as well. Oh god, my insurance company lost billions. What happened there? Actually, no joke. What just happened to my insurance company? I'm making big wins on everything. Holy smokes, my shares in Credit Agricole just went to the moon. Well, when things go to the moon, I sell. But do I think they're going to go even more to the moon? Doesn't matter, I'm selling, because they'd only go down otherwise. Oh, that's a big win for my insurance company. Alright, let's find someone else that's struggling right now. This is what I like to do with my insurance companies. I don't sit in for the dividends. I make the big money and then I reinvest in whoever's doing terribly. It's not looking so good for the Depfa Bank. Oh, I already own the Depfa Bank. I wish I could have a toggle for unowned. Who's way down on their luck? Nisource is quite down. Do I really think they're going to go up that much, though? Well, let's believe in them. I'm sure they'll do good eventually. That's a lot to be pouring into them, though. 10 billion. Couldn't we just put in like 3 billion? And then my insurance company won't be low on cash, and maybe I could take some of that cash back. Thank you. Love insurance companies. Such good money to be made if you make good, diverse choices on the stock. If you really want to game it, you'd buy it like 0.01 of all stocks and just watch, but I don't like the half measures there. 5% of a company or bust. Just set up a conveyor belt going through all the apartments like a sushi train. Give them access to all of your goods. I mean, that's open to a lot of... I'm trying to imagine real-world application of that. It sounds cool, but you can totally see certain people messing that up for everybody else. Still, though, it'd be amazing. How would they pay for it, though? Many logistical questions to be answered there. Okay, it's starting to flatten out on people leaving these apartments. I think I'll give it one more turn of the month. And then it's time to bulldoze all government apartments. If you live under my roof. Alternatively, you could live under one of my competitors' roofs, but Lanka got rid of all of their unprofitable apartments. I feel so bad for them. How's their stock doing? Oh, nay good. Nay good at all. Oh my god. Well, that can't be good for them. They're struggling to make a profit. They make a wee bit of profit on their commercial buildings. I don't even know how people would still live in their commercial buildings instead of mine. Once everyone lives in your apartments, just weld the doors shut for a captive market. Well, sadly, I make a loss on all of my apartments. It'll take a long time before I turn that into a not loss, but that'll come. Okay, it's May now. Yeah, that is way down, so I'm going to go through all of the government apartments and bulldoze every last one of them. Could somebody type this in chat so that we can take note of if it's going to go down? Toulouse, 945,000. And Sydney, 960,000. I want to see if there's a particularly big impact on the population by destroying all these. Which of these is an apartment? You are. Thank you, Tiberius. I appreciate it. Just noticed it's quite cold today. Right, don't worry, I only need to do this about 100 times, and then all of these government-owned apartments are long gone. I will be, I think, the only person who has apartments. And as soon as I'm the only person, I'm going to jack up all of the prices. And I'm going to hope that doesn't cause emigration, because naturally I want immigration. I want people to come and pay me all their money. And then I can turn all of my apartments into something very profitable. If it causes net emigration, that's going to be a problem, and I'm going to have to drop the prices. But hopefully all the social spending will keep that in check. In fact, I might even tell the government that they have to spend a lot more money on unemployment benefits. I'm not fond of unemployment benefits because that's just money being burnt. It's not doing anything for us. But if it stops net emigration, then it's a worthwhile endeavour. And no, I don't know of any faster way of doing this. The game probably doesn't expect you to be doing this. Can you run a demolition company? No, but you can run a building materials company. Sadly though, building materials aren't roped into the game in any meaningful way, it's just another trade good to be made and sold. Although, hey, they're working on a new expansion for this. The only thing that I can infer from the game files is that it's going to include electricity production and consumption, because every building in the game has an electrical consumption value in the game files, which is currently not hooked into anything, so it doesn't do anything, but that's an exciting prospect. The core of this game is making goods and selling goods to make money. The expansions are built on that with a lot of digital stuff where you can make internet companies, several types of software, run e-commerce, and then there's the banking stuff, because before the banking stuff you just went to bank and took loan. Now you set up your own banking company, or AI set up banking companies, and you buy through those, and the game has all sorts of complex modeling for supply and demand of not just loans, but money itself. I don't have it on, but there is a realistic money supply setting, which means you can't get loans and bonds and stuff unless there's actually an amount of money in circulation. So at the very start of the game, you're a bit buggered if you want to put out bonds, for example, because nobody has money to buy bonds. I didn't have that one on because I don't have enough experience with it to make a call on it. But when I come crawling back to this game eventually, probably will play with that. Just anything to heap on some added challenge. The start of this run was quite challenging, but as soon as we got the ball rolling, especially when our leather market was really up and running, we were able to... It took a bit of work, but we were able to stay ahead of the competition. I doubt my stores here are really doing anything now. Who are you even selling to? Nobody lives here. Oh, well, I suppose they did until I tore all of them down, didn't I? No change in the population yet, but I think that updates at the turn of the month. The only other thing is I want to make sure that all the commercial buildings owned by the government are gone as well. Sadly, the AIs have commercial buildings as well, so they are going to remain a competitor for me on that front. But I don't think the AI holds many of them. So this is what I meant when I was talking about the destruction of... destroy the city before I rebuild it. If I even said that, I certainly thought about it. Okay, let's let time pass and let's see how the population looks. If it even is going to change, they might just immediately move into my lovely apartments. Some people have hinted to me that there's going to be construction time in the new expansion. I'd be excited to see that, because currently putting things down immediately lacks a bit of impact. Where in the world am I making all this money from? I should be making a loss on all my apartments. Okay. Hey, well, Toulouse's population I think went up there. I guess that's just the regular immigration. Oh well. Okay, now then, what I can do is I want to know about every apartment, and I want to check every city. There are only 5 apartments that I don't own. That means I control the entire market, and that means... Sorry everybody, rent has just gone up fourfold. Then I'm going to look for commercial buildings. There are 458 in the world. I own 391 of them. Rent will go up, but... Yeah, actually rent will go mega up. You must pay rent. And we have to hope this doesn't cause net emigration. So, could we actually take note of these populations? Yeah, Archibald Vile, take all my money. It can easily be done. They're all, it's like 966, 998, 948. I want to note that it keeps on going up. Might not need a note on that one though. We do have graphs for that. Yeah, good that that didn't cause emigration. People just flooded into my new apartments as they should. I need city graphs here. I need emigrants versus immigrants. Holy moly, emigration just spiked, but I think that was just people getting out as I destroyed things. Yeah, I caused a lot of emigration in Grimsby. This is going to throw off my graphs a bit. I like that immigrants thing, though. Okay. Well, as long as... It's a shame these aren't standardized against each other. It makes them a lot easier to read. But as long as immigration beats emigration, we're okay. I also need to make sure that immigration is uncapped. It can't be uncapped, but you can at least raise it to as high as it can go. And I need to make sure that everywhere is desirable. People are emigrating due to the cost of my housing and my horrible environment, and people care a lot about housing. Fortunately, I have jobs and education and lots of other things that people do like, so I don't think it's going to cause net emigration. Apparently the safety standards are going down. Overall quality of life has dropped dramatically. Well, that's okay, as long as they pay me. Increase how many loans you can give the low credit rating. No, they can pay their rent on time. I have a feeling that would form some kind of sphere. A bubble, maybe. Alright, my banks stop yelling at me for money. How about my insurance? Looking good is how it is. Okay, we broke the 30 billion mark, which is pretty swell. And I want to see how my enemies are doing in terms of stock price. Why are they all still going up? They should definitely be going down. I should have... Oh, this is global stock. Why are they still going up? Go down, damn it! Lanka is crashing and burning. Fortress is crashing and burning. But these other ones... now there we go. Three Mountains is dying. Ming is dying. I think it's people that had everything put into production and selling. Those are the ones that are dying horribly. But some are keeping it together. Disturbingly so. Skelly Syndicate bounced back immediately from me selling their stock, and indeed it's going up and up. But I think that's because people bought the public shareholder stock back. Wow, BMW is actually going back up. Damn it, I was expecting a big crash. I'm not getting the big crash. Maybe I need to wait a little longer? It's hard to say. What I could certainly do to make life more miserable for my competition is hike up taxes. I would be hurt by that, but so would my enemies. And as the man in charge, actually as all of the... Yeah, they're all men. Well, sometimes I wonder. I could hike up corporate taxes everywhere. Like I said, that would really hurt me. But I like the idea of screwing over my competition everywhere. I could also do taxes on expenditure. So that'll reduce the amount of spending, but that will also hurt me. I might want individual tax rate down to encourage better quality of life. I don't know if tax actually affects this. Jobs and income, unemployment, and individual income tax rate. But jobs and income are pretty good everywhere. I worry a bit about the safety of places that I have built up now. But people hate the quality of housing. Overall ratings of existing apartments. Oh wow. Oh yeah, the rent attractiveness went way down, so the overall rating is way down. Maybe, just maybe, I can't get away with that sort of charging. But look at how profitable it's become. I really want to charge people every penny they have. Are they buying what there is to buy? Because they will always buy? I don't know that question, Cornac. I do not understand. Alright, keep an eye on immigration. Immigration's important. Very important one. I don't like that. Maybe I should have middling taxes everywhere, like 10, 20. Keep it down the center. There's no good reason to jack them up, although I'm certainly going to jack up the corporate tax rate, except for Vancouver. Actually, Vancouver and Sydney should maybe have low corporate tax, because that's where I have my... Nah. I can weather the storm. Let my competitors struggle with that. Unemployment benefits is quality of life stuff. Social security. I am actually, since I'm getting all those taxes, I will improve social security everywhere. So we will actually pay everybody 40% of the average wage if they're unemployed. Of course, as we know, everyone that's unemployed is unemployed by choice around here. I offer lots of jobs in my factories if you can handle the smog. And if you can't handle the smog, at least you'll die before I need to worry about throwing you in hospital, because I don't have a lot of hospitals. So run these like I run my Caesar 3 cities. I'm almost making a profit on apartments, and... well, the immigrants are going up. Hopefully the immigrants go up as well. It's a shame that it's showing past 30 years. There's some better ways to be viewing these, I think. Paying people not to work has always struck me as a weird thing. Even paid holidays. I mean, they're great. They're really great, but it still strikes me as weird. Okay. I hope I'm not this is like the night of changes for the company, but I really hope that my banking and my insurance don't hurt too badly for it. Oh god, I've lost a lot of the banking market. NCP is making great gains. Still got about 60% of that. Medibay Heat is still in my way though. I wonder if I just need more banks inside my hellscape. Nobody else can build banks here, so why don't I just come in and take them all? Look at that, the customer waiting time is way high on my banks. That's going to make people want to go elsewhere. So couldn't I... no, don't sell this plot of land. Couldn't I, say, duplicate these? Oh, I can't duplicate banks. I just have to build more banks. But I built banks there, 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 and there. They're still going to be busy though, aren't they? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. I've lost count. 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's just put a few banks over here. Try and just maintain some control over the market. And maybe even do the same with insurance fronts. There's one thing you want to buy out here in Toulouse. It's my loans and my insurance. That's just Toulouse though. I don't think that's a long-lasting solution because I want a lot more shops around here. Just not happy losing market share on that. But I'm really not happy with the stock price of my competitors not dying. I really... wait, that's my stock price. That should be doing well. Lanka's dying because they were all about real estate. Ah, right, I need to look at the stuff I own here. Oh yeah, Ming is going down. Whoa, that's important. The Hanseatic League just went IPO. Thanks for letting me know, game. I think I'll sell out on Ming. They're about to crash and burn. They'll probably stay crashing and burning. Bye bye Ming. Lou's lobby is holding on, but they do nothing but stock. Actually, they don't do anything at all. Cerberus is the one I want to go to. Okay, good. Cerberus is going down. Excellent. I really need Cerberus to go down. They hold way too much market cap. Medibay Heating took a bit of a slump, but otherwise okay. But Medibay Heating have a lot of other people's shares. I think they even had a good chunk of Cerberus. Wait, they have none of Cerberus. Who do you have then? Corporate details, Medibay Heating... owned securities. Well, about 6 billion of local stock. Ming goes down. If Greater Denmark goes down, that's all good. About 1 billion of global stocks and about 1 billion of bonds. Okay. DE. Again, I just want everyone to fall. Actually, Norwegian falling. I should have sold off my stocks in Norwegian before the fall. Hopefully BMW has another surge, probably from selling selling tech, and then I'll sell my stocks in them again. Okay, so here's an interesting one, the Hansa. What do we do about the Hansa? They only went public with 20% of their shares. Their share value is at 100. What do we think about the perfect Hansa? Well, they're just the Hansa, not the perfect Hansa. They've got a net worth of 3 billion. Their profits go up and down, but generally stay up. Their firms include factories for God knows what. What do you even produce? Products. They make Archi projects. I don't know what an Archi project is. Oh, the Hanseatic do services. Is that your specialty? You don't have any specialty. I guess that's just what you're into. Huh. If they're selling services, that's one thing that I'm not into. Do they have tech and services? Tech, product, anything over 30? Yeah. Cameras. I meant to get on cameras myself at some point and I forgot all about it. Treadmills, veterinary drugs. Well, I'll never find their stock cheaper than this, I suspect. I might as well just go and buy them up while the going is good. So, gimme, gimme, gimme. It's a little tempting to buy Shadow's stock as well. Oh, he wants a lot per share. Well, forget that. I'm not giving you that much. But a cheeky 20% of the Hansa could go well for me. IPO. It's good that the game tells you about the IPO so you can jump on it. Jake, your captive residents are still mobile enough to walk to the banks of the competitors. Time to fatten them up so they stay up in their utopia districts. Oh, I'd love nothing more than to be selling them lots of goods, but I don't want to set down loads of stores here, only to change them later on, and I will definitely be changing them later on. Yeah, most of my factories run a loss as well. It's funny just how much of a loss my entire company runs. Makes me wonder where my money's actually coming from. Bank net assets and my land and natural resources are showing me a lot of the profit there. Well, that makes sense actually. The land that I have here has gone up by 1,000% because it's where everyone lives. So this is the only land worth anything. Interestingly enough, is this land now worth more? Well, I can't buy this plot because nothing's allowed to be on it, but if I were to buy it, it doesn't show me the value of it. Well, as that money comes flooding in, let's make sure that my loan is repaid, and that I'm in a good position to take care of my own bonds. In about half a year, I'll be paying off several billion in bonds, and I'll be debt-free. And then I will need to really put some thought into destroying my competition. I want them all gone. I want to absorb software, I want to absorb tech and telecommunications, banking and insurance, but their stores I want demolished. Their goods gone, their factories gone. It's all just going to get in my way here. And then that should be a very quick way to destroy all of this, and then I will be able to just pave the way with my goods, my everything. Ooh! We've just developed the Y-Box 1. That's a new video games console to be selling inside our toy stores. Because currently we're selling the Y-Box 360, but that is so old. Oh my god, I charge people $1,767 for a Y-Box 360. And we're about to come out with a new product that will sell for more. Well, it comes out of this market. This is where we're making them. There we go, there's the Y-Box 1. Ooh, we've also come up with Bailey's. Real World mod is so good. I mean, I initially thought I'd be turned off of it because more is just too much. But no, more is just enough. Bonjour, André Pinet. I love that you always try to squeeze the last drop from a game, says Marcy. It just feels good that way. Why would I do anything else, right? Here is a quantity of enjoyment. I will take all of the enjoyment and then move on to the next source of enjoyment. I don't see any point in just having, a small wedge of that enjoyment. Now granted, if I didn't get my jollies from doing this sort of thing, then this wouldn't be how I operate, but I do. I haven't checked in on my internet companies for a wee while. Marketing is such a scam. But I can't believe I make so much money off of it. Are there people using me for their marketing still? Yes. They don't like to go for Ask Layton, but they love to use ScrubTube and Caesar's Forum, and even Passepartout's Gallery. Podracer seems to be, well, not struggling, but I just don't make a lot of money from selling my Podracers online. Slick Luigi's e-commerce is disgusting, though. I sell 33 million products every month through e-commerce. That is disgusting. And I can't believe it, but it does include things like my sesame seeds, my seafood. Oh my god. I retch at the thought of buying seafood online. What are the things that don't sell? Nobody wants my public water contracts. Although I don't know if that's the contract or just the public water itself. Now those other contracts, nobody wants to buy these online for whatever reason. I mean, I do sell them on e-commerce, but nobody wants to buy. Who doesn't love weeks-old seafood? Ugh, making me sick here. You know what else is making me sick? Sick gains on the apartments. Making all that profit. People hate it, the rent is so unattractive. These are horrible hellscapes for people, but they have to live there and pay me. Oh god, I love it. Right, as long as we're not causing net emigration, this is good. We just need to make sure that we're not causing net emigration. It's a very important thing. Well, immigration seems to have ground to a halt, so that's bad. What can I do to make things better? My social security stuff has helped a lot, but maybe my housing stuff is just so bad. I don't want people to not be moving in. It's actually important that I have immigration. So, with a heavy heart, I am actually going to reduce the cost of rent to a much more subtle 150%. And we'll see if that helps things. It looks really horrible, says Alpha. They all moved there when the rent was cheap. Then literally every other apartment got flattened and now rent went sky high. It's quite horrible for them. What a shame. Rent attractiveness is still quite low there, but I wonder if that won't take into effect until... Like, if I set the rent price down to 50% immediately, I don't think rent attractiveness is going to quickly change, because all the people on the old contracts are still going to hate their rent. So let's see if that has an immediate change. Oh, it does! Oh, okay. The change is immediate. Okay then, let's keep rent attractiveness at like something profitable but not driving emigration. Oh right, I don't care about how much they pay for, I don't care about how they feel about their commercial buildings. Those I'm going to charge an arm and a leg for. Okay, aside from Sydney, it's no longer pushing emigration. So hopefully, we'll start seeing ooh, don't like what I see here. Not sure these numbers are updating quite as well as I want them to. Looking at it for past 30 years is... No, 30 years isn't useful to me. I was hoping for just a few years so this stuff would clear away. Immigration needs to beat emigration. What else can I do to make people happier? Yeah, people of Sydney still don't like the costs there. You know, does that include commercial? Housing supply, overall ratings of existing apartments. I don't think commercial costs affect this at all, so I'm going to keep those sky high. I guess I could make do with just 100% set. 100% should still remain quite attractive and give these people enough quality of life to stop them emigrating. Look at that, just by doing that, the net quality of life got a lot better. Alright, I suppose I can let go of my juicy profits on apartments and just make regular profits on the apartments. With a very, very heavy heart. It's a numbers thing though, I need the people in. However, once I completely fill a city full of people, then it doesn't really matter if the emigration and immigration cancel out because they're stuck in my city already. And I might find other ways to make them happier. Might be difficult to get the education and health up, but social security isn't too hard to deal with. How's the... Oh my goodness, all the governments are making loads of money. And since unemployment is so low, I might be able to drive more immigration if we further increase... Holy moly, I can pay unemployed bums the same amount as the people that are employed. Well, I'm not looking to run my own mini Finland here. Actually, this would be a bigger Finland, wouldn't it? What's the current population of Finland? 5 million? 3 million? I'll go with 5 million. Seems about on par with Scotland. Well, that seemed quite a boon for quality of life. If you could introduce a little Finland into Australia, I'd be very grateful, says Ionshix. Want it to cool down, or do you just want people that aren't massive weenies? Okay, it hurts me how much that chunked into my profits, but as I say, anytime that I'm making more than $12 billion, I should be quite happy. And I think I've paid off my bonds. Good, 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 good. Now I need to make up the money and destroy my enemies. That is the big underlying point of this stream, is to crush my foes. I feel like they've deleted a lot of things around here. Maybe they weren't there to begin with, but the town sure feels emptier, doesn't it? Certainly seems emptier to me. Even with my massive unemployment benefits, all of the cities are quite profitable, except, strangely enough, Chengdu doesn't make much money. They don't make over $1 billion. Couldn't tell you why. What's Chengdu's problem? Actually, do the cities have any... Oh, Chengdu put out a big old bond. At a really rather large yield as well. Medibay Heating bought up a lot of it. I've seen bigger bonds. Most of it's US Treasury stuff, though. Man, I would love to have these mega billions, but if all the cities have mega billions, that's good. Means if things go in downturn, they can go for a downturn for a long time without me needing to worry. Hick! Good to see this land worth so much money. Arcvile, yeah. I mean, it's quids in for our company. If you want a raise, now's the time to come asking for it. Beatrice must be kicking herself that she doesn't work with me anymore. Let's do public relations. There we go. I don't actually know what this does, but I'll turn it on anyway. Public relations effort per city. I don't think this is explained anywhere what it does. Investor relations. I don't actually want my stock performance to be better. I want my stock back. I hate the fact that people own my stock. And now, oh my god, buying it just got 3 times more expensive as it was before. How can I deal with this? Could I buy my own corporation stock with my own money? Is that even possible? Okay, there's my idea. I will try and buy it out that way. I will pay myself a subtle annual salary. And I will see about taking that money and buying my own stock with it for myself. Because what I can do is I can issue new stock and then buy it with my personal funds. That way I don't need to pay other people. That'll dilute their shares. It's a good idea. It's a brilliant idea even, so that's what I'll do. Did you say hick as you hicked? Oh, when I hiccup I always go hick. And I think some people think I'm taking the mick with it, but it's a reaction. It's what I do. Frozen paella. Need prawns for that, don't you? Frozen fish, rice, and plastic. Okay, right. I'm just looking for my money to be piling up. Sadly, though, I'm not making quite the big mega... Oh, right, I'm paying my massive salary, which is cutting into our profits. Makes sense, that. Come on, those other people need to go into downturn. Lanka is, but I really want Cerberus to be dying, but Cerberus isn't dying. Cannot kill what won't die. That 48 billion market cap is going to make them very difficult to buy out. But I do need to start buying out companies. And one of the more annoying things is I can't go in Cerberus through the back door because they don't have a lot of their stock owned by other companies. A lot of it is owned by Rhombic. I forget if they're a venture capitalist or the owner. Are they the owner of Cerberus? No, Cerberus is owned by Areste, who's really, really high on drugs. Okay, wait, reverse umbrellas? Is that a thing? Well, DE has made them, whether they're a thing or not. Yum, frozen plastic sure does sound like the Spanish cuisine I remember. You're a well-traveled man now, Alpha. You can have these sorts of opinions, and they're true. Okay. I can't deny I'm a little worried about my decreasing market share on the banks. NCP is moving in for the kill. I wonder if that means I could come over and just take over NCP. Of course, that just means new bankers can come in. However, with the land no longer allowed to be built on, new competitors can't really do anything. I mean, unless they want to build farms on the farming land. So it's not the worst idea to start thinking about buying out those firms. If I work from the bottom to the top, then I get the... Whoa, Briccoloni! What are you on? What are you doing? What can Briccoloni do? Briccoloni is into banking, and their profit doesn't look good, and yet their stock price is doing well. How are they not doing well? Depression, expansion, recession, recession, depression. This is good. Horrible. Whoa, where'd all my money go? Where'd all my income go? I suppose my firms are now catching up with me for what I've done with consolidating everything here. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. If my income goes way down, surely everybody else's will as well. I probably have a lot of firms that are no longer able to really sell to anybody here. Yeah, look at all these unprofitable firms. I could shut them down, or I could move them over to where I have my stuff. So let's go and search only for my firms. Yeah, look at that. There's no traffic index here whatsoever. All the traffic index is here, and I'm not using it. And I should probably be using it. So what I could do is start moving all my banks over. I could demolish them, but they've all got really good skill levels on them, so I'd rather maintain that by moving my banks over. Maybe this will help me get back the market share of banks that I've been losing out by these guys being where they are. Of course, lumping all the banks together also seems like a pretty bad idea, doesn't it? Let's get rid of you and see if I can't just nab this stuff for myself. Is this land for sale? Of course it is. It'll be a temporary move, but most moves are. That's about the only place one can still build on. Alright, let's start the consolidation of my firms then. Consolidation, just a fancy way of saying I'm moving them to somewhere where people actually exist. I got a lot of banks. I really feel like I have too many banks. And I moved you to the wrong place, so I need to relocate you. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, customer waiting time is nice and low there. Okay, well that'll be why everybody's coming to these banks. That's greatly amusing to me. But that's also great. The idea that people have to travel so far to go for their banking and that puts tears in my eyes. I'll solve that for them. Then I got a computer store like you, which for some reason is still selling. And yet the profit is way down. How can the profit be way down when the sales are so high? Ah, because the cost of my toner is ridiculously high. But that's good. That means that this is still profitable. Where's my toner factory? Eyes out for the toner. I really can't see it. Where's my toner? Back that up a bit. Oh, here it is. Ah, I still have these clients. If I lower the price of my toner, they're going to buy it on the cheap. Anyway, that's not important. I will eventually disperse of all my clients, and it doesn't matter what that stuff is set at. I still need to move my firms away, though. Look at that, still somewhat profitable. Is this where I was also meant to put shops? Yeah, it is. So over you go. Well, not shops, but firms. Gotta remember, if these people need their banking, I need to set up banks and stuff for them. Alright, surely that's enough relocation of firms. Maybe another bank and insurance company down here. Land not available. Okay. Over you go, and over you go. No waiting time because no customers. Let's do the same over in Grimsby, because I don't think Grimsby... Yeah, Grimsby's got barely any access to this. The queues are out the door. Grimsby is actually not well set up. I thought it was, and now I realise it wasn't. There's going to be a lot that I need to rejig on Grimsby. It's going to be a little painful, because I'm going to be tearing down a lot of these apartments. People live in those apartments, so they're not going to be best pleased with me. The longer I leave that, the worse it's going to be. So I should really make Grimsby more streamlined soon enough. It's kind of a shame that the CapLab stream doesn't show Jake's reset. I don't know what you mean by that, Alpha, but you probably don't mean a good thing. Yeah, Criven's waiting lists are criminal. I guess I do need more banks over here. Don't want to lose that market share. Though I'm still making loads of billions of dollars though. Look at that, 18 billion. And here I was thinking that thing had sunk right down. I mean, eventually I'm going to be purging all of this, including my own firms. But the other companies need to go. Before I do my own big purge, I need to make sure that every other company in the game is dead. DED. Can't believe these shops still sell though. There's no customers here. How are they selling anything? Right, there you go for now. Chengdu. This is just me trying to make sure that I'm keeping my market share of banking and insurance. This one bank here has people going out the door. So let's just do a bit of relocation. Again, I don't know the ratios of banks and insurance companies to people, but it's so dense with people living here that it stands to reason that I need a lot of them. It's harder to track the demand for these goods as well compared to shops. Would you consider a bank a shop? I'd probably consider an insurance firm a shop, but a bank is a tricky one. Not often you come out of a bank, come out of a shop having the shop pay to you. Alright, Toulouse. I already set up Toulouse with these. And they don't have long waiting lists. Do they? Nope. And Sydney's got barely any and they are out the freaking door. So bring them all over. Good job, Dale. Dale is such a busy man. Dale Gribble runs so much of my everything, it's unreal. Like I said, this is a very temporary measure, and I know there's nothing more permanent than a temporary measure, but for reals, these banks will be dispersed later on. It's all just about crushing all of my competition, and this is a temporary measure to that end. I can't wait to just clean everything. Then it doesn't matter if my income drops, because it's all relative. If I just make $100, that's better than making $1 billion if nobody else around me is making any money. And that's what I intend to happen. There will actually be some companies that will remain able to function despite my dominance. Those are specifically companies that act outside of anything physical here. So not even research will work there, but anybody working in stock will still be able to operate and perhaps even be profitable. So what do I do in that case? I subjugate them. I will keep them around as a company and just make them my pet. Wow, there are not a lot of insurance firms here, are there? I suppose I never told Dale he could build up more of them in Sydney, so I actually have to go banking and finance, insurance front, and just slam one down here. I'll slam one here and here as well, because why not? And was there another city to deal with? No, because we already dealt with Vancouver. Let's see if that can repair our faltering market on banks and financing. Because right now, yeah, I fell below 60 for the first time on insurance, and I don't like that. And yeah, my banking has been in free fall. I never imagined Needy Cat Productions would actually take off as a bank. But 20% is a hefty amount of the share. Where are the Needy Cats? It's in recession time, so their profit is way down. Their stock should hopefully fall accordingly. Don't like what's happening to my profits, but at least I didn't make a loss at any point there. Good, good. I want to see losses for more and more people. Cerberus profits going down. Stock price should hopefully catch up at some point. Just buy out all the stock. That's the plan, username. The plan is to buy out all the stock for all the companies. Nobody will be able to do anything without being under my watchful eye. However, there are some companies that I won't want to exist. I don't want to have a massive list of subsidiaries. So what I will do is I will let there be companies that I don't own, but they're not allowed to do anything. They won't be able to build anything. They'll just exist and not make profit unless they for some reason get into stock, and I don't intend on letting them. Yeah, I just don't like having a long list of subsidiaries, but maybe towards the end of the game that won't matter. It's just whenever you try to build something, you get your subsidiary list here, and it can be a bit of a pain in the butt. But we'll see. We shall see. Right, now it's kind of a waiting game. I'm busy making loads of money, and speaking of loads of money, let's see if we can help this. On the local stock exchange for my own company, I own 94.66%. If someone can type that in chat, I would be much obliged. 94.66%. Now I can issue new shares to the public at as big a discount as I can. Wow, that's not a lot of share dilution. That's kind of a shame, but what you gonna do? I'm going to issue all these shares, and I'm going to immediately buy them up using my own money, and hopefully the game tells me that I can do that. There we go, and now I own 94.67% of the company. That didn't do anything. Damn it, I think I still bought it with company money? Or it got destroyed or something? Huh, okay. That did not work how I wanted it to work. Damn, well, I guess one way or another I'm just going to have to buy out these stocks, and they're going to be so expensive. And they're only getting more expensive as time goes on. Another way I need to look at it is I don't need to buy these stocks. There's nothing forcing me to buy these stocks. So let's just live with it. Damn, I thought I would buy that as an individual, but I suppose as an individual I do own them. I own all this company. Me, not my company. Oh, well. This stuff still confuses me at times. Looks like most of my things are making a loss except Medibay, which still looks good. What about in the global stock market? Right, Union Bank and DEPFA have done very well. Union Bank have spiked up. I think they can do better though. How about DEPFA? They're on their way up, but I think they can do better. I'm still going to hold on these. The Perfect Market still has a lot of money to invest though, so I'm going to find another loser company and invest in them. Who looks like they're being a bloody loser right now. Doesn't look very good for Alcatel. I'm going to find a bigger loser than that. Back the losing horse. Well, Da Sing is going way down, but I think they can go down quite a lot more. Eurotunnel. Eurotunnel looks bad, and I bet Eurotunnel will someday look good. So let's buy 2% of Eurotunnel. There we go. Feel like a big man now. Bit of a shame that didn't work for my own profits. Okay. BMW is looking good. Oh no, it temporarily looked good and it looked very bad. Briccoloni. Why is Briccoloni not showing up on this list? Anyway, I own 20% of Briccoloni, and that's gone relatively to the moon. You love to see it, but I should keep Briccoloni on my side here. I was really hoping for a massive crash in... Oh my god, Medibay is doing so well. Why? Stop spiking, Medibay. I need to buy you out. How are they doing it? They must have made some killer deals on stock. Ugh, this is kind of painful to look at. Maybe I should just start going through and buying up all the stock that I can. Especially everybody that's not doing very well. I guess that includes BMW. Because if I can just eliminate my competition, then that'll work out well for me. Especially if they have anything going public. Don't think anybody does. Ooh, what was that? 3 mountains have crashed and burned, and it's all in the public. Tell us more about the 3 mountains. Can new AI, new AI companies will form to replace the destroyed ones. However, because of what I've done to the world, I have denied anybody the ability to build new anything. Except for farms. They can build farms, because farms are... If I designate land as being agricultural, it's worth a lot less. And that's just a way that I'm trying to reduce the value of my enemy company's assets. Especially Lanka's. But yeah, if a new, let's say a new bank forms, they can't even set up a banking headquarters. There's nowhere they can put it. At least I don't think there is. I guess we'll soon find out about that. Okay, what I need to do now is just buy out the competition. I guess there's no way around it. And I do need to buy them out to destroy it, unless they go bankrupt. It's possible that someone would go bankrupt and then buying them out would be a mistake. For example, 3 Mountains is just making a constant loss. They're losing 43 million. They are 7 million in debt, and they... Oh my days. You own no stocks, no bonds, no local stocks. Are you in debt? How would I check and see if you're in debt? I could check and see if you have some bonds out there. Bond market. No, it's just Chengdu with bonds out there. Is 3 Mountains going to go bankrupt? No, you can't have my gas contracts. With that, you know, I'd expect them to go bankrupt in just a few months. I'll be offered to buy them out, but I just want them to go bankrupt and get destroyed. What is dystopian heck of a world, Jake, owning every aspect of your life? That'd be very efficient. I love how the Lose Lobby does nothing. JC Denton just keeping a straight face on his stock. He's not even buying stock, that's the weirdest thing. Well, 3 Mountains, you're continuing to hemorrhage that money. That's what I like to see. Not that my profits are looking that great. PE ratio looks to be very low for Lanka. Maybe I should consider buying out Lanka just to destroy them. And that's the point, right? It's about destroying companies at this point. Briccoloni's got some going public. Wait, I thought Briccoloni took off. Well, my stock in Briccoloni certainly was taking off, right? I don't have anything. I could have sworn I had stock in Briccoloni. Yeah, I thought for sure I did, but... Oh no, it's the Hansa. The Hansa, I was looking at the wrong thing. But apparently my value of the Hansa isn't so good. Oh yeah, they went live at 100. And then I guess they crashed and... No, this is how it is. For some reason Lifetime shows something back there. Let's stick to 30 years then. Okay, so they're not doing so hot. Gotta buy those dips, I suppose. I mean, buying out Elephant LL wouldn't be too hard. You just go to Shadow and start buying up some stock. Yeah, I mean, I need to do it, right? Might as well get around to it now. Give me all that stock. I'll start buying until it's silly money. I prefer to buy from individuals rather than companies, because when you take over a company, you take over their stocks as well, so... I'll just make Shadow a rich man. I'll take 40% of your company. How about Norwegian? Norwegian's going way down, so Pepsi Man, please give me those shares. People going down is good news for me. Rhombic. Yep. Shitatsu Show. Yeah, Shitatsu Show is the company, so he doesn't want to sell. Datadyne. Skellison. I'll take Skellies. The Zunis Church owns a surprisingly large amount of you, but that means that with this price going down, the Zunis Church's price should be down as well. So I should look into grabbing anything I can from Zunis. They're in a bit of a dip. Not a big enough dip, but I think Rhombic will sell me those shares. I mean, I have the money. I might as well... Oh god, no, I'm looking at the wrong person's money. There we go. I was looking at the government's money. Okay, but my money is still okay. It's not a big problem. Give me those stocks. Anybody else that's going down? I think I sold out on Workers Guild at some point earlier, hopefully at a peak. Guandu and L&L have a decent amount of this. Guandu's an expensive chap to buy though. I think I already bought Norwegian. Blurple Busters are on their way down. I'll go and grab what I can here. Scrap and get Oppo out of the market. Jangbo. I thought Jangbo owned this, but I guess Mistress Dark does. Even if I make some losses here, the point is to eliminate the competition. If I have those shares, I'm not going to stop having those shares. I don't want to buy into Three Mountains though. I think for sure they're about to go bankrupt. Ming, on the other hand, don't know. Dance Macabre, I should buy a bit of a dip there, although it's still very expensive to buy. Gotta get in on it somewhere. Fortress Limit is in free fall as well. Let's grab it as it goes down. Glad to see my master plan is coming to fruition here. Mm-hmm. 20% of you is now mine. I should probably take a bit more than that. When the stock is that cheap, why not just keep grabbing up what I can? Cheap stock can be a little bit misleading though, because if it's cheap stock but there are loads of shares, you'll still need to buy a lot of those shares to get your percentage up. Poor Lanka. Is Lanka going to go bankrupt, or should I buy them out? Lanka will probably be bankrupt in a few years. Hard to say though. I do like that free fall, but I think it can go. I think it can fall even further. Needy Cat Productions are doing too well, and I'm doing quite well as well, as I should. Are you going to stop paying yourself 5 billion wage? I guess it's not really doing anything for me, so yeah, I'll pay myself a much more reasonable $500 million, because it's cutting into the profits of the company. Oh yeah, I don't know if I've built anything that needs training, but let's make sure that everybody is well trained. Good. Still not very profitable in my apartments. Old people with old contracts pay the old rate of very little. But at least it's desirable enough for people to hopefully want to move in now. Quality of life is no longer causing emigration from housing facilities, but the environment is so bad. Here's a thought. One thing you can do as the mayor is plant trees. So maybe if I plant enough trees, the environment rating will improve for Vancouver. I don't think people care about the trees that much. Just a hunch. They care about that pollution. Water discovered near Sydney. I might need to care about that at some point. Yeah, Vancouver's just so busy here. I can't wait to just watch all these companies explode. Oh! Caramel Dance Macabre has merged with Norwegian Wood, so that took Norwegian Wood out of the picture. I wonder if that's going to look good for the Dance Macabre's portfolio. Would have given them some other stocks. Looking like a bit of a bounce up there. But, who was that other company? Who did they just acquire? Norwegian Wood. I'm not sure really what Norwegian Wood was all that much. Right, I'm also interested in private corporations that I could be buying up. If I wanted to get Joja Mart, for example, it would cost 10 billion. But with private companies, I should look at what they own. For example, although you cost 10 billion, I would immediately be getting myself 6.2 billion worth of shares, including my own shares, which I do want back. And I wouldn't have to pay that much over the odds for it. On top of that, you probably have some nice tech, don't you? You got e-commerce tech. Well, actually, none of your tech is that great. You have the best hotel booking stuff around, though. I could certainly eliminate Joja from the competition. It would cost a fat stack. I'll see what my other options are for acquiring private corporations. Evil Conscience. They have a massive net worth. But look at that. It's mostly in stock in a lot of different companies, including a big chunk of Cerberus. On top of that, they got 1 billion of global stocks. Acquiring Evil Consciousness is a tempting proposition, but they got a lot of retail stores that I don't care about. Yeah, they make a lot of money on the internet as well. Yeah, trust me, it is tempting to acquire you. $30 billion, though. Yeah, no kidding, I don't have that cash. I would take their cash from them, but everything else, I'd be getting rid of a lot of the other stuff. They're not going to go bankrupt anytime soon, though, not with that kind of net worth going for them. Other private corporations include Datadyne. It would cost 50 million to acquire Datadyne. That's scary stuff. They have a tremendous net worth. They have... wow. They have 20 billion of local stocks, 10 billion of global stocks, and another 3 billion of bonds. I mean, I'd be getting all that, so that's about 33 or so billion I'd get back on that. But it cost me 50 billion to take them over. That's expensive. Who else is out there privately? Nolan Oil. Acquiring them would cost 18 billion. I'd be interested in anybody who for some reason has more stocks than it would cost to buy them out. I don't think that would ever be the case, but I feel like I've seen that happen before. Guandu would be 52 billion, and they have 38 billion in local. Alright, these private companies will be buying up so many stocks of others. It would cost me a lot to buy them out. And then there's Goldfish. They make an operating system, so I cannot merge with them. I'd have to stop making my own operating system, I guess. Or I'd have to wait for them to go private and then just buy them out and destroy their operating system stuff, but I don't know when they would go public. And they got 9, 10, 11, 12, about 13 billion worth of stock and such. I don't know how much it would cost to merge them, but probably that plus 50%. Anyone else that's private? No. Very tempting, but very expensive to buy these people out. Painful stuff. There'll probably be a newcomer joining the world soon enough, but they will not be able to build anything anywhere unless they're building farms, I suppose. Right. God, I just want to eliminate all my competition. Is that too much to ask? I suppose I am slowly buying them up right now, but they're not in as much of a free fall as I'd hoped they'd be. In fact, Fortress Limited. Yeah, Dalgrib will take my money. Lanka's not going bankrupt enough. Maybe I should expedite Lanka's destruction. I just don't know how low that's going to go. It's only at 9 quid. And it's hovering around there. Don't know if it'll keep going down. But whilst it's down, I should at least buy the dip. So Pepsi Man, give me that. I'm just going to eliminate Lanka from the game. Actually, does Lanka own any stock? I'm sure I checked this before, but I forgot. They don't, but they own 500 million in bonds. But again, I want them out of the picture. They also own a fair bit of land, don't they? I can increase the value of that land, sell it off, and then make a profit off of Lanka. So let's go and acquire a fair chunk of Lanka. And again, my goal here is to eliminate everyone off this list one way or another. I'm just trying to find the cheapest way to do so. I don't mind paying even like $30 per share of Lanka. But I should buy a bunch and then wait for it to normalize. Ventuswil has Lanka, give me that. Now I got about 41% of them, that's okay. How about those global stocks of mine? None of them have bounced up tremendously. Union Bank actually looks okay. But it could look more okay. I'm looking for these guys to moon. Looks like I missed a mooning thing with Mabuchi. Well, not mooning, but certainly better than before. But I would sell when one of these hits like 45 or 50%. I just can't be staring at it all day. Actually, I suppose if all you do is stock, you'd want to keep on the screen and you just keep watching these numbers and buy and sell. And I'm sure some people would find that really enjoyable. Even I do find it enjoyable. There's a lot of other things to concentrate on in the game. How is perfection coming along? We've got the bedrock of perfection right here. Almost everybody lives and works under me. I just need to take care of all the competitors, and the troubling thing is that'll take a lot of money, and I need my competitors to oh, that's my stock price going down. That's kind of good though. If my stock price goes down, I can finally buy back my own stock. Damn you. Oh yeah, Cerberus have a lot of my stock, which I suppose helped them, so if my stock price goes down, so does theirs. Three Mountains in free fall. I really think they're going to go bankrupt. I can't see any way out for Three Mountains. They're down to the last dozen million dollars. That's right, they don't even work in billions, they work in millions. What the heck did they just do to make money? Probably a turn of the month thing, yeah? Yeah, it is. Central bank has increased interest rate. Damn, inflation's making my money not do much for me. It's okay though. Right. Now, even on max speed, this is as fast as the game can go, which ain't very fast. Well, let's let a bit of time pass and watch Three Mountains burn up. In a few months, they should be all gone. Is that somebody joined? No, it's just interest rates being changed. How about the stock exchange? Or you, of course. Wow, some of them actually make me a loss. He hates to see it. Come on, Union Bank, you can bounce up. Dale Gribble bought Sunage's stock. Dale Gribble's going to be very hard to buy my stock off of. I think my money went down there on the stock market. Oh yeah, this is actually quite good for me if my stock price is going way down. Yeah, I can get behind that. That makes buying back my own stock a lot easier. Right, let's do it. Let's get Cerberus off my bleeding back. I'm not gonna... Oh, don't go away with that. Throwing me off here. Cerberus, I want my stock back. Give it to me. You're not allowed to use cash from your... Yeah, I know I don't. Okay, use my own money here. They want ridiculous money per share. That's going to cost me ridiculous money. Fine, take it. Just get off of me. Joja also want ridiculous money. I just hate people owning my... What do you mean I don't have enough cash? Oh, Crivens, it's going to cost 5 billion there. Sunage. Yeah, they're all asking for the big money. I could always put out some bonds. I could issue... Yeah, I could issue some bonds. I'm actually going to raise about 15 billion and buy back my own company here. Just have these money grubbers off my back here. Yeah, let's get Joja out of here. Individuals aren't such a big problem. I mean, Dale Gribble is, but what do I care if he owns bits of my company? Buying it off of him is really difficult because I'd have to offer him a lot more. He would want that much per share. To think, I only made a few billion off of selling these shares, and now buying them back is costing me a lot more. But you gotta look at it from another way. Actually, is this even worth doing? I need that money for buying out other people. Buying myself is just self-destructive at this point. I should be buying others, not myself. Yeah. Ooh, publicly available stuff for Lanka. I'll take it. There we go, now Lanka's under my control. Fortress Limited has some publicly available stuff. That's good, I think me buying... Oh yeah, Three Mountains, don't be tempted by them, they're gonna go bankrupt. Elephant. Let's get them out of here. Public stuff is easiest stuff to get, there's no heckling and hassling over it. Don't know about Briccolone. What is Briccolone again? Briccoloni is into banking. They do have banks. How much of a share do they have of the banking industry? Briccoloni barely exist, but I will still need to eradicate them some point, so if we see cheap stock in Briccoloni, we buy that cheap stock in Briccoloni. It's probably going to go way down because it's big recession time right now. That's okay though, I have the means to weather a recession quite easily. I even have a lot of land I could sell for many, many millions, and then I could designate it as not being built on, and then I can buy it back at a later date. I could even just buy lots of land and then change its designation and then sell it back for profit, but I'm trying to avoid doing that, as tempting as it is. Maybe all the governments are making a loss right now. The more concerning one is Chengdu, which is losing $1 billion. But that looks like it was just one big... There was some big crash here for all my governments. I wonder what that was all about. Same for me, just the whole world seems to have lost money at some point. Oh no, I think that graph is just always showing my money no matter what. Okay, that makes more sense. Right then. Come on, Union Bank, you can do better than that. Time to go way up into the moon. I want some big returns on my stock here. Generally, they're all looking good, but good is alright, but better is better. Guandu sells their Lanka stuff, so that's more Lanka that I can buy. You know what this game could really do with? Pop up and pause. So now that you know that I'm in charge, I think somebody immediately bought it up. 200,000. No, that's all 200,000. Right, well, I'll be taking that on the cheap. I'll just eliminate Lanka from the game. And I imagine they would be replaced with another real estate place, but there's nowhere to build real estate anymore because I've forced everybody to not do that. And then 3 mountains are down to their last bit of money. And they're in negative money, and I think they just took out a loan or put out a bond. Either way, they're very dead. They're not going to survive this. Where are they at then? 3 mountains. Nothing showing there. Did they sell something? Oh, they're issuing new shares to stay fiscally afloat, and that's crashing their price even further. That's so cute. Their firms include a newspaper house and a TV station, and that's it, and they're just running a loss. Nobody's advertising through them. What a sad state for them. Ooh, we've created the game of Scrabble in 2022. Actually, we're now in the future. We're no longer in the past. It feels good. It would feel better if I could choke out my competition altogether, and it would certainly feel better if I was making more money. But right now I don't want to engage in more money-making ways, because the whole point is to be killing off the competition. That's a whole lot more Lanka out for buying. Let's take it. I mean, I'm artificially keeping Lanka's price up by buying public shares. Or should I just hide 3 mountains right now? Fortress Limited, yeah, just keep buying it up. Wait, oh, it's called Armok Fortress Holdings. Gotcha, gotcha. What I can do is force these companies to sell me some of their shares in that. But what I can also do is make the companies crash and burn, so I don't need to worry about them so much. Unfortunately, I need 75% to start fiddling around with their stuff. So I need to buy another 25% to start really crippling the companies. I'm not producing everything massy, but I won't be making any new chains until I eliminate the competition. Once I eliminate the competition, I will go back to, let's see, probably Vancouver. Yeah, just take all the money, employees. Well, I'll go to everywhere that needs it. Food is always made in Sydney. Vancouver does heavy industry. I might set up another place for that. Then I will produce everything, no questions asked. And then I will make an arrangement for my shops to sell everything. But the competition has to go. It's too cluttered. The maps are too cluttered. When I take over the competition, I can destroy all of their buildings, and then the map will be just an open place for me to use. Right now, though, people only live where I tell them to live. There are no other houses. Depression, 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 depression. Massive depressions across the board. And again, this could work out well for me, because as long as there's depression going, other companies will be doing really badly. Damn, I wish I'd waited a bit to buy my stock, because even my stock price is going down. Which is fine. There's nothing saying I won't buy it back, let my stock price go up and sell out more of it, but at least no companies own my stock. That's the important thing. I don't want companies having it. Needy cat production is dying a death. I would love it if it told me what the companies actually do here, because I keep forgetting. Needy cat production is a bank, and the bank is dying because of this global recession. So that sounds like a good opportunity to buy up some cheap banking. I'll buy it off of people first. So let's get ourselves in on that. Senator it looks so intimidating when it's Armstrong saying I don't want to sell my stock to you. Rhombic, however, will. Let's buy this failing bank. Let's grab... maybe even just grab 40% off of you. I'll let things simmer down a bit from that. Lanka Limited has more stuff in the public, so I'll buy all of that for myself. How much would you be willing to sell more of it for, Rhombic? 24? I'll take that. Fortress is going down. Just everyone's going down. This is great. Need to take advantage of the dip. Buy the dip, as they say. Oppo, get out of here. I'm taking that. Yunji. Yunji doesn't want to sell. Yurangu. Yurangu demands a little more than I'm willing to pay on that one. Ming is faltering, but not dead. Three Mountains is every shade of dead. Just looking for anyone that's really crashing right now, or anyone with public stocks. Blurple Busters. Do they even make money anymore? I'll still take some. I purchased Capitalism 2 on Steam, decided to manufacture motorcycles. I swear I had an option to permanent imports. Suddenly lost rubber and steel and went bankrupt as I played full speed. I only had corner stores and supermarkets as my main cash cow, decided to branch off. I generally always like to control the stuff that makes my goods. If I buy from a seaport or from somebody else, that's always a temporary solution, and I make sure that I'm working towards backwards integration. There we go, that's a decent amount of Blurple Buster. I would like more though. Mr. Stark? No, you are the Blurple Buster. My bakeries is taken off. Didn't I sell my bakeries? I'm starting to regret doing that now. And Elephant LL. Shadow, give me those shares. Skelly Syndicate's not going down enough. The Workers Guild, yeah. Zunist is in a bit of a dip. Let's buy the dip. Let's get around some off of Rhombic. Boomer won't want to sell. Boomer owns the Zunist Church, although not very well. I'll be kicking her out soon. Jeff Wayne Store the World, give me your stocks in it. BMW, what am I gonna do with you? I mean, I do need to eliminate BMW, but they don't do anything still. Briccolone is way down. Why do I have a little bit of Briccolone? Briccolone is a bank, right? That explains why they're in free fall. I'll grab what I can off of Pepsi Man. I generally don't like selling stock in companies because you're gonna want that later on at some point when if your goal is to dominate, you're gonna want them gone. Okay, now I have quite a lot of the companies, but we continue on. Still waiting for a lot of their demand. Okay, a lot of people are making losses, which is good. Some making huge losses. Medibay Heat is, oh god. Wait, negative PE ratio means that they think their stock price is undervalued. Which is kind of like saying that I should be buying that Medibay stock right now, as it's in relative free fall. I think they're going to bounce back in no time despite the recession. Because Medibay Heat is relatively... No, they've got a lot of shares in other companies, so as other companies go down, their share price goes down. Right, Shadow. Make me... Well, I'll make you a rich man, but feeling I suppose is mutual. Shadow and Rombi going to be so loaded right now from extorting Jake. Yeah, well, if somebody comes along saying they want to buy your... Ooh, Petan's out of the question. That's good. That's one less company for me to worry about getting. But that means Cerberus has grown even stronger. A market cap of about 50 billion. Buying them out's a pain, and I don't own any of them. Datadyne's the closest I can get to owning a fair chunk of Cerberus. They're a hard nut to crack, those Cerberus soldiers. Okay, Medibay Heating. I still think you're undervalued. Come on, Shadow. Extort me harder. 40% of Medibay. If I just take the plunge, I could own Medibay. Still think they're undervalued. Alright, Shadow, I'm gonna make you rich. Just give me your stuff. There we go. Now I own them, so to speak. But perhaps most importantly, I own their incredibly impressive stock collection, which should be global stock here. My god, some of it has made some big money and they have not been selling. Now, here's the difficult question. What do I do with Medibay Heating? Do I crash and burn them? Because I do want to completely integrate Medibay Heating into my own company. Their dividend is absolutely going to be at 0% to try and lower that stock price. Issue new bonds to parent company. I mean, I can take a bunch of shares. I think the more that I put a premium on, the more I can dilute the shares, but I don't want to pay that huge a premium on it. So, dilute that and give myself those shares. Can I also do it to the public and then buy them up myself? That'd be another share dilution, which I could then buy. Medibay Heating gets the money, but I own Medibay. I will soon be folding them in, so that money is my money. So let's actually issue those shares to the public. And then go and... local stock. Medibay. Medibay. There we go, there's that stuff. Buy it up with myself. There we go, now I'm getting more percentage of the company. It's still costing me an arm and a leg though. I'm looking forward to folding in Medibay. They have had too much power for too long. I could force a merger for a lot of money. A hell of a lot of money. I think I'll buy a little bit more of it from Evil Conscience for now. Oh, that's way too much. Right, I'm going to let it simmer down a bit. If I can fold in Medibay Heating Services, I get a lot of stock. Especially global stock that's worth some damn good money. And then I want to just eliminate them. Okay, perfect market. Union Bank is finally looking good. Not good enough to sell though, that can go a lot higher. Hold for the good stuff. June 22, we're almost in the present day. We're in the future, time flies fast when you're making loads of money. Actually, I might be in a bit of a pickle. I am in a lot of debt to my bonds, and I only set them for 3 years, I think. Yeah, so in 2025, I gotta rock up with $15–16 billion. Of course, I could always go to my personal bank and take that money out for it. I just don't like being in debt, but you kind of have to if you want to be taking over other companies. Needs must, and I must need. There's probably a really good trick to this that I'm missing out. There's probably a way that I could very quickly make all the money appear to get my companies without risking having to get that dosh back at a later date for extortionate prices. But I'm not experienced enough in the game to figure it all out. Wow, my own stuff is in free fall. That's kind of good, but it makes me feel extra bad for all the very expensive rates that I bought my own stock at. Oh, wrong thing. Buy this back using myself, please. 4 billion to buy 1.37% of my own company. Damn you, Sonage. It's not a priority. I need to prioritize the companies. Three Mountains is dying a horrible death. Jeff Wayne's... Oh, at least Cerberus is going to make a loss there. Anybody else got some public stock? Needy Cat production do, and I want those. So, You cannot use a corporation that you control to buy stock in which your corporation or its I wish that setting wasn't on now. It's a bit of a pain. Because I own Lanka and Fortress and Medibay Heat, Medibay Heat needs to sell their stock in this. So Medibay sells that. Wait, and I don't think I can even just directly buy Medibay's stuff, can I? Yeah, no. So what I have to do is I have to go Medibay Heat sells their percentage of Needy Cat production, and then I buy the public stuff with my own company. That's weird. Why have that limitation? I think it's meant to make it harder to speculate on stock, but I just did the same thing, didn't I? Well, what do I know? Right, I was looking for public stock that isn't Three Mountain stock. Medibay has more stuff going public. Well, I definitely want that for myself. Wasn't aware that was being sold. Blurple Busters, public stock. Yeah, public stock is always... Wait, crumbs, here we go again. Once again, the Medibay Heat has a bunch of stock out here, which I need to sell from you in order to buy up with you. There we go, now I control the Blurple Busters myself, which may itself cause me problems for doing other stock, but hey-ho. Elephant LL continues to be in free fall. And once again, Medibay Heat owns some of that, and I need to sell their stocks. So that I can buy it with my own company. There we go, the Elephant Graveyard is now mine. There's a lot of stock play here, but it's an important part of buying out the opposition. Skelly Syndicate is owned by Medibay, so Medibay, get that stuff sold. And I shall move in to purchase that. Workers Guild, not a problem. Zunis Church going down is nice, but once again, Medibay holds stock. Sell off the stock and buy it back with you. Rome is also slightly held by Medibay. A lot of stock transferring here. Interestingly enough, I could liquidate that Medibay Heat by putting it out in a dividend, but since I plan on owning the company anyway, that's probably not a good idea. God, I really just want to go and buy the rest of Medibay Heat. How much is their stock price right now? Medibay Heat stock price is at 831. People are going to charge me hand over fist for that before I can force a merger. I only own half of it. I need another 20 billion plus to get the rest of it. Not sure if I'm at a point that I can happily do that. It's made like that to make sure you never overvalue or undervalue or undersell. Okay. Dale Gribble just bought Sinage's stock in my company, making it even more expensive for me to buy it back. I paid Dale Gribble too much, but he's making a sound investment buying into his own company. I mean, he knows the way it works. Briccoloni just bought up... Wait, Medibay just sold Briccoloni. Did I buy that? No, you just put it straight into the market there. I mean, that's fine and all. I'm certainly going to be buying that up. Alright, I need you to sell everything you have. So... Medibay Heat, sell all of your Briccoloni stock. Wow, you've got a lot of it. But with this I'll be able to take over Briccoloni. Not that I care that much about Briccoloni, but I want these companies all gone. The sooner they're gone, the better for me. Pepsi Man, you wanna help me get rid of Briccoloni? Because I want to get rid of Briccoloni. Just a little bit more and I could eradicate them off the face of the earth, so I might as well just get it done. Give me that. Give me another, ooh, I don't know, 2.75% of the company, and that's a goodbye Briccoloni. Except, we need to look into what Briccoloni have. It's going to be an unfortunate thing to do for all of them. What's Briccoloni's thing again? There we go, we're at the top here. Okay, it's just banks, and that is fine, because I'm going to take those banks. So we just go straight to the stock exchange, and could actually do Briccoloni cheaper if I let their price go down a bit. But honestly, it's like $1 billion, I'll just take it. Ka-ching! Briccoloni is mine now, including whatever they had, which probably wasn't much. But what's important to me is to take over their share of the banking. There we go, we're back at where we freaking should be, 82% on there. Over 60% again on the insurance. How much money is my bank making me? Oh right, our bank is making a big loss because of everybody defaulting thanks to the global recession. It's wiped 13 billion off of my accounts here. That explains where all my money's going, right? I'm no longer making the insane money I used to thanks to the recession. But that's okay, we can weather the recession and come out all that much stronger. Yes, that's all I acquired there were banks, so that's no big deal. I would love to eradicate Lanka, I just don't like having these companies around. Lanka, do you even own anything? No, so I guess you're not hurting me at all by existing, but I still don't want you on the map, so to speak. Your stock price is next to nothing, so I think I'm just going to eradicate Lanka. Evil Consciousness, give me that. Datadyne, oh no, just stick with Evil Consciousness. Take it, take it. Aperture Science, gimme, gimme, gimme. These are only millions, right? We don't care about millions. Still though, give me another 2% of the company. Double check that Lanka doesn't have any stuff that I don't want to integrate. They've got 7 retail stores, that's useless. It's completely useless. I wonder if I could actually deal with that. If I go Corporation Lanka and I check all of their firms everywhere, could I just destroy them? Yeah, I can just straight up demolish these firms. Bye-bye. 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 Farewell. And farewell. So as long as I have 75% of a company, I can pretty much destroy them. So if they don't have stuff I want to... If they don't have firms that I want, I can just get rid of them, have their stock price fall due to lack of assets, and then just take them over much cheaper. That'll save me a good chunk on companies that I control. So with that, I think I'll let Lanka simmer a little longer, as long as they don't... Well, actually, don't do anything. Don't sell tech, don't expand... Don't do anything, and don't issue new shares. There we go. And then I'll let them simmer a bit and then integrate them. Jake, you're only taking over companies that were in the game from the start, or every single company. Nothing on the map is allowed to exist unless it's mine. Simple as. The mansions are going to be pretty difficult to get rid of, though. Like, this Tyrant Leon mansion here, I don't know how I can get rid of it. I just have to wait for it to be put up for sale by Tyrant Leon, and there are about 100 mansions in the game. Jimmy Hopkins buys shares of my bakeries off of my own portable Medibay company. Medibay Heating's stock price continues to go down and down and down. Oh, and they got public stuff, right? Always, always, always buy the public stuff. Unless you think the company's going to go bankrupt, like... Oh, Pa just joined the game. What is Pa? That must be newcomer, right? So Pa is a tech company. They have no firms. They will probably never have any firms because I haven't allowed them to build anything anywhere. I want to make sure that people can't build anything anywhere, so I am going to stop having all these places available for agriculture and just straight up not allow anything on them. It's probably going to make a lot of companies bounce back in terms of the value of their land. but I don't want to risk somebody putting down other firms here, even if they are just crummy farms. So let's go around like so, like so, like so. And say, yeah, you guys can build stuff again. Well, rather, you can't build stuff. Once I acquire Lanka, I'll be getting that land that they have, which again I could sell for a profit. Because I'm the one in charge of the politics saying that, nah, this land, it's only good for agriculture. Nothing else. Unchecked capitalism. All the corruption one could ever want. Feels great. Okay, and I think that's everywhere. I'll be reducing the value of the land didn't have that much effect on the stock price, so I will be curious to see if this does anything to bounce it back. Should I buy any of that public pass stuff? No, because they're not going to amount to anything. They can't build any firms, so it doesn't really matter who owns what there. Actually, it does matter that other people buy it, and then it makes it more expensive for me to get off of them. But I don't want those shares. I'll leave Pa. It's yet another barren company. I don't have good experience with barren companies. Alright, Lanka. Lanka stock price is down at 16. Some of it is public. I think I'll just force the merge now. Yeah, it's hardly a lot of money, is it? Yeah, this is $250 million. Very well, give it to me. Hey, I merged Lanka. Lanka didn't have anything, but where was their real estate? I want to make sure that transferred over to me. Yeah, now their real estate is my real estate, and purchase cost of 2 million. That's quite funny. That's very funny, actually. But what I will be doing there then is making sure that it's actually all-purpose land. Anyone can use it for anything. And then I'm going to come along and sell it because I don't want this land. Make some fat money for myself. It's not that fat, really. Well, actually, I made back my merger cost with Lanka on that. And then make sure that no one else can ever build on it. There we go. That's not the only stuff Lanka had going, though. It was down here. Is that the only one? Yeah, it is. So this stuff that Lanka has, I can again say, hey, it's good land, good quality land. But I don't want it, so away it goes. Again, the stuff we're selling it for 1.5 million. I wish it was billions. Could do that, but we're not doing it. I don't mind doing this though, since it was from acquisition. There we go. And now no one can build on it once more. Excellent. So that acquisition of Lanka killed a competitor. Anyone who fills his boots can't do anything. And although they didn't have any stocks to speak of. Oh wait, Blurple Busters has an insurance company? What do Blurple Busters own then? Nothing. Why do they even have the money then? I guess at one point they did. Loving those Medibay heating things. What about Perfect Market? None of my stuff is making the big bucks here. It's just kind of simmering away, sadly. But someday it will make the big bucks, so that's okay. You'd think they stopped falling for these zoning schemes, but I am the government. I'm the one that's, in quotation marks, falling for it. Recht. Still want to acquire the last remaining bits of Medibay. Oh, right, that public stuff. Buy it up, buy it up, buy it up. What else can I take away from Evil Consciousness? God, that's expensive, but I've really got to fold in, They ask for so much bleeding money. I'll take it. I think I'll just, like, go to my own bank and get myself a big fat loan to get all this stuff done. Maybe not all that, or else my bank will run out of money. Which is probably not a good idea in these tough times. Alright, Medibay, I'm sick of you existing. I'm just gonna clear you off. Completely clear you out. I just need another 3... Not even 3, I need 2.5% of the company. No, 2.6% of the company. And now I dictate everything about Medibay Heating, and I'll probably just do a merger for 10 billion. Their stock price is really inflated. I could reduce that by about 3 billion if I just wait. Also, I can reduce their assets and stuff, so that's what I should do. I wouldn't want to do this for everywhere, but Medibay Heating is just too expensive for me. Oh god, they don't have much for me to integrate, do they? Well, what they have are all those stocks and things. In any case, management policies. Don't do anything. Seriously, don't do anything. And certainly don't issue new shares. I'll wait for you to simmer down, and then I will integrate you. He's selling all-purpose land to the government, and then zones it as no construction? Precisely. For a long time, I had Lanka's land zoned as agricultural only, and that massively suppressed its value. And that caused Lanka as a company to collapse in terms of value. Then I bought up Lanka on the cheap. I just wanted them gone, right? I just wanted the company gone, so I bought them up on the cheap. And then when I integrated them, I got their land, and then I rezoned it as all-purpose, sold it, and then rezoned it as cannot be used at all, and that was just to prevent other people from building there or buying it up. You might be saying, why don't you just zone a bunch of land as agricultural, buy it, rezone it, and then sell it? I could, but I don't want to do that. It's an exploit we discovered, and we only used it once. Where did I get all this $20 billion from? Oh yeah, my bank. The incredible power of corruption. Feels good. Absolute power corrupts, absolutely. Don't need all this money on me right now, so let's pay back a bunch of it to the bank, so I'm not paying such ridiculous interest to my own bank. Speaking of depression, it's mass depression. And I have the effects of depression maxed out, so it's probably going to last a long time. Again, though, it's good. Also, Mos Moris Money just joined the competition, because I subjugated another company. They're also into real estate, and that's hilarious because they will never be able to build any real estate anywhere. At best, they can buy some bonds, or some, not just bonds, the other things, shares. It's a collaboration between this company and the government, transferring government money to the company. Amazing. That is exactly that. But the company knows what's best. Look, the company's built all these lovely places for people to live. Look at how much they love this place there. They don't like the lack of greenery or sports, but they find the rent attractive and the shopping's very convenient. God, it's like people justifying living in a city. The ground is concrete, the air is cigarettes, but there's some nice shops, I guess. Don't like city living. Even Stockholm's too big a city for me. Alright, still waiting for things to simmer down with the Medibay Heating. That's still too high a price. Can we bring that down a bit, please? Can we bring it down a lot, please? Yeah, there we go. Every bit down. Yeah, there we go. That's what we're talking about. And somebody just sold out big time. It's kind of good. Do I think they're still going to sell, though? Maybe I should just merge now. I've already saved myself 2 billion on it. I think it could go down lower, but I just want these guys out of the picture. So, you do not have enough cash, says Moloch. Well, my private bank begs to differ. Give me the money I need for this. I will be able to cash out pretty quickly, so it's okay. This is going to cost me a lot, but let's consider what we're getting out of this when we integrate Medibay Heating. We're not just getting their paltry market share of insurance, although we should take a look at that. Medibay Heat has 27.77% of the market share, so I'll be able to fold that in rather nicely. Great. And that just leaves some other very minor players there. How are we doing on this, by the way? Oh, hell yeah. No, what I'm getting are the securities owned by Medibay. Medibay own a lot of them. So they own about 4.5 billion of local shares, so that gets me into the door in Greater Denmark with 10%, and some other minor amounts. Global stocks. I mean, this is what the company has, not what their insurance has. Another 2 billion there, and another 6 billion in bonds, all mine. So the acquisition alone I'm going to be paying off for from stuff that they already have. So let's do exactly that. Stock exchange, Medibay, merger, 8 billion. Done. They are gone, their insurance firms are now mine, and all their stock is mine. And their insurance company is folded in with my own one, which has 11 billion, and any stock that they have, I am just going to immediately sell, unless it's in some amazing downturn, because I just want a better idea of how much dosh I've got. Yeah, I know if it's mine, because there's a much rounder number for it. So, let's do that then. It also allows me to cash out with whatever I can here. Damn AI stock companies buying up all these weird amounts of global stocks. They didn't have any personal global stocks, did they? They did, right? All of that's definitely getting sold then. I hate owning global stock with my own company. Global stock is for my insurance company. Just helps me organize it better. In the end, it's still money for money. I suppose it's slightly better when you use an insurance company for it, because the insurance company, you're gambling with other people's money. And you know, if you're ever going to gamble with someone else's money. That way, if you lose, it's their problem. And if you win, well, it's their problem getting those winnings from you. Because you could say, hey, I did all the work here. Man, corruption is good. Whoa, these are some low value stocks. There we go. Now I don't own this stuff myself, so I'm going to refresh my list here. And please tell me it didn't refresh you. It didn't. Good. I might actually just sell all of my stock and rebuy anything that looks good, because then I can refresh this list easily. Hang on. Fortress Limited holds some stuff here? No, but Blurple Busters owns some stock. Should I just sell all of your stock and then buy other things that look interesting? Some of it I've been holding on to for maybe a little too long. It's going to make my life a little bit easier, but no, I won't. I'll just sell the stuff that's a little awkward. Or, why sell it all? I think I'll do the big sell of that when I integrate the last insurance company. So, since there's no real need to be selling, unless some of this stuff that I bought in is super mooning. Anything that I have a lot of super mooning here? Well, Sasol's looking good. Better sell off the Sasol. And RJ Reynolds is looking good. Oh right, wow, some of this stuff is looking really as good as it'll get. Let's not regret the losses here. Just said I wasn't going to sell these, now I'm selling these. It's just the way the world works, you know? See opportunity, take opportunity. Otherwise someone else will. You'll be kicking yourself for it. That's going way down. My travel's looking good. Oh yeah, Honeywell's looking great. Have you crushed the competition yet? That's what we're actively doing right now. They are being absorbed. I feel like perfect sell. I've got a super mooner here. Unfortunately, the AI really loves to spread their shares thin. I prefer to do big batches into different companies, 5% or so. McNormick looks good. Why couldn't I have some names I recognize here, like McVitie's or Harley Davidson? Oh, we do have Harley Davidson. I'm looking forward to just selling off a lot of this stuff later on, but oh well. That's way down, better keep it. This stuff looks good. Alright, we'll go with that. Now we've got 23 million in my perfect market. However, I should be able to transfer a lot of that out, and I want a lot of that, so let's go. We'll leave you with 4 billion to cover any unexpected expenses. 3 billion. And that gives me more cash on hand, so I can quite easily pay off the loan that I took out. See, took out all that loan and I can just repay it with the stuff I took off of the competition. Feels good. Consolidates my enemies. Lets me target my wrath a little better. Just wish Blurple Busters wasn't here. I look forward to folding you into my company when we get to it. Okay, anybody else that we should be absorbing? Pa is there. Hey, I'm here. Oh, there's a weird ordering here. No one's going to want to buy those cursed Three Mountain stock. Three Mountain is a dead company, and I didn't even have to kill them. Mos Moris I'm not going to buy into. They're new and fresh-faced. BMW continues to be a thorn in my side. I need to look for the big ones, though, don't I? At some point, I'm going to have to face my fears and fight Cerberus. Ooh, Needy Cat Productions is still way down right now. Rhombic, I want that Needy Cat production money. Just kick you out of here altogether. And Senator Armstrong still retains quite a lot of it, but I'm going to take over Needy Cat production. Ming is apparently overvalued, so I'll ignore them for a little bit. I still own nothing of Cerberus. Cerberus remains one of my bigger problems right now. Cerberus is owned considerably by some other companies, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Blurple Busters are kind of falling, so I want more of that. Zhangbiao, if you don't mind. I'm actually in a good position to fold in Blurple Busters, so I think I will do that. Evil Consciousness doesn't want to... Actually, I wouldn't be able to take over it if Evil Consciousness doesn't want to sell their stock to me. And neither does Mistress Dark. That could end up being a problem for me. These people want a lot of money for it, but let's just grab what we can here. I'd need to offer Evil Consciousness a hell of a lot of money to get Blurple Busters integrated. I'm definitely overpaying if I do that. I'll let them simmer for a bit. Now, my own profits don't look as good as they did some time ago. Blame that on the depression. And that's a hell of a depression. 11% shrinkage in Sydney. My poor factory workers are going to be feeling the burn on this one, but that's okay. We still make money, and that's what matters. We brought in all of these offices, and it's all just offices, so that's fine. Most of them are not really going to be working much at all, but we'll have the big cleanup later on. Still a lot of firms to be taken care of. It's all these people with loads of retail stores. I can't wait for them to go. Krista Enterprises has joined. Now I'm interested in companies that set up a business thing that is not requiring buildings, which is really just stock. But then again, look, these guys aren't doing anything. I don't know why, but the AI just doesn't want to do stock anymore. Christia, where's that? It's got Yomi as their little icon here. They're insurance focused. They will not be able to set up an insurance firm. This is why I chose this moment to start buying out the enemies. They can't build anything anywhere. I own the only land that is permissible to be built on. The rest is not allowed for anything. And that's how we crush them. You pay off the merger with what they have. The acquisition was more than the 8 billion now. Yeah, the other 75% of the company I had to pay a lot for. But I just accept the fact that this is not cheap. Buying out companies ain't cheap, but once they're gone, I have zero competition. Everybody will buy everything through me. I will own all of the markets. And then it's just a case of shoving the people into my apartments, which don't appear to be getting more occupancy for some reason. Needy Cat Production buys Mos Moris. Blurple Buster closes down R&D. Good. Keep closing things down. Krista obviously has a lot going. Three Mountains continues to die. There's Pa. Don't care about any of the rest of that stuff. There was something I wanted to check. Yes, immigration and emigration. We need to make sure that that is working out for us. Lots of people emigrate due to the bad environment, but the populations all seem to be going up. They all broke 1 million there. Annual limit on immigrants needs to be maxed out everywhere. I think the limit is up to 10% of current population. Explains why Vancouver is that. So 10% compounding growth is pretty good. However, we need to make sure that those immigrants are actually coming in. So city graph. Yeah, more immigrants than emigrants. I just wish more people were coming in though. Sure, Dale, take all my money. Okay, good. Annual immigrants isn't that bad. We will try experimenting with a lot of parks to see if we can just throw down a load of them and have that work out, but wasn't the consideration for it, let's see, pollution level? Well, there is rather a lot of pollution, isn't there? Yeah, there's a lot of pollution all over the place here. But when I shut down all of these other firms' companies and just consolidate my companies into this, it should cut down on the pollution. Oh right, yeah, raw material things cause a lot of pollution. I have a solution for that as well. There's a really... Once you pretty much own everything, what you can do is you can buy all of the land, or otherwise have stuff on the land, and then just have a little area that's free like this, and then the mines will spawn here, like the salt mine. And that's probably what I'll do into the late game. For now, though, I'm just excited at the idea of getting rid of all of these... Oh god, Penultimo's buying my shares from Sunaj. How's my stock doing? Hopefully badly. Really badly, actually. I could certainly be buying it off. Sunaj, give me my own stock. I'm sick of you owning that. Dale, Gribble, Penultimo, and you go away as well, Rombic. There we go. Now the only people that own my company are my own COO and my CMO, and that is fine. I can live with that somewhat. Cost a lot of money though, but I did pay off my loans, didn't I? Hope that bank of mine isn't hemorrhaging too much money. Oh boy, look at those defaults! 17 billion wiped out. It's alright, we will bounce back from this global depression at some point. But what if it's permanent? What if there's no end to the global depression? Look at that, I've fallen below 10 billion for the first time in a long time in terms of money made. That's fine, that's fine. Interest rates going down. Is interest rates going down a sign of bad times? I think it is. Oh, we're coming out of it. There we go, Toulouse has entered expansion. Right, this is a good time to be buying up other shares then, since things are going to start looking better for companies as we come out of this recession. So, who do I still want to get rid of? Needy Cat Production is a bank, isn't it? No, they're my subsidiary. But they're a banking subsidiary. Let's fold them in before they start making too much money and bouncing back in the stock market. So, Datadyne, give me that. Cerberus, give me that. Aperture Science, give me that. Did you put some shares out? I swear I had like 60-something% before. Anyway, no way around it. You don't want to sell. You want to sell, finally. Sorry, Senator Nano, but well, I'm not sorry at all, but I am having this company. Alright, and that's a merger. Okay, Needy Cats, now gone. These are small fries though, I'm taking out banks and insurance companies. What I really need to be taking out are the big sellers. This is all bank branches. Good, ignore them all then, carry on, and see what else we can buy out. Now that, since we're coming out of recession, my banks might look a whole lot better. Blurple Busters need to go. I hate the fact that there's anyone else in the insurance game. Blurple Busters in Greater Denmark are my only competitors there. They're also there, but Skelly Syndicate is also in the banks, so we need to take care of all of those. Blurple Busters. I already own 65% of your company, and I want the rest of it. Evil Conscience, are you willing to sell? No, so I'm going to have to pay hand over fist on this one. It's alright though, it'll get rid of the company, so I'll just keep going with a good offer there. Doesn't want to sell. Are you sure? I'm willing to pay pretty good bucks for it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Ouch, that's painful, but we gotta get rid of the Blurple Busters. I mean, Jings, that's 5% of them for much less than 5% of that market cap there. Alright, but at least I can merge them in now. Now I'm going to put up a fuss on that one. Cost me 2.2 billion. I'm not issuing shares for that. I go to my bank, my own personal bank, and I borrow the kind of money that I need to make these things happen. And now Blurple Busters. Difficult choice here, though. What do we do with Blurple Busters? They have more than what we're bargaining for here. Blurple. Actually, I might leave them to sizzle for a bit, because I made their stock price go way too high, and I can bring their stock price down. Yeah, that's an unacceptable stock price. Also, that's an unacceptable number of firms. So, I'm going to go Corporation, Blurple Busters, all of their firms, and if I don't like them, I destroy them. I want the insurance fronts. I don't want your farm. Farm is going away. Demolish farm. Demolish other farm. Demolish other farm. Wow, you got a lot of farms. I don't even think I want your action RTS-y thing. Mines are a tricky one. Do I want to demolish your mine? Yeah, I don't want to have the hassle with that. So demolish the firm only. We keep the land though. That's rather nice. That market value is pretty good on the aluminium. Let's get rid of your batteries, your TV. Ooh, I might want your TV station. It's got decent reach, but you only market through it yourself, don't you? Yeah, so that's a bust. Get rid of it. Factory, bye bye. Computer store, bye bye. Another mine, a mine of zinc. Well, it was good when it was around, but away it goes. And that tells me that yes, the zinc resource does disappear under it. Good, I wanted to be sure of that one, and thanks to the Blurple Busters, we know that. I'm gonna have so many insurance and banking firms to care about here, aren't I? At least all this land is gonna be mine. Ooh, these guys still have 134 firms to destroy. This will take some time. It is not good for low rates indeed. That's probably about inflation rates and the economy. So I was asking about that. Ah, now this I actually want. Could we just transfer the firm to me? I want your telecom market share. Sell this firm to another company. Yeah, sell it to Perfect Market. There we go. Now Dale Gribble has this telecom market share as well. Hopefully it's not a problem having multiple telecom in one city, but I want that telecom market share. Besides, if I sell it to myself and then I... Wait, what? Oh, that's Fushua's guild there. This is what I meant to be looking at. That money goes to Blurple Busters, and then I integrate Blurple Busters to get that money back. This is quite unfortunate that it's such a slow way to go through and destroy all these. I should just have a subsidiary that I set up, transfer all these things over to, and then make them go bankrupt to get rid of them. I think I'll do that the next time I... Ooh, let's get rid of that timber. Next time I buy up a company that has loads of firms, I'm going to find a way to do this much quicker. And I have an idea in my head. I can just transfer the firms over to a shell company. That shell company goes bankrupt, and I declare bankruptcy for it. And then... Wait, can I actually transfer the firm? I can only give it to myself. Don't I have any other subsidiaries that I control to that degree? There's Fortress Limited, but I don't think I own them 75%, do I? No, I don't. Let's try this, actually. Better to get experience with it now and save ourselves some time in the long run. I want to set up a new subsidiary company. And that's going to be the Graveyard. I think I need to put in a minimum amount of money to them, don't I? Must be at least 68 million. Okay, well, sure. 69 million, apparently. I'm gonna need a new CEO as well. Who's the cheapest, crappest person around? Bellcat sounds pretty cheap and crap. So there you go, you're the CEO of this. Don't do anything at all. Bellcat likes to bake. You're not allowed to do anything. Seriously, nothing at all. And now I'm going to go to the Blurple Busters firms. And I need to remember how to do a bulk transfer. How do I do that again? I've lost this so many times. There is a way to bulk transfer your firms over, and I can't remember what it is. Yeah, I could transfer firm here, but there's a bigger and better way to do it. What was it? Wasn't financials. Does anyone remember? Because I sure as heavens don't remember. Subsidiary, stock split, special dividend, set dividend, And this must be the third or fourth time I've forgotten where this action is, but it is somewhere. There'll be somebody watching this in the future screaming at me for not remembering this. Here it is, transfer firms. Transfer a group of selected firms from this company to another company. Okay, great. I want to take all of your retail stores and all of your factories, all of your, well, your one R&D center, I guess, all of your farms. You got anything else? Don't care about the banks. Huh, I'll take your apartment. All of your media firms, because I don't care about those. And then we are going to transfer the selected firms over to the graveyard. Oh, the graveyard needs the money to buy them, doesn't they? Okay, the graveyard needs to have a cash injection. Ah, but that's going to mean money going to you. But I'll be folding that money back in, so it's okay. I'm not going to lose that money. I'm going to immediately grab it for myself, aren't I? Okay, so before I do that, I need to do a cash injection for the graveyard, which I can certainly do. This is still going to be faster than deleting these things one by one. So graveyard, capital injection, here is $2 or so billion. I'll give you a bit more because I can always suck it out with a special dividend. And then we go back to our corporation of the Blurper Busters. We go back to transferring those firms. So come to think of it, what do I not want to destroy here? The insurance stuff, that's right. For other places I'd want everything destroyed. Whoops, select all those. Select all the factories, the R&D center, the farms. And you know what, I want the apartment destroyed as well. So the apartment, the commercial building, and the media firms, and we're going to transfer those over to the graveyard. When you transfer an R&D, its existing R&D projects will be cancelled. Do you want to proceed? Sure. All have been transferred, and now the graveyard has a whole bunch of firms that I don't care about. I wonder if I could IPO you and make some money off of that. I mean, you're gonna be going bankrupt anyway. Maybe you'll have some kind of value. No, if you go bankrupt, I become liable for all your stuff. Okay, so we have the graveyard. The graveyard is now going to, with what little money it has left, financial action, graveyard, special dividend, give all of your money. Oh, and I need to set the dividend. So dividend's 100%. I own it all. And we're going to pay a special dividend of all of your money to me. So now the graveyard has 0 money, but a lot of stuff, and they're going to immediately go bankrupt. And now the Blurple Busters have almost no firms. Still says they have 108 firms. What the heck? Corp, Blurple Busters. No, they got 33, and that's just banks and insurance centers. For some reason, this factory was spared. Probably because it was making software. Yeah, software stuff doesn't get transferred. So I'll need to do a pass on that, won't I? Because otherwise it would give another company access to software that they can't otherwise produce. Okay, so with that, Now, I think I'm going to let Blurple simmer for a bit before I fold them in. And it's going to say, your subsidiary Plagueheart is out of cash. There we go. Well, I'm just going to declare bankruptcy for them. There we go. Shareholders received $185 per share, so I actually got money from that. Don't suppose anybody paid attention to my amount of money before I made them go bankrupt. Did I even count as a shareholder then, actually? Oh damn, how much money did I have before I did that? Crumbs, hard to tell. Well, hard for me to tell at least. Shame that all my money is owed to the bank right now, but that's okay. Yeah, I think their assets get sold at auction price or something, but it does all get deleted. Well, I believe it all got deleted. It'd be terrible if somebody ended up buying up that stuff. Where's the Gold SA has joined the competition. Who is Where's the Gold SA? Their company thing just looks like the guy out of Majesty. Where's the Gold? They're into banking. Well, they won't even have space to set up a banking HQ. Oh yeah, Blurple Busters. Blurple Busters need to transfer some cash into that bank of theirs. Recession, recession, contraction, contraction, expansion. It's alright, we're fighting our way out of recession here. I'm just waiting for the stock price of Blurple Buster to normalize a bit. I don't like how high up it's going. Come on, it's meant to be lower, not higher. It still appears to be going up, despite having lost all those assets. I really thought losing those assets would make them go down, but I suppose they got liquid assets out of all of that, didn't they? There they go, it's coming down a bit, but I want it down a lot more. Investors are happy that they finally focus on the banking. Yeah, maybe, but I'm pretty sure that stock price can still go down a bit. What's going on? Oh, it's just the banks increasing the interest rate? There we go, that's more like it. It might go down further than that, but I'm just going to merge them as they are. So, Blurple Buster, farewell. Hey! Perfect market. I got control of the Hanseatic League out of that, probably because of the owned securities from the Blurple Busters. Anyway, main part of that was to get rid of all competition when it comes to insurance, but wasn't Greater Denmark still on that? Yeah, Greater Denmark is still a competitor. So is the Skelly Syndicate. I need both of those gone so that I completely own banks and insurance. And we know what we got here, so we can just ignore all of that. Actually, what was my percentage on those? There we go, back up at 86% of bank controlling just as we're coming out of recession. Feels great. And hey, there's a lot of money I could take straight out of my insurance stuff. And again, I will happily take a bunch of it and leave them with a little bit. So insurance first, let's get rid of Greater Denmark if we can. Stock exchange, oh, Greater Denmark. They're looking to be alright, and I barely own any of them, but Guandu Supplies owns pretty much... Well, actually, if I owned Guandu, I could fold in Greater Denmark. Guandu has been a thorn in my side for a long time, because buying them out, well, they're private, and they've got a huge net worth. Acquiring them would cost 45 billion. Might be worth just taking the plunge. I can do 45 billion, and your amount of owned securities is outrageous. Actually, it's almost worth it for that. The markup would be less than buying these stocks for myself, so I think I should just go and get Guandu. It's also worth noting that I probably picked up some bonds and other stocks when I did that. Let's see. Yeah, once again, I got some owned stuff here, and I'm just going to sell it all off because I really don't like owning shares as a company. Shares, global shares that is, or global stocks. Global stocks are for my insurance company. And my insurance company certainly has plenty of those. In fact, the market value of my insurance company's stocks is $105 billion. 42 billion of that has been in gains, so I like that. I like it a lot. That's not all though, I'm sure I got some bonds out of all of this. Oh, those are all my bonds out there. Wait, why do I have so many bonds? I don't think I put out that many. Oh, I must have folded in someone else's bonds. It's okay, they're paltry though, but they do last a long time. I don't like that. If some of them have all of them for sale, I wouldn't mind getting them all. Oh god, people love my bonds because the yield is really good on them. That's a shame, but something I'll just have to live with. But did I really not get any other... No, I didn't get any bonds there, huh. Thought I would have folded some of them in. Perfect. Oh, there are the bonds. The bonds were held by the insurance company. And again, I don't believe in holding... Actually, I just don't believe in bonds at all in this game. Unless you find bonds with a ridiculous rate that is sold by something that isn't going to disappear. For example, if a city is in dire straits, their bonds are backed by the government and they will never die even if the city goes bankrupt. However, a company's bonds, if the company goes bankrupt, they are written off. You don't want that. Well, I don't want that. Okay, so I don't care about the millions, I care about the billions, but we are currently sitting on billions. You could even say there are billions. I will go to my bank and I will borrow every penny I can. And that is enough money to buy out my my Guandu friends. Now, Guandu have some factories and some other things that I don't really care about and will probably need to destroy later on. Same with those retail stores, but acquiring them as a direct acquisition, I cannot do what I did before with switching them out. However, I can still go through them and destroy them, so I will acquire you for a staggering $45 billion. Do you want to acquire it? Oh, I don't have to merge it. I could just straight up acquire. Ooh, I like that. Just in case this isn't what I expect it to be. Just make an emergency save. Perfect 024. I will acquire them, then I will merge them. After I get rid of those accursed shops and things. So let's do it then. Let's just acquire. Wholly owned subsidiary of your company. Hey. Means I could set up another graveyard for you. Honestly though, with this low number of firms, it might be quicker just to go through and manually delete them. But I will certainly be merging you post-haste. Man, Sato, you made a big mistake. Okay, Corporation, Guandu, all of their firms. Let's just... Yeah, this is faster than switching them out. That's Unji's. There's Guandu. I won't be able to switch these over because it's software stuff anyway. He owns a mansion. He would, wouldn't he? Even this department store actually runs a profit. Doesn't matter though, I'm still getting rid of it. And then will come the merger. Sure, there's a quick key for this, isn't there? Control X. That's a little awkward to do. Yeah, I'll just have to live with that. Clicky, clicky, clicky. One press, then 1, 2, 3 clicks each, and we're done. And multiply by the 30 firms that he has. Control X, awkward. Okay, my left hand is currently on the arrow keys, and my right hand is on the mouse. I don't have the Nintendo 64 third hand to go and hold Control X, or press Control X. And unfortunately this game doesn't have any key bindings, or you can't change the key bindings. This headquarters will melt away when I integrate them anyway, so that's not a big deal. Did they have anything that I was actually planning on keeping for myself, or was it just nothing but firms I wanted? Yeah, I guess I just wanted all of their firms dead and gone. That bleeding mansion. Still, Guandu represents a big change for our company. We get a lot of shares in a lot of places. That's a lot of control that I'd otherwise have to pay a lot more for. So that's why it can be good to grab people that already have shares in places that you want to be expanding in. I wonder if I'll get his mansion. I wonder that because it's actually showing his company symbol there. Maybe there's something weird about private companies' mansions. Have you become the almighty overlord or not yet? We are the uncontested best around here. Now it's just the hands-on approach of destroying all competition and forcing people to live in our hellscape. And pay for the privilege, of course. Okay, there we go. Now all they have is a mansion and a headquarters, so we're just going to merge the company straight up. Hey. Now, I got his money, but it wasn't a lot of it. I'm still horrifically in debt. That's big debt. But I got all of his securities, and he had a lot of securities. Perfect market ownership. I now own Greater Denmark and can fold them in. I own most of the Hansa. Why did you buy the Hansa? Can the Hansa even do anything? Fortress Limited, yeah, just all of this went up by quite a lot. And the whole reason I got them was to fold in Greater Denmark to begin with, so maybe I should start by folding in Greater Denmark. Except that's again going to be a case of they have firms that I'm not interested in. Should still do away with them though. I'll need to set up another graveyard company because that's way too much to go through manually. But there was also Skelly Syndicate. How's Skelly Syndicate looking on the thing here? Skelly, Skelly, Skelly. Oh, I don't own much of you at all. Before I start faffing around by this, let's check out what they also own. Do they own anything globally? Yep, as usual. I'm taking in their stuff and I'm just selling off the stock. I do not want personal... I do not want company stock in the global stock place. That's exactly what my insurance firm is for. Holy moly, Greater Denmark has 8 billion. 8 billion of stocks out there. That's good. I want those. Go figure. Alright, how much to integrate Greater Denmark? Greater Denmark merger will cost 6 billion, so that's a good amount of stock to be getting off of them. Of course, that stock that's tied up in their insurance is not just free money, although it might feel like it at times. Do the Hansa do anything? I'm sure I've asked this before, but I'm checking it again. The Hansa actually have rather a lot of firms. So I could bring the Hansa also in and get their firms deposited into another graveyard. And do the Hansa have many securities? They've got 2 billion of stock. What about the other guys? Greater Denmark. 3 billion stock. Excuse me. 22 billion global stocks. Am I reading that right? Holy moly. Greater Denmark, this is going to be a steal for me. How the hell did Greater Denmark have all those stocks? Why are they not showing up as, Oh, it is. Their net worth is through the roof. Still, clearing you out is going to be good news for me. But the cost... Wait, it isn't a cost. I already have you here, so merging will be done at stock rate. 6 billion. Wow, that is absolutely free. Alright, Greater Denmark have got to go. I just want the Hansa gone as well, so Shadow probably won't sell this. Well, he never wants to sell it cheap. Shadow's such a rich guy. And I'm the one that's made him rich. So, down you come. I just need that. There we go. Now I need to set up a... I need to set up another little shell company. I'm running out of money with which to do this. I guess I'll buy all of Greater Denmark's money. Just give me all that in a loan. Give me the Skelly Syndicate loan money. I'll be putting it to good use. 11 billion cash in insurance for you. That's not all cash that I can access freely, but I will take out what I can. Yeah, I can only take out 2 billion of it, and I do want to leave some money for if things go scary there. What about the bank? Sometimes the bank will give me money. There we go. Bank, I need some billions. Thank you kindly. If you could just take out all of it, it would be a scam. This is money that people have paid me for insurance, and by law I need to keep a certain amount of that in order to pay insurance for when they cash in. It's a similar thing for the bank. I forget the number though. What is it? Bank's net assets must be greater than the required bank capital. The capital is required. So I'll have transferable cash if my bank is profitable, and it's starting to be profitable again as we pull ourselves out of recession. Since when do we care about laws? There aren't many of them, but they'll lose all basis if we don't pay attention to them. So, let's set ourselves up with another graveyard. So, financial actions. Starting to wonder, I've got the Hansa and Greater Denmark. Couldn't I do the same with Fortress Limited while I'm at it? It's just less work if I only have to do this once for a bunch of companies. Fortress Limited are looking good, but their market cap's quite low. Do they have a lot of firms? Yeah, okay, I'll transfer over Fortress Limited as well. So, Fortress Limited... Evil Conscious, give me those. And... my bakeries, give me those. And Cerberus, I hate you, but give me those. There we go. Now I have 3 companies that I can do this with. Are there any other people with public shares going that I would be interested in? Not Mosmodis. No one's interested in Mosmodis. 3 mountains continuing to... Whoa, they're trying to do a bit of a bounce back. Not on my watch. Where's the gold? What is Where the Gold doing anything? Where are they at? There's Where the Gold. They're into banking, but no, they're not going to manage anything, so forget them. Alright, let's get to it then. Unless... Was I really thinking about doing Elephant LLC? Elephant LLC barely have anything. They're not worth considering right now. They're tech focused. They pull a profit, but their stock price is going way down. You know what? Let's get rid of them. Elephant L&L, nice and cheap. So, Evil Conscious, just give me all these crappy shares. When I eliminate a company, although the companies get replaced, those replacement companies can't build anything because I have forced it to be that way. Christ. Need just a little bit more. There we go. Now I got good control over you. I might need to put out even more bonds just to get this this stuff going. Or I sell a lot of my insurance money and cash out with some of that. That remains to be seen. Actually, there's probably a lot of money I could make when I cash out with my insurance stuff. We'll just see how this goes. Right, financial actions, perfect market, set up a new company, and we say we're going to call it Baron's Shell. Because we've got Baron's little logo there. And I'm going to give this a ridiculous amount of money, because it probably needs a ridiculous amount of money. I'll give it $22 billion. And the CEO, we don't happen to have Baron, do we? Let's sort by name. We've got Barry Burton. Yeah, Barry Burton's going to have to do. Okay, you're not allowed to do anything, although I don't think I'll even give you enough time to do anything. And now we do the big switcheroo. Corporation, my subsidiary of Fortress Limited, you are going to transfer firms. You're going to transfer... Actually, can you not just transfer everything? I don't want any of your firms, do I? Might be quicker and easier to do it that way. I'd lose your telecom. I actually want your telecom. But I don't think I want anything else you have. How about Greater Denmark? I'm not even sure I want your banks. If I own all the banks, it doesn't really matter what the other ones are. And Elephant LLC? Screw it. I'm going to take the telecom and destroy everything else. If people want banking, they're going to have to come to my banks. So, Fortress LLC, transfer firms, transfer everything. Yeah, that's all of everything. The only thing I don't want to do is this telecom. And then transfer all of those for 1.2 billion over to Baron's Shell Company. It says they've all been transferred, but these ones still exist, so I just have to go around and pick those off. Where is it? What am I looking at? There you are. Any other firms I should know about? Yeah, you've got that. Probably to avoid exploits, they don't allow you to do this kind of to transfer these things over. E-commerce, can I not take that? Well, it doesn't actually really matter. Your e-commerce stuff is bleh to me. I wonder if I'll even keep it. Actually, screw it, just demolish the firm altogether. And now for Greater Denmark. I said I wanted to just get rid of all of your firms, didn't I? Corporation, Greater Denmark. Transfer all of those firms over to Barron's Shell Company at a cost of 4 billion. That's quite expensive. And even though it said everything was done successfully, look at these ones that didn't transfer. Oh, right, you don't transfer those over. Ah, he didn't have a headquarters for that stuff. I still don't really mind if this stuff gets destroyed, do I? Actually, maybe I should transfer over the banks and the... I'll see if I can do this. Can I transfer over the bank branches? No, I can't. Ooh. But that's okay. Those will be merged into me regardless. So... I can just go to your firms and destroy them. Factory. Gone. That's not what I wanted. There you are. Factory. Gone. Factory. Gone. Factory. Again, it's all these factories making software that's the thorn in my side here. But I don't need to worry about factories that make CPUs and bottles of water and things like that. Alright, anything, any more for any more? Corporate detail. That's fine, the rest of that can be... No, I don't want that I don't want that software company. I'm not sure about that e-commerce company either. Destroy it all. Software company. Damn these tech companies! These are a bit of a pain to destroy because I can't flub them over, and I don't want to make these companies go bankrupt because I want to merge their tech into mine. Okay, one last one to do out of these batch. That's the Elephant LLC, and let's see. They're into services. Well, that's all the better for me to merge you into me. But let's just transfer all of your firms and transfer them over to Barron's Shell. And hey, good, that got rid of everything. So now we go to Barron's Shell Company. And Barron's Shell Company is going to set up a dividend of 100%. And they're going to special dividend me all of their money. Why can't I take all of your money? Uh-oh. Dividends are only on gains. I was able to special dividend out everything else. This could be a problem. He's sitting on all my money and he's not doing anything with them. Set dividends to 100. I did set dividends to 100. But I can't pay any. Set dividend, regular payment, special dividend one time. I'm trying to do special dividend, but I cannot. That could be a problem. How can I get this stuff back? Wait, couldn't I just no, I don't want to merge you because then I get all those crappy things. Ah, crumbs. How do I take that money? His retained earnings are negative. Does he have any money? Yeah, he's got all of my money. He's got my 22 billion or so money. I have an idea though. I've got a way out of this. Baron's got my 16 billion. Okay, here's what I'm going to do then. I am going to have Baron. Baron's Shell Company is going to set up a new subsidiary company. And that's going to be Baron's Shell's Shell. Hey, they get to use the Lanka flag. And that is going to get just enough money to buy these things. And it was about 4 billion, wasn't it? So you're going to create that subsidiary company. And then that's going to have probably Bellcat. There you go, Bell. And you're not allowed to do anything, heavens no. They didn't do anything anyway. And now Baron's Shell Company is going to transfer... No, that's Baron's Shell's Shell. The Baron's Shell is going to transfer all of their firms, all of it, over to Baron's Shell's Shell. Oh, they need another $1.4 billion. Or 1.31. So Baron's Shell's Shell gets a capital injection of... Oh jeez, I can't do it any smaller than that. Inject that then. And now Baron's Shell transfers all firms to Baron's Shell's Shell. There we go. And now Baron's Shell can be merged with me, and I'll take all my money back, thank you. Great, I got my money back. And now Baron's Shell is here, and I want them to go bankrupt. And sadly they have $500 million on them, which is a bit of a pain for me. But for some reason I can do a special dividend with them. 100% dividend, and I can take their money, because they for some reason have retained earnings. There we go, now Baron's Shell gives me all their money, and now they're broke, and now they'll go bankrupt. And I've gotten rid of all those troublesome buildings that I didn't want out of 3 other companies, and I've got my money back, so I'm going to go to those companies and merge them in. I'll make sure they barely have any firms. Fortress Limited just has a telecom, you've got the bank and insurance, and Elephant LLC has nothing. Great. So, is that actually an option that I can do from here? No, I can't. I have to go to the stock exchange. Still, Greater Denmark. Wait, I did do Greater Denmark, right? Yeah, screw it. Merge them in. Pay in cash, no regrets. Fortress Limited, just pay it cash. Hey, look how my money went up after merging them in. Elephant LL, you're also coming in. Let's pay that in cash, why not? Also, with that, I managed to acquire the Hansa, or at least acquire lots of the Hansa. Let's make sure that everything I've acquired is just branches. Good. Ignore it all, take it away. Still doesn't look that clean here, but we'll get there. Baron's Shell will go extinct. The Hansa. The Hansa's got too much going on here. What about your securities? You got 2 billion in local stocks. You get me into L&L and Baker. Actually, you own most of Luke and Leighton's Curious Consortium. How very curious. Your own stock price is kind of wiggling around up there. Still, it's good to know that I'm in a position to be doing that with the Hansa. At the very least, I'm going to stop you putting out new stock. Actually, I'm going to stop you doing anything. There we go. Alright, now hopefully Bell goes bankrupt. Alright, I'm massively in debt, aren't I? Yeah, you could say that. Let's try and repay that loan at least. And then there are all my bonds out there. There are a lot of them. I pay a lot on them. I don't like having my bonds out there, but I think I'll just have to deal with that until 2025. However, I should have gotten myself some lovely... Oh, nice, perfect market bonded in. I believe I got myself some... No, I didn't get any global shares out of that. Or did I? I did, I absolutely did. Holy moly, I got myself 16 billion worth of that. Do we wait for that to go to the moon? Kanematsu looks like it could supermoon for that, and then I will have some big dollars. This one I'm not taking any risks on, I'm just going to sell that straight up. Man, these people were doing God's work for me. Just giving me all their shares. Now, I normally hate holding on to them, but look at that. If that just decides to go back up... or should I not be looking the gift horse in the mouth here? Yeah, 16 billion worth of... Can we make another shell to merge into perfect market? Yeah, I can make all the shells I want and merge them back in. But the shells should be used for something, and currently that's not what I was needing them for. I was needing them to offload a bunch of buildings that I didn't want. Oh, nice. Fuji Watsits are looking good. Get rid of that while you can. Once I'm certain that there's no more insurance companies to be dealt with, I will do a big cleanup of my insurance firm's dosh. And we own 100% of the share. Excellent. Right, time for the cleanup. Nobody else should ever be able to get into insurance. We own all of the insurance market, which means we can do what we want with all this, all these global shares. So I'm going to neaten it all rather a lot and make sure that I own 5% of lots of companies. And if that's not enough, we'll put it up to 10%. But for now, let's just sell that out and don't do it by owned percentage. If it ain't 5%, it's getting sold. I don't care how good it's looking. And if it's that high, we'll just narrow it down like that. Get rid of that bay, get rid of more bay. That's not even a fraction of a percentage. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Do these hotkeys work? If I hit the plus button, does that... Ooh. Oh god, it works there as well. Okay, that's some weird hotkeys. Just sell that. What I'm doing right now is I'm holding down Shift and Control on the left side of my keyboard with my left pinky. And then I can just click on here and then click on sell. No harm, no fuss. Domtar, away you go. There are a lot of global companies out there, and I realize some of these I'm selling when they're on their way down, but it's tiny amounts. At this point, I don't even care about half billions. I care about multi-billions. I wonder how much I can run away from my insurance placey with. Do I just want to sell that? This is a pretty awkward number, so let's just get rid of all of that. God, look at this money. I am just... Well, I'm salivating in a number of ways. I'm actually quite hungry. Actually, that stock is looking quite healthy. Good time to sell, regardless. There are these dividend yields, but I don't consider them worth it. Then your money is just wasting away. You need to have it grow high, grow faster than inflation. And inflation is pretty out of whack at 6.32%. What's the current inflation rate in the United Kingdom? And for that matter, what is it in the USA and Sweden, if you please? Because I don't pay enough attention to that sort of stuff. And this game gets me thinking. This is indeed banished music. I've been looking for good, non-invasive music for playing with this. I'll just sell all this off. Give me the billions. Let there be billions. Alright, are we almost done with the list here? God knows I own a lot of stock. This stuff I don't want to sell, it's on the down, so let's just make it a neat number. By selling off 3.35 of it. Love it when I'm at 5%, it's just the right number in my opinion. It is 7.2 in the US, 7.5 in the US, I'm getting lied to here. That's massive, you lose about 10% of all the money you have every year. That's kind of scary. Just imagine you've got all the money that you have sitting in front of you, and somebody just sets fire to 10% of it, and they do that every year. So that's what I'm imagining. Ranges from 5 to 25, depends on who you ask. Oh, okay, well I'm asking chat. And even then it's ranging. I thought it was like 50% in Turkey. 50% inflation rate would, I would hope, be riots on the street level. Anyway, best not to think about these big picture things, just makes you uncertain and angry. There's a lot to flick through here, but this is the last time I should ever have to go through this for my stocks, because now there is no competition. I am the only one who is involved in the global stock market using insurance companies. There we go, cashed out with 87 billion. How much of that can I take out? Only 4 billion. Well, them's the breaks. I'm going to leave them in there, and it's time to reinvest. So we go to the stock market, and we look for our best options to buy. Anyone that looks a bit sad, we invest in. Also, I'm going to cancel my lists here. I cancel all my lists. Don't care, don't care, don't care. There we go. Now it only shows the ones that I have here, and it's going to stop yelling at me for old investments. So, Akatel looks bad. Let's buy 5% of them. Yeah, they don't look so good in general. They're a little down on their luck, though. Let's get Almanji. Just casually buying 5% of these big global names. I feel like Bay could do better. I think I just sold Bay, didn't I? I feel like we could do better somewhere. The Bank of India. Banks in India are notoriously stable. Boots Pharmacy is looking good to grab. I'm still left with 10 billion for the lols, so let's put in 4% into the Dicing Financial. Dicing. There we go. And I sold off my own stuff, so that's okay. Can I dig myself out of debt with my money that I got? See, it seems kind of absurd. I took out so much money to buy up these companies, and yet here I am, able to pay off most of it, like it's no sweat. That acquisition cost me like $45 billion. I'm coming out of here with almost as much as I went in. It's amazing, and it feels good. So we did those mergers. That's a lot of work, actually, so let's make sure we save for all of our trouble. There we go. Invest in anything that looks sad. If that were the case, I'd be investing in Baron like crazy. Speaking of Baron, Baron's shell has run out of cash. They're just going to go bankrupt and are going to destroy a lot of firms for me. And I'm going to wonder if I make any money out of this. 6.8 billion on me. Holy moly! I made 3 billion off of a corrupt, dead shell company. Oh, it feels pretty good. I didn't actually make that money. It's more like I lost 2 billion. But I wanted those businesses gone anyway. So, in a way, I win out of that. Sweet. Your supply of frozen shrimps was stopped and relinked. Well, that's good. As long as it's being taken care of. Come on, bank. I own almost all of the market here. How can you not be making me ridiculous amounts of money? The temptation is to swing it over to 100% triple C loans. Could you imagine the profits? Could you imagine the loss in a crash? Look at that, losses of $1 billion down there. Oh, my insurance company wants that money back. Sure, I'll give you like 5 billion to play around with. Tinner and Tinner have joined the competition. We're going to get quite a few people joining because I eradicated some companies there. But again, they're into banking. There is literally nowhere on the map that they could put down a bank because it is disallowed that anything get built out there. Callum is still there making his boats. And he's making profit on that. What's this? Luke and Leighton offers you a lot of money per share for 4.93% of the Workers' Guild. Okay, so I'm actually being offered more money than it is. Well, forget that. I'm here to buy everything. Okay, I might need to cool it a little bit, though. Because I do need to actually make some more money before I go and slaughter others. Andromeda Initiative, Heldon's favourite Mass Effect game, has now joined the competition. Andromeda. What's Andromeda look like? There's Andromeda. They're into insurance, but again, they can't even build an HQ to start their insurance, so they will forever be doing nothing. I want to keep a quick look at the population. It's continuing to grow. The unemployment rate is going to go up, though, because I just fired a lot of people from work. Oh god, Chengdu is hemorrhaging money. So is Toulouse. I don't want to be ousted, so I need to fix that a bit. So let's go to the cities, let's go to the policies. I mean, they're charging a lot of corporate tax rate. Maybe they can't afford the unemployment. Who was it? Toulouse and Chengdu. Toulouse and Chengdu, places with a fair bit of unemployment, I might add. They probably can't afford these rates, so let's drop it down. Grimsby might suffer a similar fate if we don't drop unemployment benefits. I'll just drop unemployment across the board. I don't want the government's going bankrupt. Could always cut down on social spending. Hopefully my mayors know enough to do that. And it's good to see my profits coming back, bouncing back up into the 20 billions or so. You know, when the tides rise, the boats can as well. Penultimo, Dale Gribble, and who's the other guy on my team? Let's go back to HQ. Ah, how could I forget Archibald Vile? Keeping all my tech running, as well he should. I pay quite a lot of money to the city, and I don't really know why. But I'll continue to give them money, why not? It would help corporate brand if I was into corporate brand, but I'm not. Oh god, all these people putting things up for sale because they're no longer profitable. Oh, that's beautiful. I hope they tear them down themselves. Good. Now we already need to start thinking about our next acquisition. I know I'm in debt, and I know I am in a lot of bonds, but those bonds don't mature for 2 years. Well, the ones that matter don't mature for 2 years. Can't believe the payout on this, but it's pennies compared to everything else. Can I not get that? Look at that yield, that 7% yield. I don't think I can offer to buy these, can I? That's buying it from the public. That said, though, I would like these bonds largely gone. Nah, the bonds are no big deal, but the big yield bond is. Where's my big yield bond? Not really showing up. Oh, right. Oh, of course, I folded in some bond stuff. I should certainly be selling off my bonds that my insurance company has. Most of them probably not worth any real money, but I hate it when my insurance companies hold bonds. They have like $1 billion worth of treasury notes. They've got my bonds. Don't take my bonds. Even though the yield is good. It's actually probably a good idea to be getting my bonds with that, but I'd rather have my bonds myself, thank you. Can I buy any out entirely? Yeah, I can buy this one out entirely, so I will. Get rid of that. Cerberus buying my bonds. Bastards. Okay, I just care about clearing them entirely rather than anything else. I put some more money that's kind of wasting away at my insurance company, but that's okay, I'll keep it around for if things go bad for them. Buyout so cheap real estate, offices and apartments. It doesn't matter, they're in the wrong place and you can't move those buildings. Yeah, this is what I want working for me. Notice these steep losses that I make on almost all of my apartments. That's okay though. I make some sick gains on my commercial bit. Wait, I thought I made sick gains. Are people not moving into my commercial buildings? Occupancy rate 9%, 6%? What the heck? Maybe people don't want to work in my commercial buildings for some reason. Maybe because I charge like 200% rent on them. Alright, you guys win. I'll only charge you 125%. Yeah, look at that, occupancy rate has gone way down. But surely you need commercial people somewhere, right? If we look at the city graph for Vancouver... Well, actually, there's not a huge demand for the space, is there? Shouldn't be. I built up loads of places for people to live and work. Maybe it's because they're absolutely terrified of you. Oh, they should be. It's a very clever approach to be had. Be terrified. It's terrifying. Okay, only Toulouse is an expansion. It's still recession o'clock, but at least it's not massive depression time. I bought out some of my stock, which is good. And I'm looking at others to be taking over. Always am. Let's look at local stocks here. Is anybody on the... Oh, well, BMW's on the up. And again, I do need to destroy BMW at some point. Barney's Motor Works. Where's BMW? Keep losing them in this list. It even says BMW on it. There they are. They do have some firms, sadly. They need to go. How they remain profitable in any way is beyond me. Does that mean they're actually making a profit on their firms now? No, they are still constantly making a loss. I think they just sold some new technology again. Kinda tempting me to sell the stock while the going is good. Oh, come on, it's just $1 billion here and there. It's not even worth my time. Still have the Hansa there. They're unfortunately continuing to moon. Workers' Guild's looking good. Zunis, everyone's bouncing back now that the economy's not doing so dreadful. But my problem remains Cerberus. Wait, where is Cerberus? Did I end up getting any of Cerberus? This should be near the top of the price list here. No, oh well, actually I got 13.5% of Cerberus. Their market cap is still terrifying, but I can't change the fact that I do need to buy them out at some point. Datadyne and Evil Conscience is a way to get another 25% of them, but I can't get around the fact that I need to buy it off of Rhombic. Rhombic made an excellent choice buying into Cerberus when they did. And I just need to, there's no two ways about it, I need to start chipping away at that Cerberus stock. But getting rid of Cerberus will surely get rid of a lot of things. Looking at old Cerby. Oh, that's Aperture Science, that's Cerberus. 102 retail shops, 84 factories. Killer profit, 3 billion profit a year. Yeah, I was dipping down to around that before. Stock price on the up. Very profitable firms. Things that don't make profit are things you expect not to make a profit. Software companies, da-da-da. How are my things looking anyway? My retail stores, which I have a surprisingly large amount of, very profitable. Factories turn a profit. R&D never turns a profit, so don't expect that. Even my farms are profitable due to selling as wholesalers and on e-commerce. Even my warehouses turn a profit. That's how good we are. Raw materials and software companies are expected to make losses. The internet companies make me crazy money. And yeah, there we go. Bank H. Wait, I swear the bank made me more profit in the past. What's going on with that? Bank, explain yourself. We're coming out of recession, surely? That's not my bank. That's my bank. There we go. It's probably looking at this these old losses here. But we're coming our way back up in the world as well. We should. Excellent. Starting to look a little bit emptier around here, I'm happy to see. And it's still land that you're not allowed to build on, so nobody's able to do anything new there. Are the internet companies making half of your overall profit? Internet company is making 11 billion. So yes. The reason that is almost entirely because of e-commerce. Slick Luigi here is selling 43 billion goods a month. That's pretty good. It's pretty damn good. Look at that profit. 10 billion in the past year. So yes, most of my money is coming from selling online. And some of this is even misreported. It says that my eggs cost $5.57, but that's because it's set at that high price due to it's set to that high price due to me wholesaling. And yeah, we do wholesale. Nikki, for example, is buying my eggs off of me. I say it's Nikki, but Voomer runs that. So I'm actually making even more money than it shows here, because anything that has negative markup, the e-commerce is losing money on it, but the farm is gaining money on it, and the farm is gaining more than I'm losing. But yeah, the idea that I'm sending band-aids on here, some of these have ridiculous markup. 400% markup on selling my band-aids, and that's, is that even at cost? It might be. 7,000% markup on face masks, 10,000 on headache pills. My goodness, this is a 2023 that we can all look forward to. I certainly can. Vegetable pizzas being sold online for 400% markup, and yet my seafood pizzas not. Probably because, yeah, I've got these accursed clients that are buying them at cost. Well, they were at cost, and then I jacked up the price. They still want to buy them, but they don't. Seafood pizza for $74. I'm sure there's pizzas for $74 somewhere in the world. Beggars belief, really. Okay. This is good, but there's still companies to destroy. Why does it feel like my money isn't going up? I should be making boondollar, but I feel like just the amount of cash I have here isn't going up enough. Probably because it's looking at my my bonds and not my bonds, but my stocks and that. My company doesn't have that. Oh god, Skelly Syndicate's taking off, and I do need to eliminate them out of the banking everything. Hansa's making more and more money, which I don't like. Damn, that's Cerberus. I need Cerberus to simmer down a bit. Never knew I needed this game until now, says Miracle Gus. It's pretty damn good. Who's that coming down? The Dance Macabre is falling down a bit. I'm going to go buy some stock off of Jiangbao, because it's only about $1 billion or so each. Well, $1 billion or so for 5%. Goldfish have 16%. Cerberus have 6%. It's going to be hard to buy you out a bit. I'll grab Datadynes. And I'll grab Joja's. Just to narrow down the amount of companies I need to care about. I'll take... Oh, Evil Conscience hates me and doesn't want to sell stock. Is that because I have a certain amount of Evil Conscience? Dale Gribble, you can have the raise that you're after. Is Evil Conscience even a live business here? I could certainly shell out a lot of my own money to buy up these guys. I mean, if I just sold out, let's say, 20% of my company in shares, right? That's 60 billion that I can throw at this problem. But I don't want to do so so recklessly, because buying that stuff back is a pain. Jeff Wayne is on down right now. Let's go and grab some Jeff Wayne stocks. Jeff Wayne's Store of the Worlds was a brilliant name. I gotta hand it to whoever came up with that. Gimme, gimme. Is anybody putting out public stock? I mean, companies that actually do something. FTL have joined the game. What are FTL planning on doing? FTL are a banker, but again, they can't even put down a bank, so they can't do anything. Your profits seem to vary wildly. You're even running a loss in November. Comes and goes. That's okay, as long as it stays on the up. Probably things like my banks eating a few bad loans, or my insurance company not underwriting profits well enough. I will make a little bit of withdrawal here. Oh no, the bank is looking good. Once all this is cleared, everything looks a lot better. 5 billion on... Oh right, I should always check and see if stuff this is worth selling here. No, actually, we're not making any good gains on the global stock that we bought there. But we will. Have faith. I can get rid of all these numbers, just keep that refreshed. Can still wipe out the hands. Oh, it's election time. I better make sure that my political party has plenty of money in it. Punching Up has 300 million. Let's... what a mistake! I could be using my my little companies under me to force them to donate their money into my political party. Why was I not doing that? What a mistake. There we go. Force that donation through. Oh man, it just gets better and better, the sheer amount of corruption you can do here. So I just forced my subsidiary Hanseatic League to donate their money to my own pocket political party. Typhus probably came through. No one could afford the $10,000 marked up medicine. Okay, your subsidiary, the Hansa, has run out of cash. I mean, I could straight up force them to declare bankruptcy, but I won't make them do that. I will instead make them withdraw their... Oh, they've got stuff in my bank. Alright, we'll do a cash run on my own bank, will you? That'll keep you alive for a little bit longer. I would like it if something could happen to lower the Hanseatic stock price, because a merger right now would cost me 1.2 billion. Maybe I should just put up with that. How many firms does the Hansa have? Yeah, quite a few. I should wait on the Hansa. I will get another batch of companies and integrate them. Question is who? A lot of the companies are doing really well, so buying their stock now is intimidating. BMW's back on the way down. I think I'm just going to start buying out BMW. Their existence has aggravated me for a long time. Don't like the way this order keeps changing. BMW. Rhombic. I mean, how does Rhombic keep coming in here with all this fat stack of money? There you go, just give me that. I look forward to eradicating BMW. Custom Nation of Prome doesn't do anything, do they? Custom Nation of Prome is into stock, and they haven't been investing in stock at all. They just don't do anything as a company. They somehow have net worth, but oh well, no, they actually bought into PA, which is funny. Oh, they also have global stocks. Huh, you might not be so bad. Maybe I should straight up own all of the stock-focused companies as subsidiaries. Then I'll get confused later on. I'll just keep a bit there, and if they ever dividend, then good news for me. Well, actually, things end up looking good for Prome. I don't want to miss that bus. I'll buy a little bit more of Prome while I'm at it. Nice to see a stock company actually doing something with itself, though. The Hardy Boys have entered the game. What do the Hardy Boys do? What's the Hardy... Here's the Hardy Boys. They're into everything, but they can't do anything, so sucks to be them. You keep buying shares for him, so he quits buying new shares. You can buy him, so keep buying from him. He's leeching your desire to buy shares in companies you desire. You have a leak, a spy here. Well, it's no secret that we want all of these stocks, is it? Oh, I still own the... I thought I sold my global stocks. Damn, did they end up going up or down? Right. Stock exchange, global market. Oh, they ended up going down. I thought they were going to be mooning. Wait, wrong company. Where are the ones that I own? Kametsu. Okay. Ah, they are mooning. Excellent. I could have sworn I'd sold these. In fact, I was so certain that I had sold these. And now I can sell them for ridiculous money. God, this is my Apple stock moment. I'm gonna sell all that, just get some incredibly fat stacks of cash. And now I have 33 billion to play with magically, so goodbye loan. Oh, there we go. Goodbye loan. Goodbye even my own loan. There we go, debt free. Man, that was a lovely thing to forget about. I was scared and tempted to sell them early on. Glad I didn't. Still, I could be doing with that loan to buy out more of these companies. We're looking good. Dance Macabre is bouncing up. Krista doesn't do anything, so we don't need to worry about them. Ming needs to go eventually. I'm surprised Ming has existed for as long as they have. But looking at Ming, they have some barely profitable firms and farms. They don't look that bad, honestly. But they still need to go. Like, all of these companies need to go. So, let's just get on it, shall we? There's Rhombic again! How is he everywhere? These are those venture capitalists. Venture capitalists just keep coming in and... Ooh, we've launched Game of Thrones. Hopefully we stop at series whatever. I'm not knowledgeable enough to make good references there. I can try. Alright, there's that Skelly syndicate. I said I wanted to be done with the Skellies, but their stock price is ballooning. Mooning and ballooning. At this point, you could probably leave the PC for a few minutes on max and then use the account to trillions. Yeah, but where's the fun in that, Marvin? I want to manage this. I want to feel like a pro. It feels good. Also, it would feel good getting rid of the Zunis Church. They are sadly doing very well. How's Goldfish Industry here? Wasn't Goldfish a private one? Goldfish is private. They own 1.7 billion global, 17 billion local, so buying them out is probably expensive. It would cost me 30 billion to buy them, but I would get a whole lot of their stocks. Tell me, do you have any bonds as well? Yeah, 300 million, nothing worth knowing. Your local stocks are in Jeff Wayne's Store of the World, my bakeries, my skeleton, my Zunis Church. Since all of these are on the up, you are on the up. Your firms include a few things that I need to get rid of as well. That's very expensive for me to get rid of you, though. Season 5 is when the quality dropped to Golden Century levels. They butchered the manis. You know, speaking of TBW, I wonder if he shifted his bloody mansion. Sydney over here. Nope, he's so happy with his mansion he doesn't even want to sell it. I think he loves the smell. You know, thinking about it, the smell from the Roses farm and the Peaches farm is probably not too bad. The smell of the peanut farm and the rubber farm, probably not so great. You gotta remember, these farms have heavy farming equipment running through them. They don't tend to smell so good. That red diesel coming out the other side doesn't smell so good. Time to relocate your pigs. I just said we can't relocate him. And then there's Cao Cao. He's even worse. He's taking up space for 4 mega factories with his one mansion here, and he just doesn't want to put it up for sale. Okay. How is Three Mountains still alive? Like, their share price can't be worth anything. They just make a loss. How do they still exist? See if I can't find them here. Here's Three Mountains, $54 million annual loss. History, issue share, issue share, issue share. All they do is print out shares. Well, they'll eventually be worth nothing. They own no securities, they just do nothing but loss. On the plus side, they're going to kill themselves for me, so I don't need to take control of them. Cao Cao taking revenge. Well, I do beat him at Guandu quite often. It's my favourite Dynasty Warrior map. Of course, I play as Yuan Shao's army. Okay, it's a contraction in Chengdu and a recession in Grimsby, but otherwise business is booming. I hope that's bringing in a lot of immigrants. It doesn't look to be going up as fast as I want it to. Let's check these city graphs on those. Annual... ooh, wow, there's some more emigrants than immigrants in some cases. So migration to Sydney and Vancouver, but maybe the economic downturn turned things around. Or maybe it's the god-awful environment. What's interesting is that Grimsby considers their environment not to be that bad. Why is that? The stuff I've set up here in Grimsby is god-awful. Their greenery isn't so good. Maybe it's because of stuff that's spread around the rest of the place. Like, they're still thinking about all these gardens and things. Why don't we try that, actually? Let's see if we can't improve things in... Vancouver? Should I just find a corner, or should I use a place that I have right now? I don't know if the size of the things matter, but let's... I would shove them in the corner anyway, wouldn't I? So let's go down here and let's try this. Let's say that there's a industrial, commercial. Actually, can I plant farms regardless of this? Oh, nice, I can. I don't know if that makes it no longer a no-build zone or not, though. I mean, if I were to then suddenly want to put an R&D center here... Okay, I couldn't, it's still not available. Alright, so let's try this. See if we can game the system, so to speak. Grab park, just grab the 1x1s and spam them here like there's no tomorrow. Again, there's no brush thing for this, you have to click one at a time. But maybe, just maybe, it just looks at one of each. You know, there are a total of, I don't know, 100 parks here. So, great, add 100 to this. Or maybe they just care about pollution, I don't know. Grimsby would make a little bit of sense for the lack of pollution, because I didn't set up my massive amount of industry in Grimsby. But let's see if this makes a difference for Vancouver's quality of life, on the environment at least. They don't seem to give a hoot. It's all about... It looks like it's just determined by pollution level. And we can check pollution level here. Vancouver is awful. Yeah, look at that. Grimsby has relatively light pollution, doesn't it? Maybe if I can get rid of all these small polluters like the mines and that, it'll clear up and people want to come in. Doesn't help that I've got my mine set up right here. That seems like a hard one to control because I don't choose where the raw resources are entirely. So there's going to be pollution. And then there's my enemies setting up all those factories. Oh well. We can handle it through other ways. Social security, health, education. I'll believe it'll be okay. Hey, why do I have $58 billion and why am I not using them? Oh, because I'm looking at the city. I only have $14 billion. I'm a pauper. Some of these guys have got to go. Barney's Motorworks is going down. Rombic was a fool to do what he did there, which I can only assume he did. Barony, give me total control, please. I just want to wipe Baron off the map. Honestly, for a guy who makes no money whatsoever, he's done a great job at taking my money from me. But that's just textbook Baron now, isn't it? I need 75% of the company so that they stop doing nasty things. Joja, give me 0.8% of the company. And then I will tell the BMW, wherever they are, here they are. You are not allowed to issue new shares. Actually, you're not allowed to do anything. So now I've got you and the Hansa under my thumb. I want to get one more at least, and then I will begin some disintegration. Get rid of your firms and all that. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why did BMW immediately put more into market? They must have done that when I had the game unpaused. I'm still going to buy those on the cheap. And that just deletes them, so probably easier to hoover up the other people. Probably. Who else do I want gotten rid of? Custom Nation of Prome I don't think does anything. I keep forgetting, it's so hard to remember all the companies and who does what since there's so many on the map. Yeah, Custom Nation of Prome does nothing. I just wish the information was available here quite quickly. Dance Macabre. I need to get rid of you at some point, but your market cap is a little scary. Ming has a very low market cap, and even though they're on the up, I think I'll just try and eradicate them. So Datadyne, give me that. Null Oil, give me that. Just trying to... Oh, Shadow exists. Right, Shadow, I'll make you a rich man. Oh, crikey, I'm probably changing the list here. God knows what I just bought there instead of Ming stocks. This list updates and it flicks what you're between if you don't play your cards right. Right, Ming, back to Ming, there is no Shadow. Null Oil, give me your goods. I'm paying more than this company has ever been worth. I just want them gone, you see. Oh, okay. DE don't want to sell. Can I, sell? Can I get rid of DE? Don't like all these tech companies getting in my way. Yeah, they got some hell of a net worth. 11 billion on DE. What is it to get rid of DE Inc? I own a fair share of you. Like I said, I just need to be going around and hoovering up this stock. They will eventually go away. Zhang Bao wants 125 per share. Crazy. I almost have majority control. There we go. Still want to let these stock prices simmer for a bit because they are outrageously hot. A lot of these are outrageous. Okay, let it be for a little bit. Why make money if you can take your... I'm the one putting in all the work to raise money. People are just taking it away straight from the teat. Lots of transferable cash, but come on, that should be given out in horribly, poorly chosen loans. Man, look at that interest that I make off of that. How about the deposits? Since I own the entire banking industry, why don't I just charge, like, no interest? The reason would be if I charged no interest, people wouldn't deposit their money into me. And then I wouldn't have money to be loaning out to others for much higher interest rates. Because, yeah, the loan interest I can charge is pretty sweet. I just wish I could up it even more. Do I have AAA credit rating yet? Come on, I'm good for it, game. No, I'm just A class. It seems that I could put out some pretty beefy bonds. Gotta remember that I need about 15 billion in 2025 to pay off my existing bonds, but it'll warn me if I can't do that. And then I'll just go to my private bank and take out a 50 billion or so. God, it feels good to have so much money. Gotta remember though that we've been running with 34 years of inflation. So money is worth probably not even half of what it was at the very start of this run. It's okay though. I can handle that. Can you? Right, who do I want to simmer the most? Tinner and Tinner I don't need to care about, they don't do anything. DE, oh my god, look at DE's stock price take off like a bleeding rocket. Cerberus at 63 billion is intimidating. Pa doesn't do anything, so no need to worry there. Yeah, Criven, slow down, Ming. I said simmer. Don't come to a boil. Oh, Pandy, my sword is sharp and close at hand. Test it all you want. The environment was all about pollution on map mode. Yeah, Grimsby is heavy tech, not a lot of pollution. You're right. Compare it with Vancouver. But all these factories produce pollution all over the place as well. I'm hoping that what I can do is just really concentrate all my pollution in like one corner of Vancouver and Sydney, and then Grimsby, Chengdu and Toulouse should be fine for it. So immigration will suffer due to that there, but you know, environment is just one of the problems. There are plenty other considerations for quality of life here. I'm actually surprised that immigration isn't keeping up. These should be wonderful places to live. Oh, I should make sure that I'm actually winning on the mayoral elections here. Oh yeah, it's a landslide. Good. Look at that. Immigration is winning, barely losing, and winning. So for some reason Chengdu is not a happy place to be. Even though it's got a better quality life than Toulouse. I could, in the interest of just getting lots of immigrants in, because I do want lots of immigrants, more people to buy my stuff. I could be very nice and drop rent massively everywhere. This is going to make it very not profitable for me, but as long as they move in... Okay, we're back to being profitable in commercial buildings. Right, I'm even making a profit on you, which is nice. But there we go, just in the interest of getting some more immigration here. I might even drop down my rents even more, even break even on the stuff. Just to bring in more people, because I can make that money back by having more people to sell to. There we go, 40%. Look at that, suddenly housing and community facilities feeling great. Also, Dance Macabre has finally come up with black tea. Black tea won't exist for 2 more years, folks. 2.5 even. Good thing I haven't been looking at all the food products. I'm already feeling the hunger setting in. Breakfast was a long time ago. Come on, these stock markets there, they've got it in for me. None of them are going how I want. Alright, maybe the global stocks are playing better to my tune. Let's go over to Perfect Market and see if anybody's supermooning. Aclatel is looking alright. Could be selling out that with a $6 billion gain. But even at this point, you know, 6 billion is hard to get excited about. Show me the big gain. Even then, maybe I should make good on it. Sell out and invest in something else that looks sad. Yeah, Alcatel. Let's sell that stock. And then find something sad to look at. Alright, looking for sad stock. Ooh, Boots is looking sad, but I already bought into Boots, so that's bad. Who else is looking grim? Depfa Bank is down on their luck, but I already have a lot of Depfa Bank. East Japan looks poor. Let's try it from the bottom to the top, shall we? Vador. Wow, Swiss Life Holdings look grim. Let's believe in some Swiss Life Holdings, shall we? It's not a lot. Soft banks as well. Give me some of that soft bank money. Oh, and just like that, Perfect Market's probably going to complain about not having enough money. That was also a very weird amount to buy, so if I could just sell 2.9% of it. There we go. Much more understandable to me. Okay. Just made myself some carnitas. I don't know what that is, but it's probably edible, so you're hurting me here. Why you gotta hurt me like that? All the companies I want to buy are just... I bet they're artificially inflating their prices here because they know that I want them. Even Luke and Leighton's doing really good. Well, maybe it's the bounce back. Holy moly, my bakeries has taken off. What in the world have they been doing? It's probably just because they all have stock in each other. One rises, the rest rise, the other rise because they rise. I bet it's one big scam. There we go. Barony's Motorworks knows what to do. They collapse for me. Well, I just gotta suck it up. If everything's going that well, maybe I should just buy into Cerberus. I need that Cerberus. It's gotta go. Evil Conscience? Oh, 4 billion for a share in Cerberus. He hates it. Rhombic, give me your shares. You too, Pepsi Man. Bye-bye, money. Oh, it hurts so much. Braised pork and a tortilla with extras of your choice. I'm going to do my lemon chicken soup tonight. Which is why I started early. Come to think of it, when is Rants meant to be starting? It's probably going to be a bit later because I need to roast some vegetables for the soup. I wouldn't dream of putting raw veg into a soup anymore. Roast it first, bring out the flavours. Otherwise fry it up and bring in the glaze. I shouldn't be thinking like that. It's making me all sorts of hungry now. God, I was hoping I'd be a bit faster on clearing these poor buggers out, but it's not going quite as smoothly as I want it to. Well, I mean, it's not out of the option to put down a massive amount of shares to buy people out. I could put out my own shares, I could... Actually, maybe that's the best thing to do. It's going to be faster that way. And I do want them gone. I don't need 100% control of my own market here. It's just that buying it back is going to be insultingly expensive. Okay, with that in mind, let's try that as an approach. I want to go to my headquarters, and we're going to do a investor relation, max spend on investor relations, and even set myself a dividend. Where do I set dividends again? Swear one of these guys. Here we go. Set a new dividend. There is now a 2% payout to the people that own the stocks. I'm using my 4-month message to get Twitch to stop asking me to... Yeah, it's a bother for a lot of people that just keeps hassling you to put that thing in. Must work for Twitch though, otherwise they wouldn't keep it in there when it's so annoying. Alright, still unprofitable on the apartments, but that's to be expected. You know, we choose to be unprofitable on our apartments in the hopes that we're bringing in better immigration. Show me the immigration. Oh, it's looking okay, but also that's the wrong graph. There we go. Immigration just down, down, down. But at least immigration's gone down. Probably since I sorted out the housing issue. Oh, yeah, actually, that's good. As long as immigration goes away, that's excellent. Alright, I need to take another painful pill. Are there not any more private companies that I could be acquiring? There are the Ravens. The Ravens are 13 billion. They don't own any stocks, though, making them not attractive for me to buy out. Who else is there? There's a Goldfish, but can't I not get them because of the... No, somebody else must do the operating system. You've got all that in bakeries and Zunis Church, which is great. So yeah, buying out the Goldfish is tempting. Very tempting. And then there's Nuln Oil and, of course, Datadyne. Nuln Oil are 25 billion to buy out. And they only have about 13 or 14 billion worth of stock. But they've got a wide range of securities in the market right now. Nothing that truly interests me, though. Well, I guess that 4 billion in Skelly Syndicate's quite interesting. Datadyne. 64 billion to acquire Datadyne is just outrageous. Well, actually, for what it's worth, they have 20, 31, 45 billion worth of stocks around there. So, you know, that acquisition would get me quite a lot quite quickly. Let's borrow... Wait, I have bank deposits? Me? Oh, I must have gotten other people's bank deposits. I wasn't aware that I had money in banks here. Holy moly. It's not reduced its maturity date. Okay, well, don't take it out then. Ah, so I actually got other people's bank deposits in my own bank. That's kind of cute. I don't know if I should take them out or not, because I'm paying myself that money from my bank, and I don't think that's doing anyone any favors, so I'll just take it all out now. I never bother with putting my money into the bank in this game. Although, I gotta say, those interest rates look nice. It ties up your money, and I like to be flexible with my money. Funnily enough, that's still not enough to clear my bonds, is it? Or is it? No, I think that instantly cleared my bonds. Well, that's nice. It's very nice, even. How's that stock market of mine doing? Oh, well, I like that mooning that we're doing. Look at that market cap of mine going up ever since I set that dividend and invested in investor relations. Yeah, take that. That's how you do it. Oh, Ming is coming down, right? No. Yes, they are. Great. Give me the Ming. DE. I was looking at getting DE myself. I think I'll take Cerberuses. Oh! I own DE. Right, maybe I should be folding in DE. I wasn't aware DE was my... Maybe I took control over them. Stock Exchange, DE Inc. I do, I somewhat own DE, huh. I guess I'll just be done with DE then, expensive though it is. Let's just clear them off the map. I'll take out a big fat loan, clear out DE and anybody else who we deem worthy of taking out. These are some scary interest rates, but... There we go, thanks for the money, my own bank. Alright. Everybody forcing me to pay so much money for stuff, it's not fair. It's just not fair. They know what I want and they're just exploiting me. I'd never exploit people like that. 2.7, no I don't need that much, 2.4 will do. Now I own much of that and I can tell DE to stop putting out more shares. Management policies, disable. Absolutely disable, stop doing anything. And then let's think about other companies that we can crush at this point. I could move in for the kill on Ming. Oh well, DE, when I fold in DE I will get that. So there's no point paying over the odds for that. The Toulouse lobby don't do anything. Aperture Science has been around for a long time, but they're kind of mooning right now, I don't like that. And the Hansa, I'll fold them in to get that. Okay, I think I'll fold in these three then. So, we know how this goes. You know, I haven't really been building or doing anything on the map for several hours, but I kind of like that that's part of the game.